graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas Kuas, Bas TV. Beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas kuas, pas TV. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan
coba. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sejarah telah terukir selama 10 season dengan penuh semangat, tawa, canda, haru, tangis, dan sorak-sorai yang bergemuruh. Hari ini akan menjadi awal dari babak baru untuk 8 tim terbaik di Indonesia. Banyak hal yang akan dihadapi dengan situasi, kondisi, dan komposisi yang berbeda di antara seluruh tim. Siapakah yang akan memberikan performa yang memukau dan siapakah yang akan menduduki posisi teratas? Karena 6 minggu regular season lebih padat, lebih menantang. Semuanya bersiaplah untuk menjadi saksi di season yang mendebarkan. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 11 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in Esports by Grab, Secret Lab, dan Blibli. Serta kita punya partner Indomart and Point Coffee dan supported by PBESI. Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah hadir, tentunya udah gak sabar banget karena hari ini kita akan menyaksikan 3 match untuk pembukaan hari pertama MPL Indonesia Season 11. Semua superfans dari ke-8 tim sudah bersiap untuk menyaksikan pertarungan yang mendebarkan. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 11.
Gua nggak akan selesai.
Ekspektasi orang yang terlalu tinggi.
Mereka bilang gua nggak lebih keras dan membuat Bigetron kehilangan identitas.
Max mencoba untuk kembalikan ke arah bagian top lane. Max gak punya jalan pulang dan terkena satu energi.
Oh my god, well dengan Prinsan dulu berpas instan. Wah, aku tidak bisa dimiliki tapi diculik. Ada Leo Morbi, Alex Tomana pulang ke Well Dragon. Pulangkan Alter Ego.
Esports pun harus pulang.
Gua di sini bukan sekedar untuk membuat api menyala, tapi membara.
Gak ada yang namanya nggak mungkin.
And GEEK SLATE will come to compete.
Lagi ternyata saya sangat kaget.
Oh my god, GEEK fam, revamp, it's real.
Aura, melanjutkan perjalanannya.
Evolution Dion, banting kita bersama di GEEK yang kedua. Mereka menolak. Nice try. Nice try banget.
Terima kasih.
Tangan ke tim, ada si Hoshi.
Ini waktunya gua nunjukin versi terbaik gua. Versi terbaik Esports Legend.
Season ini, 2 kaki kembali beraliansi.
Please take a note. This season, we will not just play, but we will slay.
Karena sekarang kita mau ukir sejarah.
Season ini Bigetron bakalan naik kelas.
Dari titik ini, gua akan bawa RRQ jadi raja internasional.
Selama gua masih di sini, gua akan buat ONIC selalu dari tim teratas.
Di season 10, mereka mungkin masih beradaptasi dengan roster-roster penuh potensi. Meskipun demikian, banyak yang menilai roster baru GEEK membuat mereka jadi tim yang sulit diantisipasi. Di season ini, revamp telah selesai. Nama GEEK SLATE menjadi tanda bahwa perjuangan mereka akan segera dimulai. Akankah nama baru ini membawa ambisi baru untuk mereka memburu kemenangan? Setelah menjadi juara paruh musim, prestasi mereka menurun ekstrim. Sang Macan menorehkan sejarah terburuknya di MPL Indonesia Season 10 dengan tidak lolos playoff untuk pertama kalinya. Namun, sejarah pahit menjadi obat yang membuat mereka bangkit. Player-player EVOS hari ini adalah player yang berhasil membawa Indonesia sekali lagi jadi juara dunia. Setelah sukses di panggung dunia, sejarah baru apa lagi yang akan Sang Macan torehkan MPL Indonesia? Selalu melakukan regenerasi roster dari MDL setiap seasonnya. Pasukan Banteng tidak pernah bisa dianggap enteng. Terlebih setelah masuknya Wijanarko sang rookie monster yang membuat Rebellion Zion di MPL Indonesia Season 10 menjadi The Giant Slayer. Rebellion Zion berhasil menjadi gambaran regenerasi MDL ke MPL mereka berjalan dengan sangat baik. Kini mereka akan kembali diperkuat oleh debutan dari MDL. Potensi apa yang akan kita lihat di Season 11 ini? Dua KG kembali beraksi. Duet Saiko dan Udil sudah tidak perlu diragukan lagi di masa lalu. Mereka adalah sosok yang dibanjiri oleh prestasi. Debut Udil di Alter Ego pada MPL Indonesia Season 6 membawa Alter Ego pertama kalinya bisa bermain di Grand Final. Kini dengan dua KG menjadi jaminankah Alter Ego di Season 11 akan fenomenal? Di MPL Indonesia Season 11, sang robot dirakit dengan perpaduan Alpha dan Beta. Membuat tim ini jadi versi terbaik dari Bigetron Alpha yang pernah ada. DNA Bigetron Alpha juga telah ditulis ulang oleh pelatih-pelatih baru mereka. Aldo, Razeboy, dan Paulo Expert. Dan kini, sang robot benar-benar sudah terprogram untuk juara. Mari kita sambut Bigetron Alpha. Aura fire, on fire. Itulah yang paling bisa mendeskripsikan performa mereka di season 10 kemarin. Permainan off meta mereka justru bisa mengantarkan mereka jadi juara ketiga. Di season 11 kali ini, bisakah mereka membuat panggung kembali panas? Silakan naik ke atas pentas. Aura fire. Sang Raja dari segala raja siap untuk kembali merebut tahtanya. Di MPL Indonesia belum ada tim yang lebih berprestasi dari mereka. Kini mereka menghadapi season 11 tanpa kapten mereka R7 dan mantan coach mereka Acil. Dapatkah mereka kembali merebut gelar juara di season ganjil kali ini? Di musim lalu mereka membuktikan bahwa di atas langit memang ada ONIC. Terlebih masuknya Kairi membuat puzzle kekuatan sang raja langit menjadi lebih lengkap. Masih percaya dengan line up kemenangan mereka di MPL Indonesia Season 11 kemarin? Bisakah mereka kembali menjadi tim yang teratas?
Inilah dia, 8 tim yang akan beradu di MPL Indonesia Season 11 We On Days.
The dawn of a new season is upon us. We have new faces, or even old faces, that are coming back for their resurgence. A new journey, a new patch, a new venue, and of course a new drive and passion to claim that #1 spot in the regular season. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11. And of course, on the caster desk, it is going to be me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. It's so good to finally see you guys once again.
Finally, we get to see this happen again, right? We've been waiting, we've been chilling as well because we got a good break, a good amount just to rest up for this 11th season to be as massive as it is right now. We can see it, the way the players walked up on the stage as well, full of confidence, full of hope. With this new season, that's what it brings to the table. A new set of hope, basically, for every single one of these teams. You may be 8th last season, but you can come up guns blazing. GEEK SLATE looking to, change those standings here in Season 11.
We talked last season a lot about how improvements have been present and how these teams have so much potential, but this is the season where they get to actually prove to us that this is their day, this is their season.
Definitely. A lot of changes even with the rosters, but there are a lot of teams who've actually stayed stagnant, right? Stayed with their winning lineup, still staying the same. And it's interesting, right? Like, will this still work coming into this game, this new tournament, this new season, where of course we also have a new patch?
Well, that's the big question, right? With so many roster changes and so many teams opting to not change anyone on the roster, we're going to have to see what impact it brings, right? Because obviously for the roster changes, they're expecting some strength, some new members to bring that fresh look for the team, maybe even find a new identity to make them even stronger from the last season. But for the teams that stayed with their roster, they're thinking, hey, we just need to adapt to the current patch, to the current meta. We already have such a good lineup that we can just keep on growing here to reach further limits. And I think for both of the teams that we see for the first match, that's exactly the case. Aura Fire went for the exact same lineup. I think for us, we were talking about what Aura Fire needed last season, and it was that coach presence. So what they did was they went back all the way. They saw through the history books Aura Fire. Their last coach was in Season 7, Coach CL, who unfortunately did not have a solid performance, went 0-14, but he's back now to go for redemption, It's his redemption arc.
And the whole of Aura already went through that redemption arc on their own, and now it's time for CL. There's a lot of expectations on him because the team has been so dynamic, so unique, and it's a bit of a fan favorite, right? The people's champion in last season, but of course, the main conversation here, the main discussion is about Aura going up against Rebellion, because actually they don't really have a good record against Rebellion, especially when Kabuki is not in the picture. Take a look at a bit of the match history here. 2 losses, and it's always when Kabuki is not present and being replaced by Kaid. Well, it doesn't really mean that Kabuki is definitely the better one, but we have to try and think and figure out what exactly was Aura's plan in hiding away Kabuki from Rebellion. Is there a secret weapon Rebellion has against Kabuki? If we didn't see it last season, we might see it here, because of course, it's a lot easier said than done, right? Matching up your players against your opponents. Some teams, especially teams that are so solid like Aura, they don't really have a lot of options to try and change players around.
Yeah, they're not as flexible as other teams, right, where they can do that. And that's one of my main concerns, right? Aura Fire, will they bring Kabuki in, or will Chait play again? Because through history, the way that Chait goes in, it actually changes their playstyle. They play a little bit more safe, and that might be the problem. But of course, one of the hot topics that we have for this upcoming match is consistency versus adaptation.
As we just mentioned earlier, the adaptation coming in from Rebellion needs to be quick, it needs to be fast, because they replaced Dairon, who was a core pillar in their playstyle in the previous season. Whereas for Aura, it's all about how can they improve, how can they stay unpredictable, and how can they maybe subvert the expectations of Rebellion here, who've seen and known how Aura plays. They've beaten them twice and when they last met. But it's Sype and Vincent coming in here. These are players coming in from the MDL. So the difference in experience, the difference in options they have in the back of their head, how to deal with a team as confusing as Aura, is a big concern, especially for the fan base of Rebellion.
I think at first you can say that, Aura Fire especially has had such crazy growth that we've seen it, right? It's so visible from Season 7 going 0 wins up to Season 8 when they finally made it to the playoffs after so long of getting just knocked down, relegated basically into that red zone. Then we saw them get all the way to top 3 in both Season 9 and 10, showing their consistency with the same lineup. But on the other side, once again, we need to talk about how Rebellion Zion used the great growth that was already very visible in Season 10, and they completely flipped the switch here. They completely changed their lineup. Again, there were a lot of issues regarding the jungler. We won't really get into that one, but with Vincent stepping in from the MDL, I do believe it's going to be a pretty solid impact. What I don't really agree with is Dyron stepping out of competitive play from Rebellion Zion's composition, with Dyron being such of a impact player for Rebellion Zion, the loss of this player, and with a new rookie, Saip, in the MPL, I'm not too sure if they can compete up against Fluffy.
Well, if you take a look at the team stats here, the team head-to-head, you can see that the graph, the metric for Aura is just ahead in so many aspects, whereas for Rebellion, it's just that one aspect. So the question is that enough? Because sometimes, right, that one difference can be the key that Rebellion can need, but against Aura, they are definitely up against overwhelming odds.
That's the truth there, right? But remember, those statistics reflected their past performance, and the fact of the matter is both of these teams are different, right? You mentioned about the roster changes for Rebellion, but for Aura Fire, they lost Tezet. You were mentioning about the history, right? Their growth throughout the past seasons, but that was because Tezet came in, and without Tezet, how are they going to perform? But of course, we got to talk about the new patch, right? Because coming into MPL Season 11, that's going to be the main factor of how both of these teams need to adapt.
Especially for Aura Fire, right? Fluffy in that EXP lane really likes playing the Esmeralda and the Paquito. So with those two heroes being buffed, it unlocks Aura's potential to be another fearsome competitor in that EXP lane. And of course, a chance for them to try and flex it away, confuse their opponents again by maybe bringing it to a different role. Whereas for Rebellion, you hear rumors here of Wijanarko, the very dynamic, the very unpredictable roamer that can just engage out of nowhere. He has shown, I think, there are rumors about him using this Edith, using it for a pick-off potential kind of gameplay. So it's not something we've seen too often, but if he can pull off against Aura, that is a huge statement.
Yeah, the changes to Edith was immense, right?
Pretty solid,
We see it a lot in ranked games. A lot of the times Edith is banned out, and it's because of that change in passive, right? And I'm excited to see, for someone like Wijanarko who's so good at that pick-off game, definitely something that they can actually utilize. As now on screen, we can take a look at the most picked and banned heroes for Aura Fire.
Well, Aura Fire, people say that they're just too confusing, but in a way, last season, a lot of teams have found a bit of an answer, because if you look at the picks, it's very common here to see the Paquito and the Esmeralda, strong XP laners for Fluffy. And then for the mid lane, we talked about Facehugger being somewhat limited, Yves and Faramis being the main go-to, if not a Farsa, and for Kabuki in particular, the man in question here, if he is on that Beatrix, he can do so much more, but if he is on other heroes, right? Maybe occasionally we see him pop up on the Brody, but surely the Beatrix is one of the main heroes that actually gets him ahead. Whereas for the side of Rebellion, you can see that the Matilda, the Ruby, these are picks that we don't see too often from other from other teams, but Wijanarko just finds a way to make it work, and he seems to be the key that holds the rest of the team together. In the XP lane, we talked about Dyron usually just being a solid EXP laner, picking the strong heroes, but in this season, we won't be seeing him along.
I feel like right now we might see like a more default version of Rebellion Zion from the one that already was able to build such an interesting identity. The way they played, the unique playstyle that they were able to display in Season 10, it's no longer going to be here. Again, Dyron usually really likes to play in his own lane, just getting that lane supremacy and utilizing it to be a distraction for the team, not really participating in a lot of the team fights early on. Meanwhile, Saip, from what I've seen back in MDL Season 6 when I had the pleasure to actually cast his games, he's a very active XP laner, a very different XP laner compared to Dyron, where he actually clears the wave, cuts it to join in team fights as early as the first turtle.
Well, take a look at Kabuki here from Aura, the highlighted player. The stats are absolutely solid. The hero damage per minute and the gold per minute here stands out. He was the gold digger in the last season of MPL, and what really makes him stand out is his macro awareness, right? His map knowledge and how he maneuvers around the map is extraordinary. And of course, knowing when to go for these fights and stick to the default playstyle and when to actually go in and do risky maneuvers. Like here, it's a late stage of the game, but look at Kabuki. He understands that there's potential here to just subvert the expectations of his opponents, and he just goes in straight for the base. This macro pressure, knowing that at any moment Kabuki can just make a risky, unpredicted call like this, is what makes teams need to be very careful in how they want to approach team fights in the late game, particularly against Aura, because on the Brody we saw that, on the Beatrix, the signature hero, with the Wesker, that's a lot of burst damage for the base.
A lot of crazy backdoor split pushes, just like Benny QT, right? We're seeing this from the sister organizations, Aura Fire here and Echo PH obviously in the Philippines. So you can kind of see that the playstyles kind of match sometimes for both those orgs.
Definitely. For Highs though, you can see that it's still solid, but it's not really as aggressive, as dynamic, because Highs has a very particular tempo, pace in mind. He usually plays really safe, but when he sees an opportunity, when he knows that ultimates are down, when crowd controls are no longer available, this is where he has that confidence to just go in very, very aggressively. And of course, you have to highlight the fact that he is comfortable playing that Lunox in the gold lane. We've seen a resurgence of magical damage gold laners in the current patch, in the current meta, and this man is no stranger to that possibility. He plays a very mean Lunox with a lot of mechanical prowess, and he just knows, right, when are opportunities available on those diving heroes. We saw it on the Lunox, and now we see it on this Claude. You can see that the fight is just nowhere near being close to over, but he just goes in with the wind of nature, predicting the damage that's going to come in and how opponents are going to try and deal with him. If he can pull off the same kind of playstyle, this is a big problem that Aura needs to find a solution for.
Yeah, definitely we can see that perhaps the Lunox can be utilized, especially in this current meta, right? There's so many tank heroes very centric onto tanks. It can be tank in the jungle, the EXP, the roamer, and using something like the Lunox, who has the ability to shred through that sustainability, that will be able to give Rebellion Zion an advantage.
I agree, right? We've seen this so many times, even from M4, but with these current patches that have just literally hit the server, we need to see what adaptations have been made in the MPL. Because, again, we've been seeing a whole lot of different tournaments already. MDL, with their own kind of playstyle, still sticking to what works. But here, I expect things to get a little bit more experimental.
Right, the keys of victory for Aura here. As you mentioned, there could be some experimentation, but for sure, they need to take advantage of the momentum in the first 5 minutes. That's always been the core identity of how they want to play. Strong side lanes, roaming around, and Facehugger getting his priority heroes. They can just pressure and clear that mid wave and then roam into the side lanes. We see it here with how they're playing. Facehugger seems to be the key player here in rounding up that aggressive playstyle with the right amount of utility. On the Faramis, allowing his team to be just so much more aggressive, giving them a second chance at life in those big late game team fights. And of course, heroes that have a lot of wave clear, like the Faramis, like the Yeve that he's used to, just allows him to be a lot more dynamic around the map.
You're right, you're right. It really depends on if Facehugger can get his comfortable heroes, right? And that's where we saw a bit of an evolved in playstyle for Facehugger. 2 seasons ago, he was used to that high ground hero. He was used to being in the back line and being the one that the team could rely on. But coming into Season 10, he was able to pick up heroes like the Valentina, like the Faramis, who was actually a really huge impact on the team.
Difference in the way that you play it. You mentioned it, 2 different styles. One that likes to go in, one that actually stays creative, can go in, can also stay in the back line to cover up for the rest of the team. But I think Facehugger right now has found a good mix, right? He's right in the middle where he can play both of these heroes really, really well. And to add on to that is, right now, the heroes that are meta are all of his heroes, right? So it really is going to be Facehugger here who's going to have a lot to say in the game up against Rebellion Zion, knowing that he is also the main shot caller for the team and sometimes even the main drafter.
You have the question though, with everyone expecting him to go for those usual picks, will Aura once again just confuse all of us and show a completely different Facehugger? Maybe a hyper-aggressive Facehugger on dive heroes? We'll have to see. But on the other side of the pond, of course, it's gonna be Rebellion. And their keys to victory here is keeping the momentum from the early game if they're able to wrench it away from Aura and mirroring their rotations through the mid lane. Because of course, they themselves are an aggressive team, and the impact of the gold laner in the late game, it seems to be the main pattern. But for Rebellion in particular, getting Highs, the key player, to actually get his optimized magical heroes perhaps will allow him to just do a lot more damage and be a lot more flexible. So they need to get the right hero for him for the job, and also allow him to actually get some space in the game to actually be that carry that they need.
I don't know. I mean, looking at those keys to victory, what do you think about this new roster though, right? I understand, right? Rebellion Zion, even since last season, the way that they were able to improve so much, I honestly believe the anchor definitely is Wijanarko. So he didn't get changed, he's still there, but how do you think that is going to affect their chemistry? I mean, with a different jungler, with a different EXP laner?
Maybe even sometimes, or maybe here, we still don't know the official lineup that's going to be brought up, but they have a new gold laner in the mix too. Cars coming in, so we don't really know if he's going to make his debut here on the first day of MPL ID Season 11. But yeah, synergy and chemistry, that's the big question we have for the team right now. I feel like with the amount of time that they've been given from Season 10 and 11, this shouldn't really be an issue anymore. They should have already fixed some of these, chemistry problems. The synergy should already be there. The only thing I'm worried about is that the identity that they utilized that was super strong in Season 10, they can no longer utilize that anymore. With different players, you need to be able to find a new style of play, and that's where I think they haven't found it just yet. We'll see though. Again, we still don't know. We haven't seen them play on stage. All I've ever heard are just scrim rumors. And from the scrim rumors, you can't really tell who the strongest is, because, it's an experimental battle.
Yeah, I thought Mirko was gonna spill a little bit.
No spilling in the... Well, no spilling tea, man.
No spilling tea?
Not here.
Not here?
Not on stage. Maybe backstage.
Maybe backstage. Because backstage, Mirko likes to mention other things other than tea. He can't stop talking about Samsung.
Of course.
He keeps saying that he wants to get endorsed, and I'm always wondering, why? Right? And it turns out, I understand now, looking at the specs, Mirko.
Well, looking at the specs here, I think we got to throw it to the man who knows all the specs. Right over there, on to the left, Rashi, tell us.
Gen 2, 8, just 4nm Snapdragon 8 processor, right? It's just so good, so fast, no delay in your mobile activities, and RAM up to not 8, 12 gigabytes. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Memory up to 1 terabyte. That's Tera, that's not Giga anymore. And the screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with 120 refresh rate. So gaming, fast hand maneuvers, quick reaction speed. This phone will allow you to elevate all of that and just get you better than ever. And of course, the battery life is also insane. So you'll never have any issues grinding all the way.
And on that note, we're going to take a look at the official starting lineup for both of these teams. So this is going to finally answer our questions. From the side of Aura Fire, still the same 5 with Facehugger, Fluffy, Kabuki, Hai, and Godiva. So this time around, it's not Chayat in that gold lane. They are going to bring their main 5 roster with Kabuki coming in.
Wow. Again, we saw... and well, it's the opposite here for the other side. Cars is going to be playing in the XP lane. Now again, this is interesting, right? Vincent, the new jungler, stepping in as well. We already have Highs in the gold lane, Swalo and Wijanarko. Those three haven't changed, but it's not Syep who's actually going to be in the XP lane. It's Cars, the new rookie that has been playing gold lane. Well, at least the last time I saw him was in the gold lane.
A bit of a role change in the first day of MPL. That is definitely a bold maneuver. But for Rebellion, it all hinges on how can they follow up on Wijanarko. We talked about him being the main key to victory, the main dynamic engage tool that's so decisive, so dangerous in the right situations. If they cannot follow up on his plays, automatically that also lowers the weaponizing potential of Wijanarko, because now he can't be sure that the follow-up is coming. So synergy is definitely in the question. If we can see that though, then it's going to be an Aura side to try and maneuver around it. Because honestly, Godiva is great, but I think in a way, right, when it comes to head-to-head unpredictability, I do think that Wijanarko, oddly enough, has an edge in the speed and of course the unpredictability.
You're right. And on stage here, on the screen, we see the fans coming in. So other than the fact that we have so many changes in rosters and so many changes in maybe coaching staff, we also have a new venue. And even though we moved, we still see the fans on screen still coming to support their fellow brethren. But oh, what's that?
It's a poster with
It's a Godiva Kadira poster, Mirko!
It's Godiva in the flesh, you can see it. It's photoshopped in with the face there. Oh man, the Aura fams are here really to, up the mood here for Aura Fire once again as we welcome first the Blue Bulls up on the stage. welcome Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion, otherwise known as the Giant Slayers, right? Because last season, they were able to take down the top 3 of the regular season and even up to the playoffs, right? They took down RRQ, they took down EVOS, and they took down Aura Fire.
With so many changes, a lot of people are writing them off, saying that there's no way they can maintain the same kind of quality without the same 5. But keep in mind, last season, they were also written off and people said there's no chance they win against the bigger names in the league. But they proved everyone wrong, and today they will attempt to do so against their opponents right here.
The Indonesian Dragons walk up on the stage with confidence. Welcome them right here, right now. It's Aura Fire.
Will they be able to keep that top 3 title? That is the main question. Are they even still the people's champions with how evolved these other teams are proving?
Flexibility is something that they have in their arsenal. Only if they explore it though. The first game will be so telling in how much they have changed, how much they've improved, and how unpredictable they are. Because initially, as we mentioned, unique heroes were just so bewildering to their opponents and us casters alike. But now, with a bit of a read on how they like to play, we'll see if anything new really comes up, because we talked about the patch already and how there's so much potential in Aura, a team that likes to try and find these off-meta picks before anyone else in the league has their hands on them.
But now on screen, we do have the coaches from both teams. From Aura Fire, it's going to be Coach Palevi with the CL, the new analyst. But Rebellion Zion here, Chico, and also a new analyst, Vivi.
Once again, you're seeing some new changes, right? But honestly, Vivi here has been somewhat of a shadow analyst for some time for Rebellion Zion. We're seeing him finally up on the stage. And as you can see, we're seeing some fist bumps, showing sportsmanship here right before we get into the match, into the drafts as well.
It's a scary situation in the staff department here, because for both teams, changing players is a big deal. Changing coaching staff, in a way, is an even bigger deal. This is a person that can impact all 5 players at once, and that kind of synergy can make or break a team. If the coaching staff does not vibe well with the rest of the team, that can just ruin the whole playstyle, the whole identity of a strong, dominant team. So, as we already mentioned, there's just so many questions that need to be answered, and we just can't wait to get into it. As you can see, the players all very ready on their Samsung, just ready to just confuse everyone yet again.
Man, you know, right now, what I have in my head is just Aura Fire. Their sister team just won M4, right? The confidence has to be like there for them too. It's kind of a morale boost, a confidence boost, right? When you're so close with your sister org, training together, even scrimming together most of the time, you have to learn a lot of things from them. And I think right here, Aura Fire are coming in with that confidence already. Remembering again the history that got them there.
Honestly, you can even see it reflected in their gameplay, right? I mean, Carl TZ, he's known for his assassins, but throughout M4, he was mostly on that utility jungler, which is what we see from High. And in addition to that, both teams have an aggressive roamer, so there's a lot of similarities between these two. And I honestly do believe that you're right, Miracle, it's because that they're so close to one another. Of course, they are going to be trading information here as well.
Well, speaking of the maneuver, though, I think these two teams have a bit of a contrast in how they maneuver around. Aura likes to confuse their opponents with weird rotations and strong side lanes to pull apart their opponent's team members and disable them from having a very effective 5-man teamfight composition. Whereas for Rebellion, we've seen that given the right tools, they have no qualms at all banding right behind Wijanarko and following up on a huge 5-man engage. So we'll have to see who crumbles to the pressure first, because if Rebellion can't get pressured, then they won't be able to go for that aggressive style yet again.
You have a fun fact here by Grab, Mirko. You look kind of confused. What's up, bro?
Yeah, Aura Palevi was the first person to actually receive the Best Coach award in MPL Indonesia Season 9. Back in Season 9, this was when we really saw Aura Fire start to pop off. Season 8 was the start of it, right? When they finally got to the playoffs. Season 9 was when we all thought, we all believed for some time that they might actually be able to win it all.
Season 9 was when the patch really accentuated them, right? But talking about patches, talking about meta, it doesn't seem like Aura Fire is that great at following patches, at following meta heroes, right? I mean, a prime example is Kabuki. Last season, when his Beatrix was taken away, realizing that Kabuki is a fighter gold laner, right? He pulled up something like the Yuzong, he makes that work, but since it wasn't meta last season, when he was forced on heroes like the Claude and the Wanwan, it didn't seem like he could perform as well.
They're definitely a team that likes to go with their own pace, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Sometimes they'll reach a conclusion, a new meta before any team even thinks about it, but sometimes when the meta is just so solid, so defined, they do struggle to try and adapt to it. But we've said it already, in a way, the current patch does favor Aura quite a bit, mainly in that EXP lane though, so we have to wonder, are they going to be playing around for Fluffy or for Kabuki? Obviously the ideal answer is both, but against a team like Rebellion, if you try and, you know, do too many things at once, you end up not doing anything effectively, because Rebellion is very decisive in how they want to go for their engages.
Fluffy is a very active XP laner. He likes to be in the fights whenever he can, right? So again, looking at his hero pool, it's those mobile heroes that we've seen from time to time again. To add on to that, you'd really want to go for some wave clear, and I think Benedetta is a hero that really works at this point of the game, right? We've seen Benedetta start to pop off again with the current nerfs onto Glue. Benedetta has become a little bit more prio in that lane, a bit of flex potential too, as you can actually, you know, flex it over to the jungle. Unfortunately, I have never seen Hai play that Benedetta, but with Fluffy at the helms in that XP lane, with the Paquito also just getting a few buffs, that's, you know, his signature hero that we've seen so many times before. And I think, again, the XP lane, like you mentioned, is going to be playing a massive role here, as well as the roaming position. Because with the changes right before M4 that we did not see in Season 10, we had some changes in the Vision game, where you can no longer hear anything that happens outside of Vision, right? So with Godiva playing all those initiation heroes like the Kufra, like the Kadira, and even the Ruby, Wijanarko having a similar hero pool, these two are going to battle it out when it comes to initiation and cheese as to how they find these crazy picks.
There's going to be a battle of the front lines, right? The XP and the roam position is usually the beefier members that can just set up the movement for their team. Are they going to be moving forward? Are they going to be trying to kite back and escaping? It usually relies on these beefier members up front. So if Fluffy goes for something more aggressive, that also means that the rest of the Aura will be forced to try and adjust and do the same. And I think, in a way, we can say the same for Rebellion, because if Wijanarko goes for something more defensive, you do see that on, let's say, a Mathilda, the rest of the team plays a more reactive playstyle. And I think that's an important thing to try and read into, right? The tone and the style that both teams will be doing. I think that's going to be very visible from the first few picks in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I agree with you. And when we're talking about both of their playstyles, I agree. Rebellion Zion, since Wijanarko stepped in that roaming position, they do more counter setups rather than that early game ganking. But ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart MPL ID Season 11, we are going straight into the drafting phase between Rebellion Zion as well as Aura Fire. As, okay, looking at the bans, it's already quite fast. The Kadira, Kaja, and the Faramis already banned out by Aura Fire. And on the other side, we have the Wanwan and the Joy taken out by Rebellion Zion.
You do see a bit of a difference here for Aura. They're banning away all the utility, the engage tools, fearing that it's going to be very difficult for the other side to try and make that happen. But you can see that Wanwan, Joy, and most likely here, another strong laner will be what the team is going for. Because if they are expecting strong side lanes and strong individual gameplay, I think that's going to be exactly what they need to be banning out.
Well, looking at it here, unfortunately, we are having a little bit of an issue with the assets, so please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. It should still be Aura Fire on the left side with their bans here. The Kadira, the Kaja, and the Faramis, like you mentioned, still waiting on the first pick. I'm still trying to decipher who's on which side. I believe Aura are actually on the right.
Yeah, because the Kadira ban, right?
Yeah.
We're assuming that, of course, Rebellion Zion want to take the Kadira out of the board. So Rebellion Zion had the first pick, and they are going to be picking up that Glue. So a really strong, reliable side laner in its own regard. Right now, one of the most contested in that lane. But Aura Fire, they are responding very quickly with a Fredrin and a Valentina pickup.
Okay, there you go. I kind of confirmed it by looking back. Ladies and gentlemen, on the right, it's Aura Fire. On the red side, second pick with Valentina and the Fredrin. So on the left, it is Rebellion Zion. There you go. We finally see it fixed here.
All right.
We're going to take a look at the pick again. The Glue answered back again by the Fredrin, right? We all know how Glue is just so oppressive in lane, but with the current nerfs onto him, he's a bit more susceptible in that lane. There's going to be a lot of killing pressure that Aura Fire can place there with the pick onto Valentina, with a little bit more mid-control, and maybe with an aggressive roamer. To add on to that, the Fredrin pick is just such a solid flex pick that they've already picked up for themselves that can be flexed over, but unfortunately, we haven't seen it go to the XP in such a long time.
Ooh.
Whoa!
That is going to be a Lunox picked up by Rebellion, and we talked about this. Hyas is very good in that, well, we were saying Hyas is good in that gold lane on the Lunox, but of course with a Beatrix here, it's most likely going to be a mid-lane Lunox, and it's a good solution here against the Fredrin, trying to shred down that max HP, that beefy front line, but of course against a Valentina, it's going to be a bit of a question of aggression here in the mid lane. Who's going to get that prio? Because Lunox in the early game is surprisingly, right, unexpectedly quite dominant with the sustain, but Valentina ain't no pushover either.
Yeah, a fun fact actually, Suelo has the highest mid lane damage. So he is #1 on the damage contribution as a mid laner. So choosing something like the Lunox is definitely his style. He likes to go for that damage, and the damage he will go for. But on the other side, Claude is going to be the pickup. So we've mentioned this before, right? Last season, Kabuki on the Claude, it wasn't an amazing performance. He did his best. But with the Claude being picked up, can he still be that active gold laner that we know him to be?
Active? Define active, right? If you think he's going to be joining team fights early on, that's definitely a no-no, right? On the Claude, you're here to farm up until you get those power spikes. And I think at this point of the game, up against someone like a Beatrix who has been nerfed from time to time in that early stage, not being as oppressive as she was back when she was just released, or back in Season 10 when she was absolutely broken, you can say that the Claude is going to be active. Not active in team fights, but actively farming in the gold lane, clearing it up with the Blazing Duet, and utilizing the range and the mobility that this hero has in his kit to rotate over to the mid lane and even take some more camps in the enemy jungle. It's all about farming for Claude, and based on the streams that I've seen Kabuki play the Claude, that's how he usually takes it.
Well, you have to question that in the gold lane now, we're talking about how Aura likes the two strong side laners to try and confuse your opponents. With a Kabuki in the picture against a Beatrix, it does seem like Rebellion will have a very clear-cut way to actually try and win the early game against Aura. And for the side of Kabuki here, if he wants to try and play this Claude aggressively, as you mentioned, it might be a bit too difficult. There's a lot of ways that Rebellion can punish a Claude that goes in too aggressively, or perhaps a Claude that does not have the right battle spells to facilitate that kind of aggression. So that the emblem as well as the battle spell from Kabuki will actually be quite a big factor in how the game's going to play out.
Yeah, it will show us the play style that he wants to go for, right? Does he want to go for the Avarice, or does he want to go something crazy like the Killing Spree? Definitely going to be a disadvantage, I believe, for Aura Fire because of their playstyle, right? They like to go for that 5-man team fight, and the way is that the side lanes from that early game is already so active, but because he chooses something like the Claude, like you mentioned, it might cause some problems, but of course we're going to see how it pans out. Coming into the second phase here, we have the Ruby, the Hayabusa band out as well. Rebellion Zion with the Lolita and the Ling. So we can already see that both of these teams are starting to respect ban one another, right? The Ruby taken away from Wijanarko, one of his power heroes. It also goes against the composition that Aura Fire wants to bring out. It might be a potential stress factor for Claude. But as you can see here, the Cho pickup for Aura Fire.
A great hero that can just go for those big pickoffs, facilitate the early game clearing as well. In a way, the clear is almost as good as the Lolita that Rebellion has banned away. But they banned away that Ling as well. So I guess they believe that the Fredrin will not be going into the jungle. But keep in mind, we talked about very strong heroes available in the hands of Fluffy. So if it's flaxed out here, Rebellion will get caught off guard as they have 2 more heroes to round out their composition. So far, it's pretty solid pressure in both the side lanes. Now, can they secure something for Wija to actually enable the rest of the team to be aggressive? The jungler is going to be a Martis.
Solid pickup here for Rebellion Zion. The Martis when they already have two very squishy heroes, they need another... Whoa, wait
a minute.
They need another front line was what I was going to say. Then I saw the Lapu pick. That makes sense. Then you take into account that, hey, they've already picked up the glue.
Roam glue?
It should be a roam glue. I don't think I've ever seen a roam Lapu work that well, and Orifire round up their drafts with a Paquito pick. So it is going to be Fredrin in that jungle. We'll see the Cho in the roaming position, and then that Paquito, once again, the buffed one, going to the XP lane. So glue, roam, Paquito, XP. That should be what's going on here. We're going to take a look at the audience prediction too here. 86% to Orifire compared to the 14% to Rebellion Zion.
All right. I mean, like I mentioned when they walked in, I was wondering, right? Are Orifire still the people's champions? Because a lot of people have said that GEEK Fam and Rebellion Zion are the teams, the underdogs that a lot of people see promise and are supporting this season. But looking at that, man, 80, what? How much is that? 86% for Orifire?
86, I believe, for Orifire. So the people definitely still believe. But soon, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going straight into that land of dawn. And this is going to be a banger. We're already seeing so many unpredictable picks. Let's see how the game's gonna go.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. The Blue Bulls going against the Red Dragons to kick a start off MPL ID Season 11. Both compositions have been set in stone. We are gonna see exactly whose composition, whose impact, and whose execution will come out on top as we enter the portal for game number 1, match number 1, Rebellion Zion and Orifire.
Oh, we're seeing it already. Region Arco putting the pressure down onto Godiva, forcing a flicker out. Might actually be going for more here with another flicker. Sway Low picks up first blood in the mid lane with the help of Region Narcos. Crazy aggression early on the glue. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 5G. Yeah, that's what Glue Roam does.
That is what Glue does in general. If you're moving backwards, he excels. And in the roam game, in where the early game engagements are so all in a way, Ouija just abuses that glue pick, and with the Avarice also gains a lot of gold in the process. So already an off-meta pick, as we mentioned, and Vincent's on the Martis with the Demon Slayer. So we're gonna expect a lot of jungle contest here. But of course, he's up against High, also on the Fredrin with a Demon Slayer. And I think it's just going to be such an aggressive game because Godiva here, for now, is going to be out-damaged, out-pressured by Ouija. But once he reaches level 4, he will have more chances to make those big game-changing plays.
This is why... Oh, wait a minute. Waylo, is he going to be okay here?
Should be, right? Fluffy just going in for a little bit of poke damage. Maybe you can call it just burst damage because Swaylo was taken quite low there. Pops the regen, and now they're going to go for it actually all the way, committing under the turret. Swaylo falling, and Orifire picks 1 kill up on the board again. Rebellion Zion, though, not staying still just yet. Going on to the turtle with High, stunned up with his damage down. Car's going to be able to dish out so much to take the kill over with the turtle secure as well. 2 minutes in, and Rebellion are doing really well.
They are. They're definitely leading here. They're timing things really well, but in the mid-side, Region Arco gonna be taken down here.
That's a lot of damage. Both these teams are just going head-to-head, and honestly, the Romans are just so aggressively going at it, but I think the pressure is still on Godiva. He needs to try and get the perfect, the more decisive way of the Dragons, because otherwise Ouija does not rely on that ultimate. He can just go in and out again and again, and it's just so oppressive. It's a style that really suits Rebellion Zion and their need for aggression.
That's why when I looked at the patch notes, it said nerf to glue, and I understand, right, that early game is kind of weakened a little bit, but not as much. But on the top side here, Fluffy gonna get taken down.
Oh man, we're just seeing a lot of miscalculations happening for Orifire as they are going for a lot of these skirmishes without actually going for any setup. Meanwhile, in their own lanes, maybe stepping over, extending a bit too much on their comfort heroes. Sure, the Lapu wins up against the, the Paquito actually wins up against the Lapu early game, but once Cars gets to that level 4, the Bravest Fighter actually gets him to a pretty okay standing with the Paquito when it comes to all-ins. Trade, sure, you still lose, but when you get those all-ins, with someone like a Lunox, that's when it gets crazy. They can go for some more here in the mid lane. High jumping in. That's a split by Wijanarko onto High. Looking for more as Godiva's going to be able to pop in that Shunpu to disengage from the team fight.
Both teams going at it. And as you mentioned, I think Aura can actually use this Paquito pick a bit more decisively. Usually we see the Paquito get ahead in lane solo, and then Fluffy goes around and becomes a huge problem for everyone else on the map. But now with both teams roaming towards the EXP lane, it just makes it easier for Rebellion to utilize the better team fight, the better AoE to try and get ahead. And in the gold lane, both gold lanes can just clear, but look at this damage coming in.
Car super low, the bravest fighter, Godiva, is able to knock 3 up, but it's not going to be able to find anything more there. It's going to be Vincent who finds the retribution on the turtle. Facehugger stealing the brilliance away, but Cars is still way too tanky, still surviving, even baiting Facehugger in as Vincent jumps in with a decimation, and he comes in again to finish the kill off. Vincent so low, but High is immobilized under the turret. Swaylo is massive, and High is going to be jumped on again, brought back for Swaylo to pick up a killing spree. Rebellion 3,000 gold lead.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful team fight by Rebellion Zion. And I gotta say, this Lunox pick up by Swaylo was just beautiful, right? Aura Fire, they're trying to go in with front, and unfortunately, because of the passive from the Lunox, it's just not gonna happen. They get shredded. What's going on here, Rashi?
The Lunox, the proactive early game Lunox pick is just so deadly. And Wijanarko, he's not done yet. He's going in. The dynamic duo with Swaylo.
Oh man, the split. Swaylo even jumping in there onto the back. Kabuki's going to be able to find one. Swaylo is pinned down, has the brilliance. Will they be able to get out of this one? Swaylo has the flicker, not going to be able to use it just yet though. And that's going to be actually a trade back. It's all just a bait. Facehugger is going to be slain under the turret with the decimate as Vincent pops the recall in. Highs picks the turret back up. And now we're going to take a look at the items because Rebellion, they've been able to chain these events so well into each other. And Aura Fire have not had the opportunity to respond to any of these plays.
We've only seen a glimpse of the items, but you can definitely be sure that Rebellion Zion, with this kind of tempo, with 3.7k gold lead, they're actually going very aggressively as Vincent gets the Sky Guardian helmet. So he's going to be a lot more oppressive and moving along. And look at High, going for the Radiant Armor, trying to make sure that Swaylo does not get out of control. 4-1 earlier, and now 4-2. But it doesn't matter. If he just trades evenly, this is a Lunox that scales so well in the late game. And with everyone occupied with Wijanarko, with Cars on that Lapu, he has so much space to maneuver around and output that damage. And look at the mid lane.
Again, the bravest fighter baiting out the IMU. Godiva with a defensive way of the dragon. You know it's not a good time when the Cho, your roamer, has to use his ultimate defensively. High right now is 2 levels below of Vincent. Cars is going to be able to zone High away, and if they don't, they're going to be caught here. Rebellion doing a very good job playing around the neutral objective, forcing fights to happen, and creating these chances for them to keep on going, keep on looking for these crazy team fights.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Rebellion
down below, Kabuki gets slain.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Aura keeps getting caught off guard here. I didn't think I would ever see it, right? Fluffy on a Paquito, not really winning in the lane, only getting the Bloodlust Axe several seconds ago. So this EXP, the strong EXP lane that has always been the backbone of Aura and their maneuvers is not available, and Godiva, to make things worse, is falling behind, constantly getting picked off by the members of Rebellion. And with 5 members here, it's going to be way too difficult.
And Godiva was looking for a way to dragon onto someone, but it's just unfortunate he is not going to be able to find it just like that. So many members are clumping up together in Rebellion Zion's composition, and at this point, they can really just stick together. They already got their power spikes on Highs and Swaylo as early as 8 minutes, and this is your time to completely just take over the game through mid-control.
This is Aura Fire big brain time, right? Because usually when they fall behind like this, Kabuki is the one that's active on the map, and that's exactly what he's doing. But wait a minute. High here.
High with the Appraiser's Wrath. You're tanky on the Fredrin, but not that tanky to withstand the Lunox and a Beatrix.
Well, keep in mind though, this is what we've been talking about. Kabuki having macro awareness, split pushing in the side lanes, being a complete nuisance, and still getting a decent amount of gold. He has reached his power spike with the golden staff, and if Rebellion Zion is not careful, they're going to lose more and more objectives, more turrets, even though they're 5k gold ahead. And of course, the threat of that backdoor is always looming in the back of their heads, but Rebellion still push that tempo.
Wijanarko again isolating Godiva for the taking there. The snipe not just connecting, but Highs is going to be able to rotate down below. Again, it's perfect timing for them, getting Godiva low so that he can't really open up towards the Lord that's spawning just right now, as you can see from the Lord cam presented to you by Samsung.
I mean, at this point, right, even if Godiva was there to open up the map, I mean, Highs already has the penetration to do so. So it doesn't seem like at this point Aura Fire is in a position to be able to contest the Lord. So that is going to be a free Lord for Rebellion Zion. And I'm just questioning a lot of things happening on the board right now. What is with the Paquito pick? I know Paquito was buffed, but compared to how strong other choices of side lanes are, I do believe that the Paquito is situational. Like, you would choose the Paquito against someone like the Benedetta in lane.
I honestly think this is just a rare case, where we see Aura Fire just get completely outdrafted. I don't think the problem was with the Paquito. The Paquito was just like, I think the Benedetta could have been the better choice here with more mobility. Fluffy could have joined more team fights early on. But I think the main problem with the draft lies in the mid lane. No mid pressure. Remember, Lunox was picked up pretty early up against that Valentina, but they decided to go with Cho instead of something just with more map or mid control in that wave department. Maybe something like a Grok to help with the Lunox crazy dominance in lane. It's just impossible for them to rotate across the map and get that Paquito rolling from the start, because the Paquito is a full snowball hero at this point in the XP lane. He needs to win that laning phase. If Cars gets to level 4 before he can get a lead, it's over, and we're seeing it here.
And I think it's just also Aura Fire not really playing to the advantage of the Paquito. We saw that they weren't allowing Fluffy to get that very dominant, very aggressive 1v1 situation. So now they need a huge combo, but the spacing from the Zion is way too good.
Sway low with the Ruby DD combo. It's followed through with the brilliant Matar flickers forward with the stun. It's a wombo combo up in the base of Aura Fire. Cracked open like it's nothing. 10 minutes. No, make it 11. No, it could have been 11 minutes for the first game of MPL ID Season 11, but it's 10:53. Close enough.
Rebellion Zion now leading the best of 3 series 1-0. And it seems like right now history is starting to show that it might repeat itself, right? I mean, history says Aura Fire has never won a match, and it usually is a 2-1 against Rebellion Zion. And we're seeing the exact same thing happening here today.
We question if it's because of Kaid instead of Kabuki, but that does not seem to be the case. In a weird turn of events, Rebellion Zion lives up to the reputation of the Giant Slayers, going up against an 86% audience prediction and ending the game at about 11 minutes. What a dominant performance, and what a great show of intelligence in the drafting phase as well.
I have a fun fact for you, Rashi.
What's up?
Talking about the game duration. Rebellion Zion last season had the fastest average game duration. But like at both ends of the swords, right? Like their fastest winning was against Aura Fire as well. 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
So they just beat that.
Yep.
11 minutes, 20 seconds.
They beat their own record.
Now it's 10:53. It could have just been 11 if they waited a few seconds for the start of MPL Season 11, right? It could have been so good. But hey, you know what? A win is a win, and I think Rebellion Zion aren't complaining at all after that victory. It's super fast. I don't even think we've seen a 10-minute game in the MDL this season. So to say it was dominant is kind of an understatement.
A lot of questions about the different members, the new people, the new members. Can they match up against Wijanarko? Can they have synergy? But honestly, if you just look at purely coordination and how they were playing around, you could say that the Rebellion has better synergy than Aura, at least for game number 1. Everything was just flowing in, the pressure, the setup, the rotations at the right pace at the right time, and of course how they're positioning and in those team fights in order to not get comboed, maybe get womboed by a knockout strike coming in from Fluffy. So everything just comes in together so well.
I think for me, again, I think Eterna is just speechless,
Sorry,
obviously.
Oh man.
What are your thoughts? Let's just get some of Eterna's thoughts. Eterna Fire.
I mean, it's no secret that I really do support Aura Fire. I've supported them since Season 8. And this is not the same Aura Fire that I supported back then. I don't know, maybe because they're just testing each other out. I mean, right. But there's like the new patch. They're going against a new team.
New coach.
They have a new coach as well. Perhaps a lot of things are coming to play, but they are not the same Aura Fire that I fell in love with 3 seasons ago. The synergy was off. The drafting was off. Do you remember every time we go into a drafting phase, guys?
We're always confused.
Yeah, exactly. We're always so confused. We're like, okay, we see an Esmeralda and this and that and that. Who is going where? That unexpectedness, that surprise factor. We didn't see that in game number one.
We didn't see that at all. Like in the drafts, it was so. I mean, it was pretty one-dimensional, right? It was. I mean, again, Fredrin, Valentina, Claude were the first 3 picks, and we know exactly where those 3 are going to go. The Fredrin, sure, you can still say it's a flex pick, but we've never seen it in the XP lane ever since M4. Even to the later stage of M4, we just never saw the Fredrin go to the XP lane because of just other heroes being much more viable, like the Glue, like the Lapu, that's coincidentally also placed into the hands of Rebellion Zion, forcing, again, Fluffy to go for something a bit risky, like the Paquito. Personally, still a fan of the Paquito pick. I like it, especially early on. We saw that it was able to put some damage on the board, but with that mid lane presence that Rebellion have, that is so much more present compared to the Cho Valentina that just can't really face off against the Lunox Glue. That's where the issue, starts.
For sure. Look at the item builds right here, and look at all this damage coming in. Swalo rushes the Divine Glaive just to ensure that any kind of resistance built by Aura Fire won't be enough to stall the game. Just everyone getting bursted down, and it's just, again, a good mix of magic damage, physical damage, because Heist just goes for the Malefic Roar instantly as well, and in the right hands, in the right situations, we saw that damage coming in from the Beatrix, not really going for a lot of big AoE combos, going for the Nibiru, just basic attacks to ensure that the thicker members, the tanky members from the side of Aura gets slowly but surely melted down. And honestly, despite Aura not being on point, what is on point is the Caster Curse.
What Caster Curse?
Well, I think this only applies in MPL ID, but yeah. Eterna kind of has a curse, kind of. I don't know, it works in strange ways, you know?
The Aura, what do you want to call
Aura
it?
Curse, right? I think it's always when she predicts Aura to win as well.
That is true.
It's unfortunate, but again, right? I honestly feel like right here, it isn't. For me, it's really hard to pull off this draft. I think that's the main problem for Aura Fire, and if they can actually, fix that issue in game number 2, we're gonna see a much better Aura. Maybe even the Aura that you love, Eterna, and all the Aura Fire fans. Yeah, don't cry, it's fine. It's called Aura Fire, not Aura Water. Don't make it water just yet, right?
Not yet.
Because let's take a look at the post-game recap and have Arashi dissect it again, because despite having a very hard draft to pull off, I still feel like they did the best they could do.
Well, they did the best they could do, but looking at Fluffy and High, right? 2 of the quote-unquote key players in the team having a 25% kill participation. Clearly, the early game at least did not go according to plan. They were trying to match the early game, but with the Glue, not in the XP lane, in the roaming space, means that oppressive all-in nature of the Glue can be brought to every single lane. And you saw that in the jungle, in the 2v2s, in the 3v3s. Wijanarko is just out of control and an absolute menace. And even when Aura tries to output all their damage and burst out this Glue, that split just gets him out of jail. It's a get out of jail free card, and the rest of the team, it's not like they're pushovers. Swalo on the Lunox, we're seeing a resurgence of this very aggressive, very proactive Lunox all the way from the mid lane, just roaming again and again with a good wave clear provided by the roamer.
I actually want to highlight something, right? Because we've been talking about the Glue. Why was the Glue able to do so much in this game, right? And usually, when we take a look at the Glue, there's a counter to it, something that can really melt the Glue down. But again, we need to take a look at Rebellion Zion as to how they actually drafted here. They first picked the Glue, they ban out the Kadida, Kaja, and the Feramis. So they basically intentionally left the carry open, right? The carry that we all know still melts heroes down super, super fast. In the end as well, they even went for the Lolita ban that can, kind of counter the carry too. So they pick up the first pick, Glue. Then they kind of forced, or intentionally again, left the carry open. Aura did not bite, and then you pick up the Beatrix Lunox, and that's it, right? You pick a carry into a Beatrix, it's going to be a hard lane for you. And with the Lunox as well, if you get close to the Glue, or if you try to shred any of the frontliners down, that's an opening for the Lunox to really just burst you down. So they already have the answers to the carry or to anyone who can really try to melt the Glue down. Even the Quad at this point of the game, we mentioned it's going to be some time before the Quad gets to that power spike, so they need to build around that mid control with the trio mid, maybe with the jungle, the mid lane, and the roamer. I think the jungle was all right. Fredrin clears pretty well. Up against a Martis, sure, he loses, but again, main focus in the draft, the main core weakness point has to be the mage and the roamer. Valentina, Cho, not going to be able to clear or put any pressure down with the Lunox blue in that lane.
But the MVP for that first game between Aura and Rebellion Zion, it's Beatrix, right? Highs played it really well. 405 KDA, 841 GPM. Quite a low KP, right? I mean, 56%, Arashi?
56%. It's not high, but high's on the other team, first of all. But this Beatrix was just so solid, and he's just so untouchable because, again, we talked about how the EXP and the roamers are going to be setting the tone, and with Rebellion being so aggressive, with Wijanarko constantly moving forward, he has all the space available to try and output that damage with the basic attacks again and again. And you see it, and you think about the early game, right? I don't think Aura can really contest this early game, especially the big skirmishes, because again, they have a Martis on the side of Rebellion. So a Glue, a Martis, and a Lunox, that's a lot of damage and a lot of burst potential that I feel like they shouldn't really be risking out, especially in the early game. So Aura needs to try and figure out if they can actually get ahead against Rebellion. And if they really can't, they have to try and figure out what is the best way to try and stall it out. Because at this point, if they try to do it at 7 minutes, at 8 minutes, it's too little too late. It's 7 minutes here, and it's 11 kills in the hands of Rebellion.
It's so unfortunate because if you take a look at the way Aura Fire needs to play, right? The only way they win in the early game is if they actually put some pressure in the XP lane and get Cars down. But Cars played the weak side of the map pretty well. He was always just shoving the wave or even letting a few minions, XP, gold, he let go completely of the XP and gold of some of the minions there to just survive in lane, to get to that power spike, level 4. Once he's there, it's very hard to burst, and even with just Wijanarko, one member rotating up top, it's done. There's no one who can really put any kill pressure down.
I think it's credit for him for sure. He was able to actually maneuver around, as you mentioned, against Fluffy, who usually gets solo kills on that Paquito. And I think, in a way, it's also by design from Rebellion, because as I mentioned, they roam there to ensure that Fluffy, you can't get a 1v1, right? We saw that the first initial fight was already 2v2, Wijanarko was already just so oppressive and annoying, and Fluffy and Paquito cannot like 1v3 and just beat out everyone, especially at level 2 and level 3. So that window of opportunity that you're talking about gets denied by the rotation. So it's just very intelligent.
Yeah, I want to say something, but I don't want to be too mean.
All right.
Oh, should I do it? Should I do it?
Do it. We want to hear it.
Should I do it?
Yeah. What's going on?
In game number 1 only, right? Because I'm not saying that this is going to apply forever, right?
Okay.
Because everyone needs time to adapt, right? To the team, to each other, to the opponent. But Coach Diff.
Coach Diff.
Honestly, in game number 1. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see in game number 2 or in game number 3, right? It's still a best of 3 series. Hopefully, Aura Fire can win the upcoming game. But what isn't Diff is a UBS Gold. Coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection, Acts MPL Season 11.
Merch?
What kind of merch is this?
Wait, merchandise?
Merchandise.
Well, we're going to
the
be
actual
UBS
gold,
Gold.
but
We're
merch
going to be drip dipping very, very soon on y'all, all right? We're going to be dripping with UBS Gold. So if you guys don't want to lose out, there you go. Check it out. MPL ID Season 11. And maybe just don't get it. Maybe grab it, right?
Yeah. And on that note, don't forget to support your favorite teams while you order grab with a 26,000 rupiah discount. You can go ahead and check the promo code, or, you know, just scan the barcode at the bottom of Arashi here.
The bottom of me,
I don't
right
see
here.
any
Bottom of Arashi.
You'll see
You
it. It's
can't
right
see
here.
it.
Oh.
Right here.
but
Look over. Look over.
It's over
the
there.
desk.
It's over the
The
desk.
camera?
Over this.
Oh,
right here.
I can
I
see
see
it
it.
now. So
I see it.
all you need to do is take the Samsung S23 phone and scan it to go and get your grab promos. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yep.
For new users, enjoy a 50% discount. 50%.
50? Not 20? Not 25 or
Nah.
39?
50.
Super
50.
value. And of course, get a
Wow.
90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car for
I need
watching the
that.
matches offline. Because in this new venue, it is lit, my guys.
It's huge, right?
It's huge,
Manara
it's amazing.
Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. So for those of you who are living in Jakarta, or even if you guys want to fly in to witness MPL ID regular season of Season 11, come over, use the promo code because you can get a 90% discount. So don't forget to check Grab out. But now we are going moments away from coming into the second game of match number 1 between Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. If you guys missed it, Rebellion Zion is still leading the series 1-0, basically at match point right now for Aura Fire. So Aura Fire, they need to think about this, right? And it all starts from the draft.
Well, I can't wait to see what they pick up. But for those of you who are anticipating things, you can check out the that new event coming in from Grab there on the 18th of March. So stay tuned and check it out at grb.to. But the draft, as you mentioned, Eterna, Coach Diff has to be in the consideration here. Aura has always been confusing, so elusive, and now with a new coach, you're seeing them being a lot more readable, a lot more one-dimensional, and even in the execution in the lane, we don't usually see Aura make those blunders. They are the ones who actually confuse, go all in again and again, and they're supposed to lose and somehow come out on top. We are not seeing that from Aura right now. They need to bring back some of that in game number 2.
And on that note, Mirko, I need some insight, right? I mean, Tezet is no longer in the coaching staff, but Tezet isn't usually the one to go on stage, no? So why are we seeing such a significant difference in that drafting?
Well, honestly, for me, Season 10, it was him who actually stepped on stage. He was the head coach, I guess, for the Aura Fire lineup. But from what I heard, again, it was mostly Facehugger and High were actually doing the drafting, right? He was just acting as the analyst. He was giving some data out as to maybe if Facehugger wants to pick something like a Fredrin, he gives the win rates. Oh, you know, this is how you've been performing in scrims. Basically, that kind of thing, right? And right now, I think Coach CL and Palevi have a little more hands-on approach to how they actually draft, right? On top of just Facehugger giving out his opinions and what heroes he thinks should be picked up, there's also the opinions coming in from Coach CL and maybe Coach Palevi. And because there's so many heads clashing in the draft, that's maybe the reason as to why you're seeing a very weird style of draft that Aura Fire usually don't go for, with a very one-dimensional take on things.
So we'll see if that gets repaired, right, for game number 2. As we're now witnessing the drafts for this second game between Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. And both of these teams have opted to go for the same side. So Rebellion Zion still on the blue and Aura Fire still on the red.
They have very similar bans to the first game as well. A lot of engage, a lot of pressure banned away by Rebellion, and they ban away that glue. I guess knowing that there's a potential for Aura to try and use their own weapons against them. For Aura though, they've been going for these strong side laners, heroes that can be they can make a lot of outplays and confuse Aura that likes to go all in. Joy and 1-1 can dodge away from a lot of danger and actually turn the aggression around. So I think on that note, on Tezet, right, having data is just so important in the drafting phase. Knowing the rates, knowing the tendencies of your opponents and what they're going to pick will allow you to have a lot more read, especially if you're trying to outsmart them in the drafting phase, trying to bait them out with a flex pick. So I think even though he's not the main coach, his role is definitely appreciated for sure. Aura will ban away that Yeeve yet again though, so Rebellion, they have a chance to try and go for the same thing here.
This is very interesting. I thought if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's literally not a change, not a single change to Aura Fire's bans here. Meanwhile, for Rebellion, they've already changed something. They went for the glue ban, leaving the Faramis open. And the obvious, you know, thought is maybe pick up the Faramis, right? They've left the Faramis open, or now maybe they want to go for something a little bit more, you know, a little bit more Rebellion style.
Oh, rebellious.
Rebellious.
What,
I don't know what that
Fredrin?
means, but like maybe more engage or just pick up the carry first pick. But they go for the Fredrin. So yeah, still utilizing the flex pick that, again, we still don't know if it actually can be used as a flex pick anymore. Maybe Rebellion might shock us because they flex picked the glue and I didn't think it was going to be a flexible hero.
All right, we'll see. I mean, it is the safest pick, right? The Fredrin. Very strong in the laning phase as well. But Aura Fire here, they have the choice to pick up their first 2 heroes.
Pick up the carry.
Are they going to be picking up the Faramis, though? I think carry
it's a bait,
is solid, right? I mean, the only nerf to carry is the fact that her passive got a little bit nerfed, right? But it kind of only makes her a little bit weaker in that early game. But overall, she still scales as well as she does. But looking at this, right, the Faramis pickup as well as a Cho, it's still flex, right? We don't know where this Cho is going for Aura Fire.
Well, if you think about it though, if they have a Cho here, yes, there's a potential for them to go Cho mid maybe and use the Faramis as a roamer, but on paper, right, logically speaking, most likely the Faramis will go in that mid lane. So we'll see if Aura is now bringing in that unexpected factor yet again. But for Rebellion, they picked up Valentina, and I guess it's going to be another cult altar on cult altar kind of game. And with a Beatrix and a Fredrin on the side of Rebellion, that's a lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE if the members of Aura try and group together.
We got a drum battle going on in the stage right now.
I couldn't hear Rashi.
Aura and Rebellion. I'm sorry, Rashi. I was trying my best to listen, but then these fans just went ham, and I had to focus on them because they were literally demanding our eardrums to be planted next to them. And Jisai is actually here from the MDL. He plays on Rebellion Sinai. He's now supporting Rebellion Zion. Still with the drums, telling his friend to keep on going. Let's hope we don't get to, you know, hear that a lot. Let's focus a little bit here with the Faramis pick. It's wow, they really didn't change much aside from the Faramis pick that can kind of be countered by the IMU that has already been locked in with the Valentina.
In Wave Clear though, they do have a slight advantage, but it's still, especially in the gold lane, very ultimate reliant. So Hai's the man who was the MVP in game number 1 will be able to just try and bully Kabuki yet again. Now you have to question, are they going to try and go for a similar composition but a different execution? They were dragged along to the pace of Rebellion in game number 1, following them around and just having their playstyle ruined by that glue. So without that in the picture right now, there's a chance for Aura to come out on top unless Vijanarko once again comes with something completely unexpected.
Ruby ban. There you go. Oh man, I don't know. It felt like in that first phase, Aura Fire were drafting exactly how Chico wanted, right? I mean, with the pickups coming, they took the Valentina knowing that for sure Aura Fire would have picked up that Faramis. It's getting scary, but second phase of the drafts now, Rebellion Zion, they have the choice to ban the first hero against Aura Fire. Are they gonna be banning away Hai's hero, taking away the Ling perhaps? Realizing the Ling can go to the back side of Rebellion Zion, they do need to be able to still protect this Beatrix. And the Ling it is.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Ling ban last game, then Lolita. I don't see what's stopping them to go for the same exact route, right? They changed a bit by not banning, well, by banning the glue and letting the Faramis open, but that's about it. And Aura have also stuck to almost the same draft, only changing the mid laner.
I don't know. Do you think this time around maybe Rebellion Zion wants to pick up the Lolita for themselves?
They could. It's going to be a very good counter engage. We've seen it being used that way. And against a Cult Altar, against a Claude as well, there's a lot of chances for you to just shut down those AoE plays. But Aura banned away that huge song, so they might be going for something in the back line even. But they have I guess they're just afraid of the Petrify Furious Dive combo that can be a huge setup for everything else in the hands of Rebellion. But I don't know, Yutong wasn't the first champion, the first hero that comes to mind for the side of Rebellion.
Why the Yuzong ban?
It's just, you know, the AoE damage that comes from the Yuzong. Obviously, the lane advantage as well. He is kind of a lane bully, and maybe Aura Fire wants to pick up something like a Benedetta or even something like a Paquito again. I think at this point, the Paquito, we saw it early on, and we didn't really see much success because of that mid-pressure being toned down by Rebellion Zion. Now, with a bit more mid-control, they can go for the same Paquito, but I still believe that the Benedetta is just the better option to go for currently for Aura Fire.
Both these teams are just batting out all these heroes that can dive into the back line. So I can't help but feel that for Rebellion, this makes a bit more sense, right? They have a Beatrix that can be a solid source of DPS. We saw Hai's perform really well on it. But for Aura, I guess as you mentioned, Mirko, it's just the AoE, the tankiness, and the fact that maybe the Black Dragon form can just wreak havoc in the back line. But now I do feel like they need, to justify these picks, they must get something that's quite vulnerable that can provide something else, something more. AoE, crowd control, something of that nature.
Let's see, it's the Edith pick. Now the question is, where's the Edith gonna go? It's gonna be a Cho jungle, I believe, at this point.
Exactly. My theory, I mean, we've seen Godiva pick up really weird heroes in that roaming position, right? I mean, way back in the day, he picked up something like Martis. At the time, Ruby wasn't too meta, but he picked that up as well. But one of the heroes that he used to use was Edith. This was one of the heroes that I predicted that Aura Fire would definitely bring up because of the buff that it has. And remember, because of the buff that Edith had, which was the revamp to her passive, instead of dealing damage, magic damage based on her level, it's now based on the enemy HP. So going against someone like the Fredrin, that's going to give Edith an advantage now.
It is. Here it is. Let's see what the two picks are. It's going to be an Estes lock-in up against the Feramis. It's the battle of the Ube here. And also the Benedetta pickup. Just a solid XP laner that we mentioned earlier. Aura Fire, I feel like they could have just taken it away from Rebellion Zion if they went for it first, because the Edith, sure, it's a hero that's been buffed, but I don't think it's a prio hero to go for early on in the second phase. But here we are still. The Benedetta has been taken away from Fluffy. Now the question that I have is, I think Aura can go back to their roots by utilizing this to flex. Again, this Edith over to the XP, but that's not what they're gonna do.
Wait a minute.
Lunox jungle. It is Lunox jungle. Fluffy Edith. So it is a flex. There you go. We're getting
Fluffy
a glimpse of that Aura Fire. That is unpredictable. The Season 9, Season 8 Aura Fire is back.
Oof, Aura now has a very solid amount of just dives in the back line, and it seems like for Rebellion, it's a bit of an Ube kind of thing. They want to rely on highs to output that damage, and the Valentina does damage as well. It's not too long range though, but she does provide a decent amount of crowd control with the Terrified. So I think it's going to be a human ball strategy being used by Rebellion. And in the early game at least, that access is going to be so annoying with the unending sustain. So there's a chance that they can do the exact same thing unless Aura becomes the ones that are proactive and try and find these opportunities early on, either in the laning phase or in the skirmishes.
I'm excited, Mirko. I'm excited, Arashi. Finally, we're getting two drafts with very unique heroes. A flex coming from Aura Fire with the Lunox being placed in the jungle. And Lunox versus Fredrin in the jungle, Lunox might have an advantage, but we are going to see how the rest of the teams are going to execute as we jump into the Land of Dawn here for game number 2 between the first matchup of Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion.
So far in the emblems, nothing too crazy. Kabuki does have the gold, the Avarice emblem, which is it's going to help him just scale a lot faster in this game.
Yeah, and here, honestly, I do want to take a look at how this Edith Benedetta matchup works, right? Because on paper, Benedetta has the Eye for an Eye that can literally counter that onwards and even the Earth Shatter that he has, or she has, within her kit. So level 2 is where Cars can actually get a lead, and yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. Cars is actually going to be able to dish out a bit of damage and also get out away from the lockdown. So I think Fluffy actually just counterpicked himself with that Edith rotation flex over to the XP.
I gotta agree with you. I don't think the Edith can lane properly against the Benedetta, realizing that the animation of her CCs are so slow, going against something like the Benedetta who can counter CC. It's not a great time, right? Of course, the Edith can clear faster because of the buff she has, the damage to the minions, but honestly, looking at that matchup, I would have preferred something like the Paquito.
Yeah, this is where the Paquito actually would do so well up against a Bene. But you're not seeing it just yet. And in the mid lane, we're seeing it. Early on, yes, Feramis does have a bit of a lead when it comes to clearing out the minion waves, but as time goes on, the Valentina will be able to catch back up, and the mid lane is probably going to be like a bit more even than it is a win for any side.
But now you're seeing a bit of a switch up here. The roam battle is a bit different, because now Godiva has more pressure, more damage, quote-unquote, and more kill threat, especially now that he's level 4 with the Dragon. So Wijanarko cannot be as oppressive. He's forced to just play defensively as his team will be, in a way, forced away from the turtle.
Cars now in the midst of it all, jumps with the Eye for a Knife. Fluffy with the Flicker, not able to actually cancel Vincent out, as he is still able to find the Retribution here, as that's the final blow again. Onto so many members. Fluffy picks up the first blood, but they're all so low. Rebellion with one neutral objective take. They'll trade it. They'll accept the trade that Aura Fire has forced them onto.
Not really sure about the decision-making that Aura Fire made there. Clearly, Rebellion Zion were already being able to set up for the turtle, but seeing that, Aura Fire still went for it. I thought they were going to look for a counterplay maybe on an opposing side of the map, but they committed to that and they lost.
well, they still have a gold advantage here. They lost the turtle, but they got that first blood onto Cars on the Denadera. And speaking of that EXP lane, right? Any small amount matters, because in the EXP lane, later on especially, it becomes a very intense and prolonged 1v1. So if Fluffy can get ahead, maybe he can do something, but with an Edith, that also means he's going to be stuck trying to have more difference in those team fights. So even getting him ahead will not be a reliable way for Aura to try and force Rebellion Zion to move a certain way.
I mean, the reason why Aura Fire still has a little bit of more gold is probably because of the choice of emblem that Kabuki has as well, right? He's going for the Avarice, so he needs to play a little bit more passive, I guess, in that sense, but he is going to be able to farm up better. But looking at this here, already engaged from Rebellion Zion.
Good read by Kabuki with Blazing Duet now, but it's going to be actually the way the Dragon locked in on the Swaylo, who's still able to disengage for now with a good cancel. Cult Altar placed in already. Town prediction says it's 5-1. Aura, one Aura. Eterna's the only one here on the desk. So hey, you can prove all of us wrong.
I mean, I'm nothing if not loyal, but here, Facehugger gonna get all in as well, like me, with a town prediction.
And he still survives, just like Eterna on the desk. Fluffy is looking for more here. High steps back in, and you can already see the damage from Fluffy building, right? Top side has been pushed in though. They gotta be really careful about this. That's more pressure to play with.
Oof, Rebellion now they have a bit more of a sustain advantage. Later on, there will be both the Blessing of the Moon Goddess as well as the Cult Altar they can use to try and outlast, outmaneuver Aura Fire. And in the late game though, you do have to think that it's a Beatrix up against a Quad and a Lunok, and look at the damage!
Guys?
Oh, so close.
So close! That was a sliver of HP, guys! But on that note, that's actually going to force Kabuki to recall just in time for the turtle take.
Cars again dashing out from that Earth Shatter from Fluffy. The onwards there, and he goes for the flicker, but it only finds Cars. It's still Vincent who wins out the Retribution battle. The Kudo finds another, but look at the back lines with the healing. Vincent is massive with the Appraiser's Wrath. Vincent is still alive, but he will fall ultimately to the hands of Facehugger. Fluffy now in the midst of it all, recalled over. Swaylo picks up the kill. It's a 3-for-2, and that 1,000 gold lead is back to the hands of Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion have drafted with so much sustain, right? They can rely on the Holy Healing from Wijanarko, but they can, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess from Wijanarko, but also the Cult Altar from Swaylo if he is able to get that Cult Altar away from Aura Fire, Rashi.
And if you look at the item builds right here, finally, there's going to be a tough boots for Kabuki. He only has a Demon Hunter sword. So these tankier members on top of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess is going to be so difficult for him to deal with. Same thing is for High on that Lunox, only a Clock of Destiny. So the longer the game goes, I assume sooner or later, Facehugger is going to build a Glowing Wand, and that's going to allow them to have more reliable damage. But all these heroes can get out-sustained because their damage isn't without cost. It's very ultimate reliant. So in the later stages of the fight, if they want to risk using their damage to weather down, to melt down the big frontline members, it's going to be a bit too much. But look at the play.
High's locked down, but that's going to be the healing coming in, saving Highs. The Cult Altar's been placed, and they've lost in the sustained battle because Vincent has come back in under the turret, not using the Appraiser's Wrath just yet. Notices that Edith has actually gone missing from the map. Card is going to be able to push in the mid wave, and that's more pressure for Rebellion to play with to siege down this turret. Aura Fire, they're still trying to commit for this defense. Fluffy doesn't have the flicker to play with just yet. He goes for the Earth Shatter here, and that might just be a lot of damage. Once again, plays onto it. That's the commitment from Aura. They're trying to defend, but High will be popped. Will be popping in that Brilliance, as that's the final blow, dealing so much onto the back line. Even the Petrify was used in. Fluffy has to use that ultimate to get out to safety. Defensive ultimate from Aura Fires across the board.
So unfortunate. I mean, it seems like Aura Fire, they're trying to look for some compensation. We see that Kabuki is trying to push in that top lane, trying to get a turret out of it, and a turret they will get, but other than that, every time this dynamic duo, right? The dynamic duo from Death, Wijanarko and Swaylo, every time they go in for a rotation, they always get something out of it. And Aura Fire, they can't handle that kill pressure, that aggression that both of these players are playing onto Aura Fire.
Keep in mind that Aura Fire is not also always all together in the beginning of these engagements. They usually come in sort of late, whereas if you look at Rebellion Zion, due to the nature of their composition, they're always sticking together. This is how, from the draft at least, it seems like they planned out on playing, and Aura Fire is matching and following their game plan instead. So Aura needs to try and find a way to try and change it up, because otherwise, Rebellion Zion does not have to do anything. At a 2.5k gold lead, they can just ride on this momentum, and they've already taken so many structures, so many turrets, that it will allow them to just find more pickoffs, more dives under the turret.
Again, Fluffy's going to be zoned away from this tier 1. A good siege coming from Heist, but Pixar is still opting to actually stay there. Bit of a miscalculation there as the Shadow Stampede brings Vincent a bit too far away from the Earth Shatter to hit. Godiva's still looking for an opening. And on this show, I have to say, right, we saw a fun fact earlier by Grab. Godiva's the only member who picked up the Edith in Season 10 with a 100% win rate. That's really why I thought that the Edith will go to the hands of Godiva. And again, that flex hasn't paid off at all currently looking at the game.
Heist looking for a play here, but look at Fluffy counter-engaging!
With the Earth Shatter, but look at what IMU was able to steal. It's the Cult Altar brought back as well with the healing. Cars is still alive. Vincent brought back to the team. Finally a kill back from Aura Fire as they look to climb their way back into the game. But only the jungler, the utility jungler, the frontliner has been taken down.
And it isn't as timed as well. Oh, but it actually might be. 8 seconds left for the Lord to spawn. Aura Fire, are they going to go for it or not here?
They can risk a big team fight here. They have a numbers advantage, and without Vincent in the picture, one less front line, one less source of pesky crowd control that Rebellion can use to counter them, but look at this play.
Good Earth Shatter. Godiva going to be able to bring Swaylo back in. Facehugger is there, but the final blow from Cars, the rookie for Rebellion, doing a whole lot, but High secures the Lord. High is going to be able to gun them down right now, jumping in again onto Godiva, but with a very good maneuver, is able to get out. Godiva jumps back in, is able to knock Highs out, but Swaylo picks up the scraps, and it's a 2 for 3. Aura Fire, they find the neutral objective, but they lose out in the team fight.
Is it worth it? Okay, so Aura Fire with the Lord, they are going to be able to delay a little bit longer, right? But in the grand scheme of things, no, it isn't. And this is where we see a problem. Aura Fire, they like to play with that playstyle. They like to go for that 5-man team fight. But the fact of the matter is, because of the way that they drafted, they are going to lose out on it because of how sustainable Rebellion Zion is. They need to find a way to bait out big resources from Rebellion Zion, either the Cult Altar or the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, before they commit for a 5-man team fight. Because otherwise, Aura Fire, they're going to lose out in that long, drawn-out playstyle.
Well, if Aura Fire can find an engage onto Highs, right, the core members, the main DPS source, we saw that Rebellion Zion is forced to move backwards, and Highs will be able to survive, but they'll be forced to use all the resources, the stolen Cult Altar, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess to keep him alive, and he won't be able to dish out that damage. So if Aura Fire can find the same kind of engage, easier said than done, they have a chance here. But otherwise, even in the late game, Rebellion Zion can't have enough damage, enough sustainability, just move around slowly but surely, taking out the members of Aura Fire, and they are beating Aura Fire at their own skirmish-heavy game. If you take a look at the items here, already a Lightning Truncheon, and that might play a huge role here because Rebellion Zion are going for this turret.
The siege potential is definitely there with the Beatrix here. Cars already looking for an opening. Maybe just to shot some damage. Final blow as well to cut the waves out. Eye for an eye. Perfectly timed. Godiva with a flicker. Bringing him back with the Way of the Dragon. The Earth Shatter connects as well. That's 2 Cult Altars with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. But Kabuki's massive onto the back line with the Blazing Duet. He wipes them all. And Aura Fire are back. Guns blazing. 3 for 0 to Aura. And they have equalized the gold lead.
3-0 taken out for Aura Fire, and now they are going to use the space that they were able to get onto this mid lane. They've taken the 3rd tier turret. They've taken a turret in the top side as well. What are Rebellion Zion going to do with the timers already so high? But Godiva!
He's able to find a Jikundo flicker, but is not going to be able to punish Ouija. It's actually Cars who finds the kill back. That's the Blessing of the Moon Goddess once again popped in by Ouija. Fluffy forced to back away. Rebellion Zion have fended for now. 1,000 gold lead onto the hands of Aura Fire. But it still is Rebellion Zion who are able to withstand and prolong the game.
What an unfortunate turn of events for Rebellion. Going in with the Benedetta there. I think it's a bit too aggressive. Look at that. Electric Final Blow already being used. All the resources being used right here. Cult Altar. Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and once Kabuki saw that everything was down, he goes in, and that's way too much damage, and Highs on that Beatrix does not have the tools required to try and outplay the damage coming in from that Blazing Duet. That is a critical issue right here that needs to be amended, because if Aura Fire can force Rebellion Zion and at least force Highs out of the fight, they do not have the edge in those prolonged team fights due to the lack of DPS.
They need to be masters at baiting those really heavy ultimates here, Mirko.
Seal play here. High spotted it out. Call Alter as well. High is still trying to run away here. High is going to be gunned down there by the side of Kabuki. High finds the kill. Facehugger as well in the back line. The Lord falls to the hands of Aura. And it's the comeback that is almost just fulfilled by Aura. In the top side, you can finally see a trade going on as Cars is able to find a turret back. But what I want to mention in the replay that we saw earlier was the fact that Kabuki pops the Blazing Duet before he actually jumps in with a BMI. He places the BMI, Blazing Duet, then he jumps back into that team fight. So he's able to deal 100% of his Blazing Duet damage without having to wait from a delay. Because if you usually just jump in with a BMI in the Wind of Nature, there's a possibility of you just getting stunned and you will lose 1 second or 2 seconds even of your Blazing Duet damage. So that just shows why he was able to dish out that much damage.
And you can even see from the charts, right? The damage dealt by Axe. Definitely him in the top of the charts, but here we go, Cars!
Again, caught off guard, and Cars is gone. Aura Fire marching down with the Enhanced Lord here in the mid lane. Just waiting for the waves, micromanaging it. Vincent trying to look for the clear. The Buru's Passion as well. Brilliant's going to be popped in to look for an opening. Vincent still in the midst, able to help his team clear out the Enhanced Lord. Aura Fire not getting too hasty this time around, rotating over to the base turret up top after taking the bot side turret down. Godiva with the concealed play, and the Jeep Kundo able to find Sway Low, but Sway Low goes with the Brilliance, escaping, getting immobilized there. Godiva in the front as well, opening it up once again as Fluffy's able to flicker forward. That's going to be mini waves micromanaged by the side of Rebellion Zion, but the first damage from Aura will mean that it's 1-1 in the first match. Eterna, the curse is no longer a curse, it's a blessing. One talent predicted Aura.
It feels good, bro. It feels good. It feels good. I mean, we were talking about the drafting, and even looking at it, it didn't seem like... Okay, wait, I can't say that, actually. I feel like their draft was better in game than game number 1.
Aura? For Aura?
Yeah.
Well, we saw the signature confusion, right? The signature elusiveness that Aura has been known for now. And for Rebellion, instead, it's that straightforward approach, having the human meatball strategy, and then not having the surprise effect of a glue, despite the fact that they could have gone for the exact same thing again. So, as Mirko mentioned, a bit weird in the drafting phase, but Rebellion still has a chance. It's an equal 1-1 right here. And there's just so many things that both these teams can try and change up, and that was what makes it so confusing, so difficult.
It was so close, right? It was so close. I mean, Rebellion Zion, they were already leading from that mid-game, that early game. I think that turnaround was when they were going for that first turtle, and it didn't seem like it was going to work out for Aura Fire, and Rebellion Zion were able to just really, what's the word for it? Dominate the map, right? They were able to rotate really fast. The what's it called? The Devil Duo that I mentioned in game. Ouijinarlo. They were able to rotate so quickly, look for pickoffs so well, and put that pressure on the side lanes that Aura Fire are actually known to be strong for.
Oof, I mean, for Rebellion, they had so much potential. They were able to actually get so much ahead just by outplaying the members of Aura. But keep in mind that during the whole time, Kabuki was still being able to farm because he was on the other side of the map. That is an aspect that they weren't really considering. And I think that's also part of the reason why they were so desperate to just go in and get a decisive fight in the top side, knowing that Kabuki was just getting more and more farm, and we saw that how devastating it is. And I think there's a bit of a mental aspect here as well. Once they lost that momentum, Aura were able to just completely keep running straight at Highs, and he's forced to retreat. And the Beatrix really isn't that mobile. So he gets caught out, twice, I think? And that was just the beginning of the end.
Yeah. So many times, honestly, that Highs was caught out despite having a Cult Altar to save him, and even a Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Maybe it just... Those two abilities, those two healing or sustainable abilities gave him a false sense of security where he always was able to position however he wants in the team fight, and that was ultimately what gave over the win to the side of Aura Fire. Also having no lockdown, respecting the Blazing Duet was something that was overlooked by Rebellion and even by us here, because that Blazing Duet did so much and there was nobody who could say anything about it, right? Even with the Fredrin knockup, the Blazing Duet does not get cancelled out. You need a very hard single target CC to stop that.
That's
Wave
why.
Dragon.
That's why
Blazing Duet.
we were talking about it, right? We thought that they would have picked up the Lolita, but they didn't, right?
They didn't go for that, and honestly, I feel like towards the end, we saw that part of the reason why Rebellion was able to get so ahead is they were using the cult altars, the stolen ones from the IMU, very aggressively. Towards that late game, I think they failed to realize that power spikes are here for Aura Fire, and they were using it aggressively, and then they didn't have it available for the Blazing Duet because it's still a very solid counter, right? Because even if your HP bars from the cult altar gets taken out, it still buys you enough time to just wither out the rest of the Blazing Duet, and you can go back at it again. So I think it's a slight bit of miscalculation. And towards the end, if you look at the item builds, Heist does have that Wind of Nature, but it's a bit too late. The damage is already done. And with everyone just getting back into the game from Aura Fire, there is a Faramis, there is a Lunox, all with a Divine Glaive. That is a lot of damage that Heist still has to contend with without any magic defense items. Of course, Kabuki on the Cloud, building the Corrosion Scythe as well on top of his core items is a very smart choice because the issue with Rebellion Zion is that they have very limited mobility as far as their main body of activity, right? Yes, cars can go and be mobile and move in and out, but with Janarko, Vincent, and Heist, the main mid lane trio can't really outrun anything. The Shadow Stampede, anything that Aura just uses to try and catch up to them will catch up to the members of Rebellion.
You know, I was looking at it, right? And I thought something was so weird.
What was it?
Seeing Hai use the Lunox is so weird. I mean, I'm used to Hai being that utility jungler, right? Being the one who builds full, like, defense, like, tank items, but he went in with a Lunox with full damage. I mean, the only defense item was probably, like, the Winter Truncheon, but even then, he actually made it kind of work. I mean, towards the end, he was shredding, especially after you mentioned in the game where he was able to get that Lightning Truncheon after that Clock of Destiny. That's where it really started to change for Rebellion Zion as well.
Well, if you look at the stats, he has 100% kill participation, so living up to his reputation. But Kabuki, highest gold per minute despite the shaky early game and highest damage dealt. This man is the gold digger. He's been known as that for quite a while now, and you see it. Even though his team is struggling, he finds windows to farm, he finds space to be relatively safe, despite the fact that if he's being chased by maybe cars on the Benedetta, it could be a bit difficult to deal with. So I think Rebellion Zion needs to try and formulate a game plan around this, right? If you can shut down Aura, that's great, but afterwards, how can you ensure that they don't still have that league game guarantee in form of Kabuki?
Exactly.
I mean, looking at it again, right, I honestly feel like the Estes last pick was the only pick that I disagreed with, or I'm disagreeing with right now, right? Because the Fredrin, the Beatrix, the Valentina were all super solid picks. Even the Benedetta towards the end was a very good pick to try to force Aura Fire, again, to, play heroes that they're not really comfortable with. The Estes, though, with the Estes, sure, you have sustainability, but remember, in the later stage, with a lot of burst already coming in from Aura Fire, with a lot of AoE burst being present on the Lunox, even with the Claude, especially in the Edith, you gotta remember, this is, I think, an overlook as well from the side of Rebellion Zion. They overlooked the fact that Edith deals AoE magic damage, and we could see the AoE working like a charm there with the Blazing Duet comboed in together. And again, it's just that one team fight. I'm picturing it in my head as well. I believe you viewers can do it with me, right? Top side, Kabuki, Wind of Nature, Blazing Duet first, then BMI's in.
Right, he is the MVP.
Trying to visualize it.
Presented by the Samsung Galaxy A series. 0 deaths, despite how aggressive and how determined the playstyle is from Rebellion Zion. I really do think that is just the way it is. That part of the reason why in game number 1 they had so much success outplaying the majority of the AoE from Aura, unlike this game, was the fact that they were able to position so strategically away from each other. But now that they have to group together for the Called Altar, for the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, it also allows Aura to get a bit more of those combos. And we did see it happen, particularly towards the late stages of the game. So that is still one weakness, one opportunity that Aura Fire can definitely use.
Yeah, I think one of the main not advantages, like the edge that Kabuki has, it's got to be that macro play, right? The way he's able to rotate towards the map, that map awareness. And we're going to take a look at the heat map here for the first 5 minutes for Kabuki.
He's just all around in the gold lane, moving around in the jungle, just trying to get as much gold as possible, right? But then afterwards, until he knows that he actually has the items required to make this big play, he doesn't even approach these fights. If you look at the heat map, that one play in the top side is the furthest away from everything he's been doing for the rest of the game. But he arrives there at the right exact moment to change the whole course of the game. That is the understanding, the movement, and I don't know, the experience coming in from Kabuki, just knowing the timing and how to read the flow of the game.
I think that also shows like a difference in terms of his playstyle, right? I mean, him being on the Claude, him using the Avarice emblem as well, it pays off a bit more if he stays in lane and puts those punches onto his opponent in that gold lane. So he was laning a little bit more safe, as now we're also going to take a look at the MVP highlights.
Well, you see in the early game, it's just very difficult for the members of Aura to deal with the sustain, and to top things off, for the most part, their main damage heroes are not the ones getting taken out in the initial stage of the team fight. But later on, you can see that with everything thrown away at highs, he is just forced to retreat, and slowly but surely, Aura has the option of chasing down the members. And it's just way too difficult, especially when the fights get so decisive and happen so quick like this. You can see that Aura has glimpses of that exact impact, but High here just didn't have enough damage, and the rest of the team just weren't on the same page for that. But in this fight, it's a whole different matter. Of course, credit to the engage coming in from Fluffy, right? He starts the whole sequence of events. Blazing Duet, BMI, and the backline is completely decimated. And if you try to escape, try and go back to base, only 1 or 2 members can do that. And once Aura saw that opportunity, they do the exact same thing in the bottom side. And despite all the efforts being made by Rebellion, they were unable to save Highs, who just gets picked up again and again. And it's just classic Aura from then on. Just aggression and all brute force take on that base.
Timing was also beautiful, right? The moment Kabuki went in with the Blazing Duet was the moment that Rebellion Zion already popped off those 2 integral core ultimates.
Yep.
They got way too hasty. Way too hasty, right? I mean, Rebellion Zion, I think with Cars opening it up, the way he was able to final blow to the backline as well, I don't really think that was necessary, especially in that moment where they kind of needed to poke and bait out resources, right? He could have used the final blow when the wave actually crashed in to try to zone, so at least, even if Aura Fire wins the team fight, they get the tier 2.
Right, I think there's also the fact that they have the range advantage. They have a Beatrix, right? The whole idea is that we have a Beatrix. She does a lot of DPS from far away, relatively safe, and she can be safe. But there, they just go in for it and allow High, not Highs, as well as Kabuki with shorter range to just have that much impact in the fight. I think it's a bit of a mistake, but we're hearing that there might be a small break here, Mirko.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, they are standing 1-1, right? And history says that Rebellion Zion win 2-1. So history still has a chance to repeat itself. But of course, before we get the answer to that question, we are going to go on a short break. Mirko, me, Eterna, as well as Arashi, we'll see you after the break.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh.
And gentlemen, boys and girls, Aura fans out there, as well as the Blue Bull supporters, welcome back after that short break. For those of you who missed what was happening, it's still a 1-1 between Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion. But of course, on the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna, alongside Mirko, and of course, Arashi.
What is up, man?
What
it's
is
good
up?
to be back 1-1, right? So the stakes have been set. We saw a dominant Rebellion Zion, mainly because of a mistake that happened from Aura, right? In the drafts. Game number 2, I still feel like Aura Fire made a mistake in the draft and how they utilized the Edith. The Flex Edith did not really work out in the laning phase, and we saw why Cars was able to get so much pressure around the neutral objective side early on. That's why the Turtles were always constantly being given over to Rebellion Zion, and that's the reason the early game went so well for Rebellion. Thing is, one blunder in the team fight, they overlooked it in the drafts. They picked up the Estes instead of something that can really lock down the Claude, and the Claude was just a menace.
A full menace, and there's nothing they can do against it. The Valentina has a bit of crowd control technically, but it's not nearly enough, and it doesn't come out fast enough, especially when Kabuki is the one that decides at any point, okay, this is when I'm going to go in. And as Rico mentioned, he does start the Blazing Duet first and then Battle Mirrors in afterwards. So it's just a very quick, and you don't really have time and space. You need to predict it. But of course, if you're forced to predict something like a Blazing Duet coming in, then you're going to pop your ultimates very early. And I think that's also part of why they didn't succeed. So I think Rebellion, if they want to try and get aggressive, going with sustain can work, but they still need a very healthy amount of crowd control because that seems to be the core of their identity. When everyone can initiate the fight, when they can go all in and be aggressive, that is where they excel the most.
And on that note, let's see what the drafts have in store for us for the final game here in match number 1 between Aura Fire and Rebellion Zion. Aura Fire and Rebellion have opted to switch spots though here in game number 3, as Aura will be on the blue and Rebellion on the red. And as you can see here, Aura Fire already banning out the Wanwan and the Valentina, and Rebellion Zion once again with the Kaja ban.
Look at the setup already, right? The Valentina ban, why did they go for that? They found so much success, well, since Season 10, and even here right now, still with the Faramis. The only hero that can kind of counter the Faramis when it comes to just taking skill is Valentina, right? So Valentina is already there to try to set up that Faramis take once again, as Aura Fire have locked in first pick for the 3rd and final game. They stayed on red side for game 1 and 2, and now they're really going for it. The Faramis pick that has been banned by Rebellion before, but now if Rebellion go for the Faramis ban, they're gonna leave the glue open for Aura Fire to take. So, never mind, Aura Fire actually takes it away from Rebellion. So, at this point, I really don't see why Rebellion wouldn't go for the, ban towards the Pharah.
Faramis, if they ban the Faramis though, the Yeve is available. It's a hero that Facehugger can use. We did mention that it did get nerfed quite a bit, but it's been banned so far. So I think there's still value in that hero. It has a lot of utility, and that's how Aura, we've seen, being able to actually get on top here. The utility, the catch, the setup that we talked about coming in from Facehugger. On the Faramis, it's sustain and the Shadow Stampede, but on the Yeve, that's a lot of poke damage, and the Immobilize coming in from the Rodent inflation, it might just catch Highs or even Swalo out of position.
Value in me?
Yeah, I agree with you here. With the Fredrin being banned though by Rebellion Zion, Aura Fire, they now have to choose, right? The 2 heroes that were to be contested was the Faramis and... Whoa, wait a minute. Faramis and the Yeve was what I was about to say, but because the Kadita was left open, Aura Fire finally, after so many seasons, we have not seen them be able to pick this hero up. Aura Fire, they've been able to claim Kadita, but at what cost? Rebellion Zion have picked up the Yeve, and if they want, they can go for the Faramis as well. And that's just huge wave clear in that mid lane. They do have enough power. And you mentioned the Yeve nerf, right? I mean, the Yeve nerf, I don't really consider it a nerf. Like, the only thing that I feel is crazy was the fact that the ultimate's cooldown is increased so much. It's almost 60 seconds, but that's even before items.
Second skill too, though.
The second skill slow reduced, but only in that early game. The max cap is still at 75%.
I think the early game nerf is very massive to Yeve, because that's where she's most vulnerable early on already, right? You still gotta wait for your items now, compared to back then where you already have so much utility, and now you might actually be forced to get that Ice Queen 1 earlier before even the Enchanted Talisman to really have that utility effect. Meanwhile, late game, I think late game, in terms of utility, almost everybody has that slow because the Ice Queen 1 will already have been built by if you have a Lilia or any other hero. So the Yeve nerfs, I feel like, have impacted especially the laning phase and how oppressive she used to be in lane.
It just changes how she's supposed to play around, at what point can she clear reliably, and how well can she trade with the range still being available on that slow, and no one's actually being forced to actually stick in that slow zone. So if Rebellion can force Aura into that position, maybe they can try and make something happen, but against a Lapu Lapu and a Kadita, this Yeve pick is vulnerable, and just like that, they've also secured the Claude, and Rebellion have an answer here in the form of that Ruby, but you do have to question if it's enough. I think they require a bit more just in case, because Aura can very easily cycle out those ultimates and keep Rebellion just out of crowd control.
Yeve is vulnerable but only to damage, right? Because none of the heroes from Aura Fire can actually cancel the real world manipulation. But right now, it's not going to be the carry pickup for Rebellion Zion, but rather the Fanny.
I like it too. I think it's great, right? I mean, you're already here with a Yve and a Ruby. That mid lane is already pretty solid up against the Kadita when it comes to just wave clear alone. Fanny, on top of the mid control that they already have, is going to be able to put so much more killing pressure now onto the gold lane, which is the Claude. And Aura Fire will need to try to ban out these crazy, aggressive, early game gold laners, the bullies, the Brody, and yeah, I would just say Brody here.
Enters the scene. Your team
Clint,
is
Clint is pretty oppressive, but the Claude has ways around the Clint. You know, the Clint's also very easily caught by the Kadita. Doesn't really have a lot of self-sustainability.
But the hero that can't be caught by the Kadita is the Fanny. So now, because of that, Aura Fire, they need to look for a source of CC, single target, to be able to at least slow down the Fanny's tempo.
Or at least stop her from diving all the way in the back line uncontested, because if you look at Rebellion, they have banned the Akai as well, knowing that that knockback from the heavy spin will be so difficult to deal with. But we saw a bit of a snippet there, a fun fact for Godiva on the Kadita. He is a solid player on this hero, and all teams have been respecting it. But as you predicted, Mirko, the Brodies are getting banned away. They desperately need to require Kabuki to actually be relevant in the late game. That is their win condition that happened in game number 2. If they can make it work again in game number 3, it's all fine and dandy.
Ban Melissa. I think that's another hero. There you go. If they need it, look at the composition. So much melee, so much dive. Melissa can just pop the go away and Kadita has nothing to say. Lapu can still get the damage down, but once you're done with the anti-CC part of your Bravest Fighter, it's going to be really hard to get into that back line, especially now that you already have a Yve and Ruby. The Melissa becomes such a good hero in this composition. It just played front to back. So Aura, I think that's what they need to try to focus down.
Okay, we'll see here. The Faramis is going to be the choice of ban by Rebellion Zion, realizing that Facehugger's not yet picked up his hero. And Aura Fire, do you agree with this, Arashi? Melissa ban?
Melissa ban, I think it allows them to actually have security in the late game, but they go for the Moskov, the more oppressive, the more aggressive marksman. They can force Kabuki into those really unwanted all-ins. So it makes sense, but as Mirko mentioned, that Melissa will have a lot more utility, a lot more impact in the late game, and of course, the ultimate that damage per second AoE that is not reliant on your ultimate. So it's something that fits with what Rebellion Zion likes to do.
Ooh, but this means for Aura Fire, they can go for Assassin v Assassin if they want here.
They can go for it, right? I mean, the Yuzong is still up for grabs as well for the XP lane, but they decide to go for a Harith. So we spoke about lane bullies and the Brody, Melissa, even the Moskov came up here in the discussion or in the bans. We completely forgot about the mages that can still be utilized in the gold lane, even a Lunox, right? But they opted to go for the Harith for more consistent damage, not just a burst one shot.
I was saying, like, the other plot twist here is if Godiva does not play the Kadita, that'll be like hilarious to me. Just like Aura going back to his roots, being completely crazy. But now, with all this dive, I think they still require quad control. They have pick-off coming in from Godiva, and but Rebellion, they're not going to be forced to stick together, so I don't think it will be enough to rely on Godiva alone on the Kadita. And there you go,
Farsa and Cho. But this is where I'm a little bit confused, right? Obviously, the Farsa is a power pick for Facehugger, but the CC coming in from Aura Fire, right? The ultimate from the Cho, he's gonna have to choose between the Fanny or the Harith. Is it enough CC to really slow down the aggression coming in from Rebellion Zion at this point?
I think the Cho will have to just focus down the Fanny. Meanwhile, the Harith is going to be targeted down by the Petrify and the burst damage coming from Kadita. I think that's the best case scenario, right? And I think Rebellion right now, looking at the Feather Airstrike that is possible for Aura Fire, they need to pick up something like a Yuzong that I mentioned earlier, but they go for an Esmeralda instead. Something that has been buffed in the recent patch, but again, the Esmeralda up against the Lapu, you're a bit more oppressive in this lane. Lapu is gonna have a pretty hard time, but Lapu has a hard time anyways against any hero level 1 to 3. Will Esmeralda have a good impact here? The mobility that she has, and if she goes for Purify, I think she will be able to, you know, give a lot more pressure down
That's
if
the-
she goes Purify.
Yeah, that's the issue with Esmeralda right now, right? Because Dominance Ice was changed, it doesn't have that 10% cooldown reduction. But the problem is, the Esmeralda still needs that cooldown reduction, but she also still needs the Dominance Ice to go against someone like the Lapu Lapu in lane, which prevents the Esmeralda from building tank later on. So we're gonna see if the Esmeralda is viable still in this current matchup. We've seen it pop up a few times during MDL, but let's go see how it all pans out as we enter the Land of Dawn for the final game between Aura Fire as well as Rebellion Zion. We heard a little bit of a gasp from Mirko. What's up?
No, I was kind of just shocked because I thought it was Lapu in the jungle. Then I
would
saw
be
it.
extra.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked because I was looking at the replay, but then they swapped. It's fine. Okay,
Right.
Cho in the jungle.
In the mid lane, though, you do see a lot of contesting here. And as we mentioned, the early game is going to be less oppressive coming in from Sway Low. In a way, he is on a signature pick. On the flip side, as we predicted, Hides and Cars with the Purify to ensure that Godiva won't be that oppressive of a presence with that Petrify. But he's getting very, very low here. Oh! That's first blood picked up by Sway Low on the back of the Impure Rage emblem as well.
Easily there, picked up. Janarko still has the flicker. He's going to be able to pop it in just like that. High comes in with the Jikundo, trying to go for the Lethal Wander. But Vincent here on the Fanny.
Ooh.
Pretty slick cables, if I do say so myself here. Gets a turret shot, though. And remember, fun fact, the Fanny is not as OP as it used to be with the steel cables. Now almost all the assassins with their dashes can be cancelled by the stuns. You know usually how you use the steel cables, you get knocked up, but the steel cables still connect,
Yeah,
so
you
you
still
still
keep
move.
flying.
Yeah, now you stop mid-air.
That's a big change. That is part of the reason why Fanny was just so difficult to deal with, because she can still close the distance regardless. And I was about to say, there's a good amount of crowd control, but there's not really a lot of easy targets for Vincent to try and pick up on that Fanny. Yes, there are vulnerable heroes like Kabuki, like Godiva, or Facehugger, but for the most part, all these heroes have mobility that can be used to try and counter that Fanny. So especially in the early game, if Rebellion Zion is relying on her, on the Fanny, to try and be the insane one-shot presence, it's not gonna be that easy against the composition that Aura has picked up.
I mean, remember though, but wait a minute here. We're gonna see the turtle take coming in from both of these teams. Fluffy!
Cars, the Purify Janarko with the disengage. Bravest Fighter by Fluffy, able to pop it in just like that, and that's High picking up the Retribution with Way to Dragon as well. Going on to Cars, but it's gonna be Vincent who picks up a kill back in. Now the real world replacement is getting popped in, but Godiva jumps into the back line, forcing it away. Sway Low forced to run, but Godiva runs him down and picks up another 2-2 in the stat line.
It's tough right now, right? I mean, Rebellion Zion, what I wanted to mention before that team fight around the turtle was the fact that the Fanny was buffed in terms of that HP. So realizing that the Fanny is so easily countered, they've actually increased their durability. But the problem is, with that buff, Aura Fire still doesn't have a reliable source of CC to be able to take her down. And you can see the dominance that Vincent can have on the Fanny.
Well, maybe later on, High can be put on Fanny duty with the Way of the Dragon, but that will also mean that he doesn't really get the chance to just kick someone backwards towards his team. But in a way, right, with all the dive possible from the side of Aura Fire, it might not even be necessary. I think Rebellion Zion right now, they just have to be very careful on the burst damage potential, because it's a Farsa, it's a Kadita, right? These are two very strong sources of burst damage in the early game, and combined with maybe Fluffy or High, just a slight bit of crowd control, it can be devastating. As we take a look at the talent prediction, we got an Aura sandwich in the English press.
Yeah,
What's going on?
But on the Indo desk, they're just full Aura. 3 auras, right? I mean,
yeah, they're on fire.
Looking at it, I actually do like Rebellion Zion's composition a bit better. I think the only iffy comp or a pick for me has to be the Esmeralda, right? I mean, he did go for the Purify that I mentioned earlier, so he is going to be a bit of a menace. But if he falls in the early stage, it's going to be quite of a disaster here, maybe in the mid stage. You can already see the mid control from the side of Aura Fire. Facehugger actually stopping that feathered airstrike, knowing Janarko is right there to punish him with the I'm Offended. Both teams disengaging, but without the feathered airstrike, now the turtle has actually spawned in. High is looking for the Way to Dragon, doesn't find the angle. High is going to be isolated. The jungler all alone. High picked off Vincent and Heinz are able to take him down, but I don't really know what that was.
Not the best opening for Aura Fire there if they wanted to contest the turtle. Now they're forced to retreat, but actually it seems like they might want to look for something here. They are a man down though. This might be a mistake.
Cars locking Godiva down pretty well. Vijanarko with the stun now. Godiva opening up the map. Fluffy already using the stun up. Vincent now coming in for the scraps cleanup duty for him as that's his Mon Force popped in and Fluffy's gonna fall. Godiva as well as Heinz just keeps on dashing with his Mon Force, even getting out back to safety from the Feather Airstrike. Real World Ablation locking High down, but the damage isn't gonna be enough just yet. Vincent has rotated back to the turtle, and this turtle will definitely be going to the hands of Rebellion. Zion as High has shoved his focus onto the purple buff, even with his retribution.
What a long, drawn-out fight right there, and you see the potential for damage coming in from Aura Fire, but Rebellion Zion, they were just so slick with the execution there. Cars just stopping Godiva long enough that he just does not have the HP bars to try and make that play happen, and Vincent, despite getting chunked down early on in the engagement, is able to come back, and that is the strong suit coming in from that Fanny. That mobility is something that's so underrated, and it's something that Rebellion Zion is abusing to its maximum potential.
It's dangerous. It's super dangerous, and it seems like Godiva constantly is trying to look for a pickoff onto the board, but he can't. And now we're going to take a look at the items here in the 5th minute. And Harith has just been winning that lane, Arashi.
Calamity Reaver and the Feather of Heaven, that's a lot of damage. And we saw that Aura Fire felt it, seeing that Heinz was on cleanup duty in the previous team fight at the Lord. But look at the top side though, Godiva again too aggressive, forced to use his ultimate, but here comes Vincent!
Oh, clean execution again. And this is the reason the Herod pick becomes so good. It's because the killing pressure really does not matter. Rija is able to use the I'm Offended Flicker combo onto Facehugger. Kabuki jumping back with a Blazing Duet. High now looking for the damage. Swalo is able to flicker out. High's in the midst of it all. Pops in his Mon Force and a Purify. High's jumping back and forth onto Facehugger. Picking up a kill. And now onto High. High's once again on the road with Swalo. High will fall and it's a double to High's.
Did you see those recalls, guys, from Highs? That was ultimate disrespect. They were in a 2v3 situation. They were able to win it out, and Vincent didn't even bother to go to the top side. He was just focusing that mid side, taking the buff away from Aura Fire, and also taking that tower in the mid side. So the job desk split coming in from Rebellion Zion is working out really well as they are leading with 3,000 gold here in the 7th minute of the game.
And with that gold, Vijanarko has picked up an Athena's, so this burst potential coming from Aura Fire, it's a lot of damage, but against Vijanarko, it won't be as aggressive, as effective. And if you look at the fun fact here by Grab, Vijanarko's Ruby has 71% win rate from 7 games in MPL ID Season 10. So he is a very well-known Ruby player. He has shown that he has all the knowledge available. And now with the gold lead as well, it's just going to be so difficult because Rebellion Zion has so much mobility. You see that being the main issue. Highs and Vincent are effectively not at any threat at all unless they make a blunder.
Oh, there you go. Cars with the Purify able to get out. The killing pressure is gone, and in the mid lane, you see Kabuki get picked off by the likes of Vincent again on this Fanny. He's absolutely lethal. Fluffy trying to look for an opening. That's going to be the real world ablation, and I'm Offended locking Facehugger down. Godiva will be able to knock Swalo up, but that doesn't deal enough damage there. Swalo juking it out. Fluffy missing, and Godiva's going to fall as well. Not just yet, though, as he's able to utilize the passive, but Cars now comes in with a sandwich. Now onto Godiva, knocking and Puro actually locking him down for quite a bit. I thought he was just going to be there to poke him down. But Rebellion Zion now with a 5.9k gold lead.
Whew, that's a lot of gold and that's a lot of damage. Fluffy tries to make the hero play, trying to solo Highs, but it is not possible. On top of the Purify, it's just way too much damage, and Fluffy is way too squishy to try and go in alone. Look at the damage coming from Vincent!
Vincent on the Fanny, one of the highlights for Rebellion Zion's MDL team, Rebellion Sinai, back in MDL Season 6, with Vincent, otherwise known as Walrus back in the day, having his Fanny 100% banned away from him. Now you know the reason.
So oppressive right now. It's disgusting up until this point. 7,000 gold lead for Rebellion Zion. I don't know, in game number 2, we saw the same kind of dominance, right, from Rebellion Zion in that early to that mid game until Aura Fire was able to get that power spike. But is the gold gap too far this time around, Arashi?
It will depend. If Rebellion Zion get a massive engage done on them by Aura Fire, there is a chance that the shutdowns will be able to allow Kabuki to carry once again. But Rebellion Zion has seen it once. They won't fall for the same issue again. They will have countermeasures on how to deal with Kabuki. And if you look at the items, at 9 minutes, Facehugger has only just finished his Lightning Truncheon, so he is way far behind. And considering that this is going to be a siege situation soon, that lack of damage is going to be very punishing for Aura to try and deal with.
Vincent on the Fanny again. Just cutting the waves up, jumps in onto Fluffy, dealing so much damage.
That hurts.
It's a fighter. That's the EXP laner.
That hurts.
That's the tanky member. Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
it's
Vincent has the Hunter Strike, right? So there is that penetration, and so it makes sense with how much damage Vincent is dealing based on the items. I'm actually curious to see the development of the items here in the 10th minute, realizing that the Rebellion Zion is in lead at 7,000 in that economy. Not really sure what Aura Fire can do right now. Rebellion Zion looks like they are going to be able to set up much better for this Lord take, but here we go. Hi. He needs to be careful, man.
Oh, Zaman Force as well popped in. The way the Dragon locks Vincent down, but Heiz is able to free hit, picking up 1 kill for Rebellion Zion. That's a jungler taken down. Rebellion will have a lot to say when it comes down to the first Lord here. 10 minutes in.
Wow, man. Hai is just so aggressively waiting for an opportunity there. He was far behind enemy lines without any real support, any opportunity. So I don't know what the idea was, maybe to try and get a pick-off unexpectedly, but it did not work out at all. And considering the purifiers available, especially for Heiz right here, that is just a way too bold of a maneuver. Heiz also has a concentrated energy right now, so that's a lot of sustain on top of more damage for this Harith that's just tearing it up. Because again, there's just no solution.
How are they gonna deal with Vincent, man? And what's going on with Hai? Look at his KDA, 0-4-0. He hasn't been able to get a single objective. Okay, he got the turtle. But other than that, he hasn't made much of an impact in the game. And you would expect Hai being the Cho going against the Fanny in that jungle, toe-to-toe. Hai should be able to win it out against the Fanny. But up until this point, the way that they're playing, the way that they're moving around the map, they're just really punishing Hai for his over-aggressiveness, I would say.
That's definitely the case as Wijanarko looks for something here. Very aggressive, just standing in the middle of the base, doesn't even matter. Anyone who gets close enough might just be undefended out.
Look at Vincent!
What is going on?
Vincent, oh my goodness, the I'm offended as well, bringing Fluffy back into play. Vincent once again locked down by the way to drag, but Kabuki jumps in with the Blazing Duet, trying to deal as much damage as possible, but will be bursted down. He finds Sway low, that's 1 kill over, but Kabuki falls. It's a godlike picked up by Heiz, as Fluffy's still able to defend for now, but Heiz jumps over to Zaman Force once again, onto Facehugger. One more hit is all he needs, but he's not going to be able to find it just yet. 2 base turrets down. Rebellion looking for the end. Fluffy once again trying to micromanage waves with the help of Facehugger. Only 1 mini wave is present for now. Heiz waiting on the cooldowns again as Zaman Force as well as Vincent's able to take Fluffy down like it's nothing. The back line has been torn apart and you can see Rebellion Zion going at it, but now it's Aura with a massive defense. Everybody falling except for Heiz with a double kill. Aura Fire have been able to defend for now. Heiz, no Purify, decides to back off unless Heiz...
Unless Heiz what?
Unless Heiz goes jump. Oh, he does. He goes in again. There's a Zaman Force and everything. He's 1v5 at this point, practically. The shielding, the damage, it's too much for Aura. And Swaylo comes in to pick Kabuki off. Kabuki jumps back to the BMI, but still gets sniped down by Swaylo. They're able to defend, but 3 base turrets have been taken down.
Wow, I would have thought that Rebellion Zion would be able to end it there and then, but Aura Fire, they were still able to defend with a beautiful knock-up from Godiva in that last second as we take a look at the instant replay here, Rashi.
In the final fight, Godiva just comes out massive. I think he knocks up multiple members twice here, and that just enables the team to follow up, enables everyone else. It buys enough time for Kabuki to come back in. But when it comes to the end of the engagement, it's still an 8k gold lead. It's not nearly as much as before, but look at the items. Some of those kills has been translated to some power spikes on the side of Aura Fire. Everyone's still tanky, but in the main seat here, it's gonna be Kabuki with the Athenas try and jump into those big engagements, but it's gonna be easier said than done because for Rebellion, the damage doesn't come out in one fell swoop. It comes in essentially like waves of burst damage because of Harith and Fanny. These heroes don't require that ult to just try and do that damage.
Right now, it seems like Godiva is in a position to try and look for a flank. Remember, before they go for a team fight, Rebellion Zion always utilize Vincent to take down Godiva and trying to eliminate that CC potential. So we'll see what happens here as both of them are still on that Lord dance.
Good reset here for Rebellion Zion. That's the Bravest Fighter baited out already. Vincent in the mid lane now, forced to back off. Trying to clear out the waves that's constantly slow pushing back into Aura Fire's base. Lord Dance, once again, Rebellion Zion High is actually popping into Savannah Force. They might actually want to commit this time around with the waves crashing in all at the same time. Aura Fire are forced in this position where they can't really do much. But the airstrike coming down onto Cars, but he's way too tanky. Still, 1 HP. Kabuki comes back in with a Blazing Duet, but will not be able to find enough damage as that's the Lord played super well by Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, that was beautiful, right? Beautifully executed. None of them grouped in as one. They all had their own job description. And at the end of the day, with the ultimate coming in from Claude, it couldn't do much. And Heis is just styling at this point.
10-0 and 3, man. Might as well.
There's just no solution from the side of Aura Fire, but now Facehugger has a lot of damage. Divine Glaive has been completed, so now Rebellion Zion needs to be very careful. A well-timed wombo combo can take him out of the game. And look at Godiva making a play happen.
Oh, Fluffy finds the start out the 3 into the back line. You see Swaylo gets slain. Now, it's going to be Heis who jumps in back into the Zaman Force onto Facehugger, kiting back and forth onto Godiva. Way too tanky, even with the Blazing Duet. Heis forced to back away now onto Fluffy, who's 1 HP, who's able to flicker out 1-for-1. Godiva for Swaylo, as Heis going to be able to get taken low with the immortality still intact. Vincent comes in with the damage, not able to find Kabuki just yet, but with the Zaman Force opened up, the base will be taken down, and the Blue Bulls have just shut the Dragon's dreams down.
History repeats itself one more time, as up until this moment, Aura Fire has still yet to be able to win a match against Rebellion Zion. It doesn't matter. No Chide, Kabuki in, the best main 5. Rebellion Zion still able to dominate the series.
Keep in mind, this is not the same Rebellion Zion. This is a Rebellion Zion with a lot of questions, with a lot of new talent, new faces, and yet here we are. They were able to have such a solid performance, such a solid draft. Man, Rebellion, they are here to stay. We said that the previous roster can have so much potential in this season, but they seem to be doing the exact same thing without the same 5.
That's crazy, man. Props to Coach Chico for another phenomenal draft. Honestly, the way I predict, well, I go for talent prediction is I look at it through the draft. And again, I really like the composition for the side of Rebellion Zion. The only hero that I had, questions about, that I had my doubts about, was the Esmeralda. As long as he was able to pick up the Purify, I think it's all good, right? There's no real kill pressure, and that's the main reason Rebellion were able to, out team fight Aura Fire. Usually, when you see a Kadira, Lapu, Claude, you think it's done. But remember, everybody needs to be locked down for them to deal damage. Lapu gets the stun, then the Bravest Fighter. They all need to be pinned down. If you're all just dashing across the place with a Fanny and a Harith, your damage dealers are untargetable, they get the free hit.
That's the problem. That was the main problem for Aura Fire. I think that's why they lost. It was the drafts, man. Sure, seeing Kadira being picked up by Aura Fire, there's like a nostalgic element to it that makes you so excited to see what Godiva can do. But obviously, a lot of teams were already ready to see that pop up. And the Kadira, with the aggression that it has, with the dominance it has in the early game, with the pickup potential that it has, one weakness is that CC, and they took full advantage of that. They picked up the Harith, they picked up the Fanny for Vincent, and both of these heroes were untouchable.
I think the execution as well, they have a Yeeve, right? And we thought that, okay, this Yeeve, having been nerfed, going up against a Farsa, against a Kadira, is going to be so vulnerable, going to be a source of kills and snowball for Aura Fire. But instead, we saw that Swaylo was building slightly defensively, and it's a bit of a bait and switch. They all go for the Yeeve, but the real menace is that Harith as well as that Fanny. And as always, it's a great mix of physical and magical damage. So even if you're trying to itemize and deal with this, it's just so many things you have to try and take into consideration. So it's just clean execution from Rebellion.
It was so tough, but let's take to the host, Clara Mongstar, take the stage.
match pembuka sebenarnya udah biasa sih, kita 3 season di awal ini pasti match pembuka terus, jadi ya gugup pasti apalagi dengan roster baru, cuman ya percaya satu sama lain sih.
Percaya satu sama lain, itu kuncinya. Kunci adalah percaya adalah kunci. Oke, tapi ini banyak yang penasaran akhirnya kalian kayak bisa mematahkan Kaditanya Godiva. Dan kalian lepas di game yang ketiga ini. Ide siapa ngelepasin Kaditanya Godiva?
Kalau masalah lepas Kadita sih karena kita nggak mau lihat Hanzo dia sih, lebih tepatnya. Jadi mending main Kadita daripada main Hanzo gitu.
Bentar, jadi lebih ngeri Hanzo-nya nih. Ada apa dengan Hanzo Kadita?
Hanzo Godiva lebih tepat.
Oh iya, Hanzo-nya Godiva ya.
Hanzo Godiva ini ngeri. Kayak ya bisa meliuk-liuk asik gitu.
Oh, meliuk-liuk asik. Kalau heromu sendiri yang paling ngeri apa sih sebenarnya, Solo?
Kalau saya sebenarnya Hanzo juga sih. Iya, mau duel Hanzo, cuman ya nggak kejadian aja, belum.
Belum ya? Jadi kita akan lihat gimana nantinya juga tentunya dari hero-hero. Karena banyak banget sebenarnya. Dan kita juga ngelihat tadi ada Harith. Yang benar-benar bersih banget. Harith, ini mic-nya coba sebentar ya. Harithnya sendiri ini bisa lepas bebas. Kalian bisa ngebabat game ini di game yang ketiga. Bisa dibilang kalian benar-benar mendominasi. Apa sih kunci dari memenangkan match melawan Aura? Karena kalian selalu bisa memenangkan lawan Aura. Mungkin ini udah kali keberapa ya?
Tes. Yang penting pede aja sih.
Yang penting pede aja?
Ya.
Itu kunci ngelawan Aura?
Ya.
Atau ada hal lain? Banyak ya. Tapi gimana, sekarang kalian bersama dengan player baru juga. Kita punya Vincent. Gimana rasanya main di panggung MPL?
Kenapa?
Gimana rasanya main di panggung MPL?
Ya lumayan deg-degan sih.
Deg-degan?
Iya, pertama kali mungkin ya.
Iya, pertama kali. Dulu namamu Walrus, sekarang jadi Vincent. Kenapa ganti?
Coba suasana baru aja sih, Kak.
Coba suasana baru.
Siapa tahu lebih hoki kan? Siapa tahu lebih hoki.
Siapa nama adalah hoki. Jadi gitu ya.
Ya.
Dan tentu saja di sini juga nggak cuma satu. Ada, halo. Ini banyak banget kayaknya pendukungnya. Mana tepuk tangannya dong. Boleh dong disapa-sapa mungkin di sini karena ini juga panggung pertamamu untuk MPL. Boleh disapa-sapa fansnya atau mungkin mau mengucapkan sesuatu. Kars, ini banyak yang penasaran sih sama kamu di sini. Gimana perjalananmu untuk masuk ke MPL? Dia bingung ya?
Pemalu gitu, orangnya agak pemalu gitu sih.
Mungkin bisa di satu kata aja deh, untuk fans Rebellion. Dia diajarin ya? Oke, kamu deh wakilin untuk Rebellion.
Untuk Rebel Squad ya? Untuk Rebel Squad, terima kasih yang udah datang ke sini. Ya, meskipun ya alhamdulillah menang juga, jadi ya terima kasih bertepat-tepatnya. Next match-nya semoga semakin konsisten, semakin rame dan semoga yang main drum lebih konsisten ya.
Oke, inilah dia sekali lagi. Beri tepuk tangan untuk Rebellion Zion. Mari kita breakdown di game yang begitu panas. Silahkan Profesor KB.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongstar, for that interview with the winning team. That was Rebellion Zion 2-1. And that interview really showed how cute the players were.
Yeah.
He was so shy.
Very wholesome, especially for Cars there.
So shy.
No, he's a little kid. He's basically like the Sanford for Indonesia, right? He's very young, still very, very young. And I think it's the... I can't believe he can't speak on stage, but he's able to have a performance like that, right?
Yeah.
So props to him, man. Whatever he's able to do, as long as he's able to play on stage with that level of confidence, even if you don't speak, we still love you.
In the end there, we heard like, hey drummers, get more consistency, man. I was like,
yeah,
whoa. I mean, they were loud already, bro. Like, we can barely hear each other.
Maybe it's loud, but it's not consistently loud.
I see.
That's true. But what stayed consistent was the fact that Rebellion Zion from last season, they're just improving and that level of confidence is definitely evident now. I mean, Highs was just recalling in the game. He was having so much fun. He was reaching new highs. But anyway, this is the item builds for that previous game. A 16-minute game where Rebellion Zion were able to win 20-8 in in that game.
Look at the items here for Highs. He didn't even get too greedy with it. He has the Oracle and the Immortal, right? Just amplifying the sustain coming in from the concentrated energy. He sold his boots at this point, so the mobility coming in from the Harith in the late game is way more than enough. Vincent seems to be trying to build one more item, but he went full damage, knowing that, relatively speaking, he is not going to stay in the fight for so long. He's going to get in, get that burst damage in, and get out, right? We see that happening. Unlike other Fannies, he doesn't stick around and starts, just flying around doing damage. He comes in, bursts someone out, and gets out real quick, and leaves the dirty work for Highs. And this formula works out so well. Aura were just so confused on what to do. We saw them try to do several different things. Crowd control the Fanny, crowd control the Harith, and yet in the end they have all these solutions thought about. So they are just few steps ahead of Aura at every single point.
Just give it a Highs, all right?
Before we take a look at the MVP, buddy, we have to look at the stats here. And of course, Highs is way on top there. And honestly, if you look at it overall, I think the stats, they just too one-sided.
Yeah, I thought it was like a closer game than this, right? I don't know, maybe it's because it was action-packed. I felt like it was a lot closer, but it was just a stomp here.
No one has like big damage, so it never seems like a clean pickoff, right? Because when Rebellion, when they're trying to go for those pickoffs, it's still a very slow and painful process, especially against the beefier members. So I think in the end it's still very close, though. It became kind of intense when Godiva was able to land those multiple knockups, when Rebellion got very overzealous to end that game. So that is still something that we can see being a bit of an issue, but it can be fixed. And if they fix it, that's just a scary team, man. Late game, mid game, like everything is so far so good.
Honestly, just when you think Eterna broke her own curse, right? Then the other casters joined in. But it's all right, because Arashi and Mirko were here to keep analyzing, and we got it right, Arashi, so fist bump.
It was their curse.
Welcome to the Rebellion sandwich.
It was the Indo caster curse. Because
the caster
when
curse
I'm
in
alone,
general.
I'm right. And as soon as they joined in, I became wrong. So is it really my fault, guys? For those of you at home, think about it a little bit, right? Think about it. Also, think about what's happening here. With Kabuki, Aura still was able to lose that game against Rebellion Zion. So there were so many speculations why Aura kept losing to Rebellion Zion. And they always said maybe because Kabuki isn't playing, because Kite's playing. But even now, it doesn't seem like it's the case.
So you want to know why?
No.
The real reason as to why Tide tried to play, doesn't work. Kabuki tried, it's a gold diff, right? Highs, MVP, Arashi, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You know what that means? He's awesome, 11-0 and 3. It's a gold diff in this game.
I can't even believe he has 0 deaths. Like, I get he has a Purify, right? He can be relatively safe from the pickup potential, but considering how aggressively Aura was trying and shut him down, it's just confusing to me that he had 0 deaths. I mean, the lack of crowd control, especially against a team, in general, okay, the lack of crowd control on a team as aggressive as Aura is already an issue because they cannot facilitate their aggressiveness. Now against a Fanny, against a against a Harith, it just is even more important. If you look at the heat map here, he begins in the gold lane, and then afterwards, once he feels like he has that jam going down, when he was at 0 and 4, 4 and 0, I mean, sorry, he was just moving around the map, moving with Rebellion, and this is the signature style we see. They don't really do a lot of hardcore split pushing. They do just enough to try and make sure that their opponents are bewildered. As we take a look at some of the highlights here in the early game, you saw that Aura were trying their best, but Highs, given the right tools right here, was just way too much, and Aura was not rationing the stun from the Farsa, the way of the dragon. They were the recalls from Highs must be so demoralizing, and Godiva tried his best, but see, he's going on to Sway Low, and that is not the hero that you need to be shutting down. Everyone diving towards Sway Low allows Highs and Vincent to get all the time in the world, but here, this really gets very, very overzealous, and initially it just looked so sketchy, and the knockups coming from Godiva shows that again, against mages with AoE, Rebellion maybe get too overzealous and stick around each other a bit too much, but afterwards, they played it consistently, they waited for the right moment, and look at Highs, man, pure disrespect. Him and Wijanarko have no qualms at all, just standing in the base against 5 people, and just sitting there. And take a look at the mic check.
Ini depannya.
Boleh. Udah baru sikat.
Mati nih.
Udah nggak ada semua, Cok.
Tacol.
Nice.
Itu nggak ada flicker valenya.
Mati sama gua.
Mati.
Tacol.
Nice.
Dead loss.
Ada yang liat gua?
Lihat, gue lihat. Kalau mau masuk. Masuk yuk.
Turret.
Nice.
Atas sih mereka.
Bisa fokus N, bisa.
No one.
Bisa tower.
Nice guys.
Bennett, go kick.
Santai.
Gua ulti.
Nice.
Aman. Kalian di ulti gua.
Masuk.
Perangin.
Gua masuk, perangin. Rata nih.
Gua maju.
Tower mid.
Tower mid.
Yo, aman. Ayo.
Tuh, paling miss. Nih gua ultiin kok. Maju ya kok. Patrick.
Tarik ya.
Enggak.
Golin Lord.
Kalian load, gua bisa zoning. Mati Patrick.
Dapat, nice. Gua balik guys.
Wave lagi, boy.
Gua balik.
Coba.
Orangnya
dulu, boy. Orangnya dulu, rata nih.
8.
Rata mereka, boy.
Dong, masa enggak? Gak ada pressing.
3 detik ulti gua, 3 detik.
Gua bisa dapat mid ya.
Boleh.
Dakik.
Klasis.
Dapat mid.
Kelas.
Bisa join kalau sempat.
Kelas. Pelan-pelan, Kadita baru hidup. Nice.
Klasis.
Nice.
Jangan bang.
Harusnya tetes.
Gua tetes balik.
Udah flicker kick.
Gak ada blessing.
Nice.
Turretnya dong. Turretnya.
Mati lah weh.
Mati. Bisa minion. Biasanya masuk
Bisa ratain dulu.
Rata pelan-pelan. Tower semuanya.
Nice.
I mean, the mic checks were quite contrasting
They're
in a
pretty calm,
sense.
Rebellion. Remember when they were like super loud last season?
Both were kind of calm, no?
True, but I think Aura just had, the higher tone. It's just maybe they had high because they had high.
They got hyper as well, though. I mean, when they were having that good team fight, Rata boy, it's a classic Aura line. Like we're wiping you out essentially. It's just so good, and I really dig the communication from Rebellion, man. It just seems so calm and collected. I think that's what you need to get like great synergy.
They need that, right?
Yeah,
great synergy is important, and
yeah, that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
It sounds like ASMR when they do it, right? When the
A
players,
little bit,
the Rebellion players were just really chill, and I think that's kind of scary because I think last time we saw a team that chill in the comms, it was ONIC.
It was ONIC. And if you guys want to see how calm these players are on stage, or even how hyped and passionate they are on stage, don't forget that you guys can still come to the venue here at Menara Kuningan and buy your tickets at blibli.com. So don't forget to keep an eye on that, because we're excited to see you come as well.
Hey, don't worry, because right after this, I checked Blibli out a few days ago, and guess what? We're sold out. Almost.
Wow.
For RRQ BTR, which is our second match of the day, if I'm not mistaken here, all right? So, BTR, we've seen how much of, an improvement they've had through their resource or through their transfers. And I think for RRQ as well, we've seen some transfers. But I think before we get into that, we'll talk about that later. So we're just teasing you a bit right now.
He's getting a little excited, Mirkotron here, but don't forget to stay tuned. Remember, that is going to be the match after the break. So me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi will see you after the break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, gak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, gak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, gak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, gak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all there. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan.
Will Bigetron Alpha remain the guinea pigs of RRQ? However, a lot has changed since Lemon stated that back in the day. But of course, before we get into the next upcoming match today, accompanying you throughout this match, it's still Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. Now, Mirko, I mean, Bigetron, so many changes. They changed the entire coaching staff. How are you feeling about this? Are you confident?
Feeling good, feeling confident as ever. You know it, Bigetron Alpha is ready. Now or never, it's time for Bigetron Alpha to choose and to prove to the world that they are contenders for the title, and maybe even later on, possibly contenders for the international title too. With their changes, like you mentioned, it's going to be crazy. The trio coaching staff that they got, they're literally picking from champions here, right? Paulo, all the way from the Philippines from Ren. Then they got Aldo, the winning formula coach, the architect from ONIC. And then we also have Raise Boy with the win streak boy. He's the win streak boy. He's not Raise Boy.
Well, there's a good mix of coaches here from different regions as well. So, I mean, for both these teams, on the left, we have RRQ that has a more proven combination. They were able to get pretty far in the last international scene. So for Bigetron, it's going to be the first time we're going to see the results of this very bold maneuver that, done by Bigetron. And considering who we are seeing on stage, like you mentioned, Mirko, very familiar faces and a good mix of aggression as well as a very intellectual approach to the game, which all love and, you know, just adore Mobile Legends.
Yeah, but remember, right? Bigetron Alpha +1 coach, because RRQ have actually lost Achil in the process of 10-11. Now, there's a lot of questions about that, right? Because Achil was the main drafter for RRQ, but now Phil as head coach, he's going to be, no, actually, Arcadia is head coach. So he's going to be the one on the stage later on helping RRQ draft. And I'm wondering if that's going to make an impact or not, as RRQ still miles ahead of Bigetron Alpha.
All right, okay, sure. History. Sure, we can always just talk about season 4 and 10, but we're talking about now, old man.
This is personal, Mirko. But as the stats show us, only a single time has Bigetron been able to actually upset the odds and won against RRQ. And there's been a variety of reasons for that. Part of which is the style that they all both play in. Bigetron likes to play very slow, very calculated, and RRQ likes playing a very aggressive, messy style. And sometimes it's just very difficult to recover, to try and find your bearings when everything is moving so fast. But, like you mentioned, there's new coaches in the scene right here, and they have shown that in the previous endeavors, they can absolutely deal with early game aggression and come out on top.
Yeah, they can certainly do that, right? I mean, we've seen these coaches they have had crazy achievements, and I think right now, I'll talk a little bit about Raiseboy Arashi. He's going to be talking about Fiel. For Raiseboy, I'm calling him the win streak coach, and his real name is actually Winboy, not Raiseboy, because of his achievements here. Ever since he joined the coaching staff for Bigetron, the Bigetron era, the women's scene Bigetron lineup, they just never lost a single tournament, right? Went on a win streak. Then he tried going over to the MDL. Guess what? MDL Season 6, Bigetron Beta. PL President, Bigetron Alpha. Go High Championship, Bigetron Alpha.
Well, the stats definitely side towards Raiseboy in this particular department, but Coach Phil ain't a pushover either, man.
Definitely not.
Second place, MPL ID Season 8. Second place, MPL ID Season 10. Third place, M4 World Championships. Always seeming to be so close yet so far from the top. So I feel like more than anything, this is going to motivate him even more because he was very, very close. He had a very impressive performance along with RRQ the last time we've seen them and with how they're able to adapt and do very unexpected plays.
So what you're saying is, first place in 1. I can see 4 1s already here on this screen, Arashi, right? Raiseboy, or Winboy, sorry. First place on 8. Oh my God. I don't know if my math is right, but
I see
there
a
you
lot
go.
of ladies there, Mirko. You know, we're talking about a different league here, so you know.
You know what it proves? It only proves that he's proven in different leagues.
Okay, all right. That's a fair point.
I mean, Raiseboy did coach MDL, like you mentioned. That is not the ladies' scene. Sure, it's on a lower benchmark than MPL.
Yeah.
Clearly,
Fair,
it is called the development league
But he just
for a
got here.
reason. But he just got here, so a lot of things to prove. But we've highlighted so much about Raiseboy. Remember, Coach Aldo, the architect, the winning coach from ONIC Esports, the brain behind all those crazy drafts from ONIC, has also moved to Bigetron, and that is something that we need to pay attention to as well. But on your screen here, we are going to take a look at the team head-to-heads between RRQ and Bigetron Alpha.
If you look at the stats, right, the data speaks for itself. RRQ ahead at most things, even in GPM, GPM, I guess Bigetron comes out on top because they play that late game style. But the Lord control rate, that is the main question here, right? RRQ always gets ahead, gets some kind of momentum going on, but Bigetron, they like being on the back foot, finding solutions later on. None of that is what is reflected in the stats right here. But as Mirko would very proudly tell you, this team, especially right now, you're looking to be very dangerous in the early game as well. And we can say that about all the teams, but considering that Bigetron has the reputation of being a very late game, very slow team, I think it's quite the challenge, I must say myself.
I have a fun fact though.
Okay.
You mentioned that Bigetron better in the late game, but statistics show from last season that RRQ Hoshi always had the longest average game duration, which reflects that they always try and wait for Skylar to come online to get that late game, mid game power spike before they go in for those crazy team fights. But we're also going to take a look now at the most pick and ban heroes from RRQ Hoshi.
You look at the ban by opponent here, you see the 1-1, Valentina, a lot of ways to just stall out that game because they want to get that decisive win. And their most bans are the same things, like the Faramisses and all these different heroes. They can just outplay and buy time because they need that clean execution if they want to actually have that kind of momentum. Whereas for Coach Aldo, technically right now, for Bigetron, they battled the Beaches a lot because back then it's just the approach they prefer taking. But afterwards, the picks right here is the Paquito, that's quite in the meta right now, Esmeralda as well, the Lilia and Claude. So far, it's okay, but one thing that stands out is the fact that there's just very few heroes with a lot of range, and maybe that is something that RRQ can try and take advantage of.
We also need to remember that these statistics surely are for ONIC, right? I mean, it can't be
that was
for
from
Bigetron. It's
Coach
Aldo.
It's Coach Aldo, but from those picks, we are looking at Bigetron Alpha's last season, as well as RRQ Hoshi's.
Okay.
Or RRQ, just RRQ this season. Well, technically, we were looking at RRQ Hoshi's season 10.
All right, okay. I thought it was like because they saw related to the coach, a different style, and that's also going to impact, right? Now, Coach Aldo needs to work with a different set of players who definitely have a different set of heroes, but the keys to victory for RRQ Hoshi.
Off the bat, Keys Atlas being the key is something that has always been said again and again. And look at this play right here. No HP. This is the kind of engage you can expect coming in from the key to victory himself, literally. But aside from that, RRQ, if they want to try and find success, they also need to try and optimize the fact that they have two players right now that are so flexible and can be so unpredictable in this form of Lemon. But of course, it all begins again with how well they can shut down Key. Because if they get like counter-engaged again and again, that might be a bit too difficult for them to deal with. On the other side though, they do have Albert, which is such a menace in that jungle position, especially if he is on those assassins. Usually the current meta, fighters have been coming into the meta more often, they're safer, they're more reliable, but this man shines the most when he is on the assassins, and I think the highlights you can see on screen right here really speaks for itself. I think we've been multiple times where Mirko just yelled on the top of his lungs because Albert just does the inhuman.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this play, right? I remember this play very well because I almost lost my voice completely on the day. I believe we get to see it all the way till the end here. And just look at the micro decisions that Albert's making constantly, rotating and going back to Udil. Positioning as well. It's so hard to play the Hayabusa up against a lockdown hero, but still, he maximizes every little thing that he can find in this team fight, even just securing another kill. Even though, in the end, he was taken down by the Feather Airstrike, you can see again how he was able to utilize that mechanic, the sweet, crisp mechanics that he has.
Definitely, definitely. But now we are going to take a look at the keys to victory here for Bigetron Alpha by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Right, secure Max's Paquito. We have there's this play in the back of our heads right here, where he was just able to just 1v4, and here we see it. Max on the Paquito. Look at that damage. You underestimate him, he pops off, and this is the last thing RRQ would want if they're trying to take down Bigetron. Max has been very good, very solid these days. A lot of improvement since when we first saw him burst into the scene. Now with very great mechanics, good decision making, and also just solid retributions in the neutral objective game. He is definitely here to stay and make a big statement.
All right, and I'm wondering if this is going to be relevant, right? I mean, we haven't seen the Paquito being meta for quite a while, right, in the competitive scene. But with the buff to the Paquito, do you guys think that the Paquito is enough to be able to be placed in that jungle position once again?
I mean, honestly, I had a discussion in the MDL with another fellow caster, Lim Kocho, about this little issue, right? Because in the MDL as well, we were just seeing Paquito picks in the XP lane instead of the jungle. Meanwhile, in our discussion, in our conversation, it was the buffs really help the Paquito with the burst and the sustain in the jungle. Sure, it does help with the laning as well. Obviously, damage goes hand in hand with laning when shielding as well. But in the jungle, you just get so much more room to get into that snowball position because you're constantly roaming across the map and you're not just staying in one lane. Plus, again, you get the help of your roamer and your mid laner. As long as you have that core mid lane duo that's going to, or that has the mid lane pressure, you're going to be able to do a lot of things and look to snowball way more across the map.
I think the Paquito is in a unique spot where he's a fighter technically, but he is very aggressive as well. So it's almost like a good mix of assassin and fighter, because if he is snowballing, you saw the damage Max was able to deal. If he can do that again, the Paquito is just a very hybrid option. You can go in between, right? Not assassins, not pure fighter as well. And especially for both these teams, being able to have a jungler like that, I think is very useful, very dangerous for their opponents. And so I think if there's any game we can see it on, it might be this game.
Now I'm almost a little bit curious about that, right? I mean, right now, Bigetron Alpha have actually inputted a lot of new players. So are we going to see Max in the jungle, or are we going to see just Gar? We're going to have to wait and see. These are the two best players from MDL, MPL as well, but of course the best phone is going to be none other than the Samsung Galaxy A series, because don't you want to win and flex on social media? I mean, that camera is superb.
Oh my god, man, just let me tell you about it, right? Equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer. Say goodbye to the old days of 6nm, 8nm. No, it's 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for the Galaxy S23 with RAMs up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte. The screen as well, it's dynamic AMOLED, not just AMOLED, dynamic. 2x with a 120 hertz refresh rate makes gaming all day get smoother and smoother. You know the FPS? Yeah. Say goodbye to all sorts of lag because of that. And guess what? Usually, good performance, bad battery. With the 6000 mAh or 5000 here, you guys can actually game all day long. And with the fast charging too, 30 minutes is all it takes.
30 minutes is all it takes, and that's enough time to actually order some food on Grab. So don't forget to miss out. No, I mean, don't miss out on the promo. No, don't forget to miss out on the promo.
Don't miss out on orders without the promo.
Exactly. Exactly.
Make
You
use
could
of
have
Grab.
scanned the QR code. It's no longer there. I also don't see it. But you guys can kind of reverse back on your screen, tap that,
Technology.
find the QR code because you guys don't want to miss out on the promos. And for those of you at home who are in Jakarta, perhaps you guys want to make it to the venue, you also can do that with a 90% discount on transportation by Grab.
I didn't know this.
You could have
I
used
could have
it.
saved so much more money here on the way, in my commute, very close by. Grab bike.
Grab
You're saying 19?
90.
90.
90%, right?
90%, almost, not even the win rate for RQ. I think it's a little bit more than
50%.
90% against Bigetron Alpha here, Mirko.
Oh, that's a solid blow. But it's fine, right? You're taking into account season 4 to 10. Okay. Let's talk about season 11. Let's talk about the present. Okay?
Okay.
Because Bigetron Alpha are about to be giving away some presents in the form of W's to their fans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Why? Because
Why?
again, I mean, the way that this team is formulated, the way that they found their identity, even though they didn't really have a coaching presence back in Season 10, I think we've all seen the videos on Bigetron Alpha, especially on Max in his interview, right? He was very vocal about not having that coaching presence ready in Season 10, and the team just had so much of a hassle getting to that point where they finally are able to draft properly and interact and synergize with each other properly. But when they did, you could see that it was a different Bigetron Alpha completely. Now, I think from Coed as well, the CEO, he understood what was wrong with the team. Getting a solid coach with these 3 new members in the team, I really feel like they will add into the fact that the identity has already been built and keep on building with the foundation that's already there.
And on that note, I mean, I was going to ask you, Arashi, if you have any words to defend RRQ Hoshi, but before that, we're going to take a look at their official team lineup. And it seems like without R7, Lemon is going to be the one to take that EXP lane. Now the question is he also going to fill that shot caller role as well as that captain role? Because that is huge shoes to fill.
Well, we're looking at the official team lineup, and they got a counter. Moreno, Marky, Max Key, and they got a new XP laner, right? If RRQ wants to bring a new XP laner into the fray, we have an MDL champion in Virno Cure.
Now you have an MDL champion going up against a legend in the lane. The mental pressure must be immense right here. And honestly, this is a bold move from RRQ. Yes, Lemon is flexible. He is the alien. Not just any alien, the one alien that has been just so insane, so inhuman in the MPL so far.
The OG.
But now he's in a different role. I do think that he has the flexibility and the experience, the knowledge to pull it off. But considering that this is the first time we've seen it, I do have my own concerns, but I think there's no way Coach Phil, Coach Arcadia are gonna let that happen without proper preparations.
Yeah.
If you guys can hear the atmosphere here.
I can't hear Arashi.
At Menara Kuningan, again, I'm so sorry, Arashi, but the drums, the crowd is going crazy. Usually we see this passion just from one side. Usually it's RRQ, Evos, but we're seeing it here today with a brand new hope for Bigetron Alpha.
I mean, there you go. You see it on screen, the support from Bigetron Alpha with all the adjustments that they have made this season. They surely are an option for that winning title.
Welcome the new and revamped Bigetron Alpha to the stage.
Ooh, this is that team that has so much going on for them, and with the audience in their backs, with one of the English casters at their backs as well. we can expect something spectacular, especially up against a sensational opponent that's almost equally, if not more exciting in RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, to be honest, I am so excited to see what Bigetron Alpha has to show for us this season, right? Like, not even just the players coming in, but also the coaching staff as well. As once again, on the opposing side though, it's the top 2 finalists of Indonesia.
Welcome the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regum, Kaon!
This squad, there's so much potential here, and with Lemon back in the picture, you have no idea what to expect. Yes, you think that all these off-meta XP laners might make an appearance, but when it's Lemon, right? When Lemon is in the picture, you just don't know. It could be a mage, it could be something else we are not expecting at all.
But remember, when we talk about Lemon, right? 1, we never see him smile. And he's smiling today. Yeah. And 2, it's always a coin flip with Lemon. Sometimes it's great for their team. He's also a very great initiator, but sometimes he is the losing factor if our RQ Hoshi go down this time around. But on the other side here, we also have the coaches, really the center attention topic for both of these teams.
Oh, once again, right, these 4 coaches and analysts that you see up on the stage, you're gonna have to say a whole lot in this matchup. Aldo, notorious for his very, I don't know what to call it here, impenetrable drafts usually is what we see from this man back when he was at ONIC.
He's impenetrable, and he just knows all the weak points and covers it completely. So now, I do feel like there's a bit of a disconnect here, because RRQ, usually the draft is good, it's solid, but it's not anything too crazy. But their execution is where they really shine. Whereas for Bigetron right now, it's they have always been a crafty team, a very unique team, and now with Coach Aldo, I can't help but feel like the drafting phase will be so difficult for RRQ to maneuver around. And once that happens, I am concerned about the execution once they're in the Land of Dawn as well.
I mean, we've talked about Aldo, we've talked about Raizeboy, but we haven't really mentioned Paolo Expert here. I mean, he came all the way from the Philippines, and surely he also has a list of achievements behind him.
Obviously, right? I mean, Coach Paulo here has done quite a bit with Coach Ducky at Ren Esports back in the Philippines. We saw how much work they were able to put in with a new revamped roster, still sticking with a few veterans, but mostly getting in these newcomers, these rookies, to perform at such a high level. It was Kyle TZ, it was also Super Marco that got so much presence in back at MPL PH Season 10. So many moments where they shine and got clipped and got highlighted, and it was all because of Coach Ducky and Coach Paulo's leadership.
They've been participating in multiple M series as well, so that is definitely a huge achievement under his belt, and he's going to be bringing that knowledge, that, I don't know, that nuance and perspective into the roster right here, and that is what's so scary. But what is scary is also how loud the fans are getting. I can barely hear myself.
I can't hear Miracle, I can barely hear Arashi, and I can barely hear myself. It really truly is, again, a really great, just, what do you call it?
Atmosphere,
right? That's
it's
the word. Thank you, Miracle.
It's just always crazy.
They're right behind us. And that's the crazy thing, because we expect that from RRQ, but we're sitting on Bigetron Alpha side, and they're going wild. I'm just surprised we don't see Bix in the background.
I think Bix is a bit too big to fit. Oh my god, no, I thought it was Bix right there, but it's just a red drum. I actually really thought it was Bix, but hey, you know, looking at the way that Bigetron Alpha have been playing, have been performing in tournaments, the massive fan base that they've been able to accumulate here for Season 11 explains a whole lot, right? The performance speaks for itself, and especially with their new focus on getting the coaching staff down to push the players even further. These players were mostly still rookies. Remember, Moreno, Virno Cure, Jasgar, even Max is somewhat of a newcomer himself.
Ooh, and on the other side though, we did see Rainbow earlier on the side of RRQ, and it has to be, I don't know, awkward, confusing, right?
I don't know. What would you feel if you met your ex, right? That's basically what Rainbow's feeling.
It's gotta be a very complicated feeling, man. this is a team that you've spent so much time with, you've struggled together with, and now you're on the opposite side. It's almost bittersweet that, okay, your team is doing great, but you're no longer with them. So maybe that's exactly why Rendo hasn't made an appearance, although that might just change in game number 2, game number 3. I think Coach Phil and Coach Arcadia, they're not beyond switching out players to try and get that slight bit of an advantage of unpredictability in a matchup like this.
Oh, but we do have an audience comment here by, I have no idea how to pronounce that name, but Renbo against his former teammates, easy peasy. But unfortunately, Renbo isn't playing today, but I get the point, right? I think one of the edges that, of course, Renbo has in this season is that because he was missing for 2 seasons straight, which is basically a year, that's an element surprise that RRQ has other than Lemon. We do have another comment here by Fares Samdin that RRQ 2-0 100%.
We also saw that Albert's gonna carry, and we saw, I forgot the other one, but you can see that there's a lot of confidence behind RRQ right now.
Easy though, right? Albert, I think we gotta talk about him a little bit as well. Since the shift in meta, do you think that Albert is still performing at the same level that he did, I reckon, 2 seasons ago?
Well, honestly, for me personally, I really don't feel like he's performing to the level that he did back in the Assassin meta, because that's just his place. That's his identity as a player as well. Those aggressive assassins, those aggressive, assassins that are highly mechanical as well. Here in the utility jungle role, or the meta with the utility junglers, he has dipped a bit, but still the level of consistency this man has brought to the jungling role in MPL Indonesia has been phenomenal, and everybody looks up to this man as the golden standard of jungle in Indonesia.
Before Kyrie. But we'll see what happens here in this upcoming game. Match number 2 between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha. As you can see here, RRQ on the blue side, Bigetron on the red. And from RRQ, they've already have the bans in place. The Valentina, the Kaja, going to be the choice of ban. Bigetron respond with a 1-1 and a Joy.
We've seen a lot of very similar bans today. Whenever the Joy and 1-1 is banned out, it seems like those are just teams who want to try and use macro to their advantage, trying to shut down the possibility of one single player just popping off and carrying the whole game themselves. For RRQ though, it's going to be a Valentina, Yves, and Kaja to pick off potential, and of course mid control being taken away from the side of Bigetron. They have to try and find a different way to try and curb RRQ's playmaking.
Just a fun fact for every single one of you watching at home, Arlet, the new hero, won't be available for 2 weeks. There's a 2-week grace period whenever a new hero comes out, but I think this is a very good read for the side of Bigetron Alpha. They've noticed the Valentina ban, noticing the Valentina ban, obviously they need to go for the Faramis ban, but with the Faramis ban here, Glue just got opened up and the counter has been banned out, the Faramis.
Blue, I mean, we've seen it weirdly enough flexed out earlier. It will be picked up right here. And if it goes in the XP lane, it's gonna be in the hands of Lemon. So you can look forward to that. This man has no doubts at all. He's always very decisive in how he plays out a lane. So on a hero like Glue that requires all in, I think we can expect a lot of aggression that Veer needs to try and deal with later on in the Land of Dawn.
Rebel and Zion have proved to us that this Glue pick is no longer a fixed pick, but it can be flexed into that mid lane. So that can be an option. I'm wondering if RRQ Hoshi have that in store for them as well. But Bigetron Alpha respond with a very quick and decisive Edith as well as Kadita pickup.
Wow, that is very early in the drafting phase right here. Usually we see the Kadita hidden a bit more, but I guess Bigetron have no issues flashing a bit to RRQ that they want to go aggressive as well. We talked about how Bigetron, they excel in the maneuvers, right? How fast they rotate and when they can identify opportunities to try and get pickoffs. So with an Edith and a Kadena, it's a lot of solid lockdown that can even be comboed together if they so chose to do so. For RRQ, I think it's time they actually also go for some utility of their own. With both teams trying to like aggress on each other, I think crowd control becomes that much more valuable. I always say that.
Well, we'll see here, right? With the drafts coming in, Edith and Kadita, they need a little bit of sustainability, but they go instead for something like a Farsa. Fredrin, I really like, but the Farsa here, up against a lot of dive and lockdown, a lot of CC as well. I think at this point, Bigetron Alpha can pretty confidently pick up something like a Hayabusa in the jungle for Max, you know? Even though the Hayabusa has been banned out, it's a very good answer towards the Forza, but they instead go for a utility jungler that can farm a bit faster and will have a little bit more pressure as well compared to the Fredrin. The Martis pick up here to cancel out those CC.
I think we call it a utility jungler, but it is a Martis that's so aggressive and so dominant in the early game unless you have the right kind of counters. Take a look a bit of the signature hero picks for both the junglers here. Albert on the Lancelot, and Max on that Karina. And honestly, Max has always been more flexible looking, but Albert has shown last season that he has no issues just transitioning into more of a utility role. But we have already mentioned that that is not his style, that is not where he belongs. So if RRQ wants to try and go for that, that is something that they have to weigh out very, very carefully as Bigetron banned out that Diggy, so hinting perhaps at Key on that Atlas.
Need some stitches?
That is a possibility. I guess so. You think that Kadita is going to be the mid laner in this sense?
It should be in the mid lane, right? I think they might even just go for a double roam strategy that we've seen rise up in popularity again. We've seen the double roamer strat many times before. Usually it was back in MPL ID Season 8, Season 9, if you guys remember. Then it kind of disappeared in Season 10. Now we're seeing that happen again, right? And it's still definitely a possibility, but the Edith can always just go to the XP lane, in the lane matchup against Glue. I think up against the Benedetto, we mentioned that the Edith is going to have a hard time, but up against the Glue, when you can lock the Glue down, and the Glue can't really use that slam, it's a very good counter pick.
Oh, an Atlas ban.
Respect.
You mentioned it.
They're respecting that engage potential from Key. But of course, in the current meta, other options are available. And if Key want to try and do a throwback to the older days, there's plenty of, not in maybe full teamfight engage heroes available, but if he wants to go for pickoffs on top of a Kadira, that could still be a very dangerous combo. If he wants to go for a Java Drift, that is still something they can explore as well. But off the bat, you can tell already, Bigetron a lot more confusing in their depth, whereas RRQ is a lot more straightforward, and that might just be what they need as Bigetron secure that Lolita for a counter engage with a Numinous Blast.
Okay, they have a huge CC source now, which is basically one of the same functions that an Atlas can do as well, right? With a great Numinous Blast. Like you mentioned, it can counter engage, and it can also eliminate some choices for RRQ as they have yet to pick up a gold laner. Now, they can pick up something like the Quad because clearly the shielding coming in from the Lolita will render that ultimate useless.
I think at this point, right, with the Lolita pickup, what they're basically saying is, RRQ, you're free to pick up a Beatrix, a Brody, even if you want to. We already have an answer to it with the Guardian's Bulwark. And the answer towards that Guardian's Bulwark is a Grok to go for the CC first and the Claw to dive into the back line. That's still not really ready for Bigetron Alpha, right? They haven't picked up a gold laner unless we see the Edith go into the gold lane, perhaps. I still think that they're lacking a lot of physical damage present, so a marksman is desperate. Whoa! What? Hanabi pick in the MPL, sure.
Aldo.
Okay, I met up with Aldo. I spoke to him before the game. He said get ready for surprises, but what in the world is this? You have a lot of lockdown, but the Hanabi, I've been very vocal in saying that this hero is pretty damn useless. Maybe after the buffs, right? I haven't tried the new Hanabi, but what the heck? Arashi, Hanabi.
On paper, immobile, maybe a lot of damage in the late game, but that is so situational. And for RRQ, in their signature aggressive style, they have a Grok, they have a Farsa. They have so many ways to just shut down this Hanabi pick. So unless something very special happens during the macro, where Bigetron can outmaneuver and somehow allow that Hanabi to just scale, I don't understand how this is going to work out.
We'll see. I mean, Hanabi did get buffed because if given a shield, her skill 1 also gives her CC immunity. So maybe that's what they're going for with picking up the Hanabi. But the Hanabi works better with a hero that can give her that shield or someone that can give the Aegis. We don't see that happening. As of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into the portal of game number 1 between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha. And once again, looking back, how is this gonna work? Hanabi is such an immobile hero. She needs something like the Matilda to aid her in that mid lane.
Well, Marky's acting like a very good bully against the Claude right now. You can already see the bullying happen very early on. Marky has brought the Flicker as well, and he's dealing out this much damage onto the Claude, forcing a recall and a BMI reset for the Claude. As you can see, just Skylar needing to get more resources. He just uses the BMI, comes back to it.
And the thing is about the Hanabi, something also changed with her, right? You know how her shurikens can actually like bounce off each other? It now bounces onto the turret as well. So she's also going to be able to get a lot of that gold shield turret when she goes in for the attack, basic attacks on the minions.
Oh my god, Skylar, he's not winning in this trade at all. BTR Aldo, with its magic on Season 9 and Season 10, makes ONIC has the best or widest hero pool, and we're kind of seeing that style already for BTR, Eterna.
We're seeing it live right now. And in the bottom side, that bouncing off the turret you're talking about, Eterna, has shown to be so annoying for Sky to deal with. And maybe he just didn't respect the potential in the early game, but Lemon here, going against Beer, not doing that bad, but of course, Bigetron is known to try and abuse this.
Whoa, that's a very aggressive play by Veer, forcing the Flicker out already. That's going to be the cannon minion cleared out, still getting that XP, but Bigetron Alpha in that top side already losing out. Meanwhile, the winning lane for Bigetron Alpha in the bottom lane, still Marky just shoving constantly again. And with the Equinox, it's actually going to be really good for the Hanabi. No CC effects onto him. Meanwhile, the turtle side, and now Blast to be targeted by Key with the Flicker as well, on towards Albert there, who's going to be stunned up. That's the Petrify. That's all of the abilities popped in, but Clay finds a kill to Marky in the bottom lane. Albert finds the Appraiser's Wrath, and it's a double kill over to the baby alien. Key and Fear No Cure able to find one back on the board. Lemon gonna go in onto Key right now, who's gonna be forced back up. Fear No Cure with the onward, and the Earth Shatter not able to kill Lemon just yet as Clay has rotated back in towards that top side. Albert picks up the first turtle, and it's a disaster for Bigetron Alpha.
Mess with the Kings and you get put down. RRQ assert their dominance in that early game. And also getting the first blood all the way across the map. What a performance there. And I think the fact that they were unable to secure the kill on Albert fast enough allowed that turnaround to happen. And Bigetron got way too aggressive and they clumped in together way too much. As we take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And look at that. 3 members all caught in by Lemon and Albert, and that Appraiser's Wrath is devastating, taking out 2 members, and Vin almost gets out. So as we talked about this earlier, the setup seems to be for Bigetron, but the execution, how they're able to just beat the odds, is very much in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, right now RRQ leading with a 1,800 gold lead, and the one thing that I want to mention about the gold lane is the situation is going to change as long as Skylar hits that level 4, he gets that Blazing Duet, and then he'll be able to charge onto Marky. And we'll see that being reflected very heavily as RRQ Hoshi, they are looking for a pickup here in the bottom lane.
That's the Higanbana, and also the Dumanan Blast pop in. Finn going to be able to escape. 2 massive resources burnt out for Bigetron Alpha, and it's still RRQ holding the 2,000 gold lead, which is continually going to build. Remember, the Farsa with the pressure is always going to be able to rotate with the Wings by Wings faster than the mid lane. Feather Airstrike popped in. Marky able to get out of that one. Key as well, dashing out from the last Feather Airstrike as Max rotates down below, but Fear No Cure finds an onward and an Earth Shatter only onto Albert. That's the frontliner, very, very low, but Veer as well with the Appraiser's Wrath is going to fall with the help of Clay. RRQ picks another up down below.
Wow, these onwards are so aggressive, and early on the top side, we saw that it actually puts Lemon in a good spot to actually punish the aggression, and now we're seeing it again. With so many front lines, there's only so many heroes that onward can target effectively, and beneficially for the side of Bigetron. Take a look at the emblems so far, there's no real big difference that's just crazy. But the amount of averages on the side of RRQ means that they are going to try and get to those power spikes way earlier. And I think we're seeing the impact of that right now as they go for the turtle.
Yeah, everything's going to clash in that mid game, right? When all those heroes are going to be able to get that mid lane power spike, especially waiting on Claude, Skylar to come online. And even before that, we already see the dominance that RRQ Hoshi is showing and putting onto Bigetron Alpha. So what's going on? Why is this happening? Did Bigetron Alpha draft themselves with a losing early to mid game, or is the execution from RRQ just way too strong?
Okay. Now Blast comes in onto Skylar there, but Wild Charge is able to cancel out a bit of the damage. Rough Waves and the Petrify onto Skylar, but he's still able to survive with 1 HP! Skylar again with the magical plays! Max gonna be caught here, taunted up, and the Appraiser's Wrath practically seals the deal for the Clay to pick up a killing spree.
Wow, I feel like that's just it, right? Bigetron Alpha are not having the right composition to try and match RRQ in the early game. Glue, Grok, Fredrin, and Farsa. These are all heroes with a lot of AoE, with a lot of scrapping potential, and RRQ are just pulling Bigetron Alpha into their tempo. If Bigetron Alpha wants to try and have a good chance, I guess they can try and use Max to try and secure these neutral objectives, but they have to try and let all these other members scale and get power spikes. Otherwise, later on, they won't be a significant threat in the backline of RRQ.
Lemon going a little bit aggressive here. Numeral Blast going to be charged in. That's going to be the rotation from Moreno as well, but the split gets channeled in time, and Lemon gets out.
I mean, look at, did you see that emote? Like, even under the ultimate coming in, he was confident enough to say, you know what, you can Numenon Blast me all you want. I'm still going to get out, and I'm still going to be able to push for my team. Meanwhile, you guys are distracted. Look at Skylar just munching in that top side, being able to get a turret and half the HP of the second tier turret. So RRQ Hoshi, they really are so active on the map, really playing the map to the utmost potential that they could.
Wow, if you want to support the teams like the Pembit in the car right now, you can just grab, but look at that play. Albedo is way too tanky.
Man, once again, all alone, Alba can be shredded down. That's a decimate for BTR, picking up 1 kill on the board. They're finally here taking a kill. Lemon jumps into the slam, pass. Gonna be knocked up by the onward. Vin gonna be able to find the wild charge right now. Ski's gonna be able to channel them now. Blast onto 2! And that's the AoE damage! Skylar finds a trade back. That's gonna be a neutral objective for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Max finally taking one back for himself, but Skylar now, with a very aggressive move, is gonna be able to pop that Purify to step out with a BMI. Lemon still staying, gets knocked up with the Earth Shatter and gets taken down by the water from Moreno.
You can say that RRQ Hoshi, they're starting to get a little bit hasty in the team fights, right? Because they know in the late game, this Hanabi is going to have a huge advantage over their composition. And right now, almost 8 minutes in, you can already start to feel the damage that she has, realizing that she already has a corrosion side as well as a DHS.
She'll be able to do a lot of percentage HP damage with every basic attack onto RRQ, and that's a big deal if you have 3 very beefy members on your side. On that aside, you can see that for both mid laners, it's been pretty chill, and they don't have the lightning crunch just yet. So we haven't even seen the full brunt of the potential burst that both these members can have. Once that's available, you're gonna see a lot more aggression. But look at that!
Man, the Feather Airstrike almost taking Marky down. Literally, just 2 shots was all it took. And RRQ will have a little bit more pressure to say a lot of things in the enemy jungle. Invading already, Vin opening up the map. Max, somehow, even though he was slain 2 times early on, is able to catch back up to level 11. Fear No Cure is a bit behind though, even Skylar. Onward, gonna be able to catch Skylar, but the BMI grants him his safety. He's able to blink out.
To be honest, because of the low mobility that the Hanabi has, I mean, looking at that damage from the Feather Airstrike, and that was pre-Lightning Truncheon, right? So imagine now how much damage she has, and she doesn't even have the Holy Crystal or even any penetration items built yet. Marky needs to build that Athena shield, like ASAP, and that might give him a little bit of more durability, but Max, he has to be careful here.
That's the wild charge. Max gonna be able to fall there. No, Cure actually flickers out just in time with the Earth Shatter, cancels Lemon Slam, pass. In the back line, Moreno trying to find something, but will be stunned up just a bit. Max putting some pressure down again for the rest of the team to back off, and Bigetron Alpha offended, but it's still RRQ with the more valuable resources still up. Clay, his mana's looking low though. He might have to recall here.
RRQ with a 2.5k gold lead, but Bigetron Alpha is matching them in these fights, in this aggression. If RRQ can't get a decisive kickoff, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with the increasingly high DPS coming in from Bigetron, and on top of the big combo coming in from Key on the Numenon Blast, but he might just be in trouble right here.
Wild charge, everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Key. And he's gonna fall here in the mid lane. Bottom side, River Bush. Bottom side, we do see a shove from the side of Marky, but now Fear No Cure, he's all alone. He's trying to look for an opening. Pops the ultimate, dealing a little bit of damage to Lemon, but he has the split. Meanwhile, Max, again, that's gonna be Skylar jumping out to Marky. It's a solo kill for Skylar against the Hanabi. Max gonna be brought back to the team by Lemon on that split. Max still in the midst of it all. Moreno going to be zoned away. So for the airstrike comes down as well. Max with the cement. Max not able to survive. That's Albert who seals the deal, and it's a 2-4-0.
2-4-0 and a free Lord for RRQ Hoshi as they continue that mid-game dominance here. Going for the next objective in that bottom side, in the mid side as well, taking everything from Bigetron Alpha, and things are looking bleak. The problem is, right, Marquis, they're relying so much on Marquis, but he cannot withstand the damage from the Blazing Duet that, of course, Skylar can give. Marquis just secured that item, but at this point, he needs so many more items. He needs that Wind of Nature, obviously, to survive a little bit longer in those team fights, and an Athena shield as well, because he's losing out on the range from the pressure that Clay has with the Feather Airstrike.
That's absolutely correct. For him right now, he wants to try and do damage because he is the only one of the only members that can actually deal with the 10K members. We're on the Edith can try and do that as well, but mainly it's gonna be on the shoulders of Marquis. But now he is pressured to try and deal damage to be relevant as a DPS source, also defensive items though. So it's a tough situation to be in, and RRQ is completely exploiting it. Now with the Lord, they're trying to make sure that they push all the ways together and get as many structures as possible. With their composition right here, the more turrets they have, the more chances they're gonna get to punish Bigetron Alpha and catch them completely off guard, and they're gonna try and make a play for the base tower.
Nobody can catch Skylar, man. Moreno tries his best, but Skylar has a Purify. Now it's going to be Max who does the dive onto the back line. Oh, it's Key with the Numenal Blast onto two members. The AoE is massive with the knockup as well. Marquis feels a whole lot of the back as Albert's forced to run away. Clay still with the Purify, holding onto it. Will just pop the wings by wings. And just like that, Bigetron Alpha have found a way back in the game, but they're still 5,000 gold down.
I mean, they are going to be able to buy more time for their team, right? That was a beautiful wombo combo and execution and really good chemistry between the members from Bigetron Alpha. The Numenal Blast hit, the knockup came in from Moreno with the ultimate as well. The damage came through, and that's exactly how Bigetron Alpha need to play these team fights.
We're seeing a bit of a pattern here. If Moreno is able to actually land a very massive Breath of the Ocean, that seems to be what Bigetron Alpha needs to try and turn the tides around. The crowd control on top of that damage is what Bigetron Alpha needs. But RRQ are notorious for adapting and not falling for the same trick twice. So now you can bet that they're going to be looking for Key as much as possible. The last thing they would want to do is try and fall to that same trap, the Numenal Blast, into the follow-up coming in from the Kadita. So I think the pressure is now in the shoulders of Vin. On the Grok, he's been able to use that crowd control immunity to such high value. But now in the late game, it's not only about the crowd control. The damage is very real, so Vin needs to be more careful with his positioning as well.
I'm wondering, the later this game goes, technically, Bigetron Alpha, they have 3 sources of damage, right? Verno, Cure, Edith is gonna deal percent HP damage. So if RRQ Hoshi go for a lot of HP in their composition, automatically, Edith is gonna deal a lot of damage as well, a lot of magic damage.
Yep, and for RRQ, so the only advantage they have right now is that range on Clay. We can effectively zone out Marquis and Moreno. They have a chance right here, but look at this macro attempt being made by RRQ, just pressuring all over the map.
Athena popped in already. That's going to be Lord contest forced in. There's no cure. Looking for the knockup, gets Clay. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Max is going to be slain here, most probably with a DPS coming from Skylar, but that's going to be Key, who pops the Numenal Blast in. They find Skylar, but there's no one else. Flip onto the back. Lemon will be chain CC'd and taken down, but the Lord has been slain already. RRQ still holding on to the gold lead, and Vin is going to be able to find the wild card! The taunt as well! Marquis still with the nature, dealing free hitting in the back, but will not be able to survive. Clay finds the kill with the range. Fear no cure, the secondary damage dealer here. And when it comes to DPS, Magic, Bigetron Alpha still able to find a 2-for-2, but they lose out in the trade because the Lord was taken already.
Man, that was a huge... What is going on, Arashi, with the gold in particular?
The gold is razor thin, it looks like from here. Of course, RRQ is still ahead, but Clay just got shut down, so Bigetron Alpha has a bit more gold to work with, but without Marquis, this Lord will be able to take down that base tower, and RRQ are looking for more.
Look at Skylar and Marky. The goal difference is way too massive. Marky hasn't hit his item power spikes that he needs. 6 items is what he needs. Wild Charge to be popped in. Key as well with the Luminant Blast. No flicker. He does! He finds Skylar! And just like that, Elemental does not disappoint. He finds another moment where now Skylar has been shut down.
Key. He's buying so much time for that adjustment for Marky, right? You mentioned with the goal difference that Marky needs a little bit more time, and that time is being bought by Key. He is always that person to be able to counter-engage the setups coming in from RRQ Hoshi, and so far, it's been massive for them.
This is the danger when you are trying to crack open the base against Bigetron. They know what they can take advantage of. Key was looking for that play, but so was Moreno, roaming around behind the lines of RRQ Hoshi. It's a lot of threat here, and the same thing might just happen again. Bigetron are notorious for being able to find opportunities like this, but Vin is looking for the exact same thing.
Vin gonna be spotted. Power of Nature, anti-CC, Wild Charge, knocking 3 up, just used as a defensive. Both teams disengaging, again, setting up once more. 16 minutes in, RRQ had a 7,000, I think almost 7,000 gold lead at a certain point, but they're still not able to end.
They just don't have the right kind of pressure, the kind of resources right now. They need to maintain the gold lead and keep Bigetron Alpha down until they can get maybe a Lord, some extra tools that they can get on the map to try and crack open this base. The first turret in the mid lane has been taken, but they are going to need a lot more than that. And they just have to use this range and be very aware of Key, and they have to start timing his flicker, man. It's just way too dangerous. And Skylar in particular, if he does not have the Purify, he needs to just stay really, really back, because RRQ still has the option of re-engaging with the Blazing Duet. We saw that it worked really well against Marky in one of the previous team fights. If he comes in and Marky is unprepared for it, that might just be the opportunity that RRQ needs. And they have switched up their playstyles like that before.
Definitely. But at this point, I'm actually curious to see Marky's items, right? Definitely the WN should already be built in, and with that, it eliminates that disadvantage that Marky has on the Hanabi against that Blazing Duet. And right now, we're gonna start to respect Marky's damage. Remember, it ricochets. We are in the 17th minute of the game, so that power spike is definitely starting to hit as RRQ Hoshi already half health on the next Lord.
They don't have enough of an opening here. Key actually is going to have his Immortality pop. Guardian's Bulwark popped in as well. Albert already rotating down for the airstrike, going to be able to zone Marky away as Lemon pops in split onto the back lines. Key still able to disengage. The Earth Shatter as well to help Max out with the split once again. Is able to find Key on the back line. Max is going to fall. That's 2 members down. Moreno finds a massive Petrify, but the Purify's ready there. The wall is perfectly timed, and Bigetron Alpha, this might be their demise. RRQ with no minions. Do they decide to push in that top side or go for the Lord?
They need to end this as soon as possible, like either way, right? Right now is a really great example, but right now Lemon gonna get really hit low, gonna get taken down.
There you go, that's the kill with the flicker. Weirdo Pure finds a 4-man Earth Shatter, but no one's there to follow it up. The minions come in, and it's an open base for RRQ to take 1-0 in match 2.
RRQ now leading the series of a best of 3 here in match number 2. Wow.
What a game we're witnessing right now. Back and forth action for both these teams, and both of them are not backing down. It just comes to the select few moments for both these teams. RRQ were able to get great pickoffs, but so was Bigetron, coming back from the gold lead and even almost just getting back that control and ending the game with an upset. But RRQ, at least for game number 1, says that we are still on top.
I mean, to be fair, Aldo the Architect, this happens a lot with him, right?
Yeah.
He likes to experiment in that first game. Remember, the Hanabi was a very unpredicted pick. It didn't really work out for them in the later stage of the game, especially when the Claude hit that level 4 power spike. But I guess in game number 2, Aldo, he'll do his job, man. I mean,
It can revise.
It's Aldo. We expect this.
It is Aldo, right? I mean, the Hana pick early on, we saw how much damage and how oppressive she was in the lane.
Yeah.
But then Marky got caught. That's the weakness of Hanabi, right?
Yes.
You're very immobile and you can get caught so easily. I think with the Flicker Wild Charge, with the Feathered Airstrike, there's just so much to dodge. And in the end, the Hanabi just got overwhelmed.
I think this is the issue with those heroes that have a lot of damage, but not a lot of outplay potential. You are forced to either curb your damage in favor of getting some defensive items, or just be very, very susceptible to a dive, to a long-range mage like this, like Marky in this game. Because he was doing a lot of damage, he was doing more damage than Skylar even, despite his team being behind. But with Clay on that Farsa, with Vin just looking for him, having a target on his back, it was just so difficult for him to actually be able to output that damage.
I think the best case scenario for a Hanabi, if you really do want to use her in the lane, is to pick up a roamer, something like Matilda, right?
Right.
Matilda gives you a really good engage, disengage. It also gives you shield, which helps with the passive of the skill number 1 of Hanabi, which gives her immune to CC from that first skill. But without that, I don't know. Hanabi doesn't seem like she's fit yet for the competitive scene.
Agreed, right? I mean, still way too immobile. Sure, you do have like anti-CC with your Equinox, but that's about it. Anti-CC, when magic damage falls on you, I think the Farsa pick was just the reason it did not work, right? I think if it was any other mage,
Outrange.
maybe a Yve could have worked as well, but if it's not long range and can burst you down, Hanabi would have been a proper pick. But with the Farsa already secured so early on, they still went on with the commitment onto Hanabi, and it just didn't work out.
I think the Farsa is just so valuable for RRQ because, as you mentioned, she has the Hanabi has an anti-cut control cancellation, but you can't cancel the cut control, which is death coming in from the Farsa. 2 balls and she's out of there, just like that. And that's the power of the Farsa that's always been used that exact way. Yes, the Yve could have possibly worked, but it still won't be as threatening, as devastating as the Farsa, because we saw that the rest of the team from Bigetron, they were still trying to cancel out the Feather Airstrike as well. It just didn't happen fast enough because RRQ were expecting it.
Yeah, and one of the game highlights is the fact that Vin's Wild Charge brings RRQ to win game number 1. And I think maybe that's what Aldo was trying to draft against, right? The CC coming in from RRQ. But if that was the case, then couldn't they have used something like Mia if they wanted to go crazy? I mean, Mia also has an anti-CC, but we'll never know until we ask him later on. Maybe Miracle can help us with that. But this is the post-game items for that game between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron Alpha.
6.5k more or less gold difference here, and it's the late game. Everyone has items. It's not like Marky has no items to talk about. He has 5. And of course, Skylar has an edge. He has 1 more item. But again, he was doing a lot of damage. And at this point, it's only about execution. It's about composition. And I think RRQ has been put in this spot, right? Having a singular problem way more often than Bigetron. So Bigetron in this spot are just confused. Okay, like, do we use key to engage? Do we use key to threaten members away from the Hanabi? Or how do we adjust this? Whereas RRQ, they have no issue at all, just adjusting on the flow. They're able to get denial with the Feather Airstrike. They're able to get the catch using Lemon as an engage tool with the Slam Slam Pass Pass combo. So I think when it comes to flexibility, especially on such a short notice, RRQ is just so good right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you take a look at the items again there, Hanabi or Marky was already pathing towards either an Athena or an Immortality, right? So he knows that this damage needs to be responded with. He needs to have an answer for it, but because he just didn't have enough gold and because he was constantly just bullied in lane because Clay kept on roaming down below with the Wings by Wings, he just couldn't, right? And now we're going to take a look at the post-game recap, and when it comes to damage, I think Marky has it. 73,000. I actually did not expect Marky on a hero like Hanabi, a hero that we all think is useless,
but
right?
remember, the Hanabi basic attack ricochets, right? The damage. So
exactly.
It makes sense what we're seeing here, the damage dealt.
I think there's a bit of synergy where those basic attacks, also the shurikens also bounce off Lemon when he's doing the split, by the way. So there's that. But again, it's almost like a double-edged sword. Yes, you can do a lot of damage, but what has he sacrificed to try and do that? He went full all damage, so he's the carry, but in those final moments, he just gets picked up way too easily, and that just is no way to go, especially against a team that is known to just zero in on the main problem and take him out like RRQ. They're assassins when it comes to that situation.
I think they fell behind a bit too hard early on when they went for the turtle fight and they lost Marky as well down below, right? I think they put too much focus on winning everything with a composition that's already pretty gimmicky, cheesy in true Aldo fashion. They should have maybe tunnel vision a bit towards the gold lane, get the Hanabi going, right? Because without Clay, they were still losing in that 4v3 up in the turtle side. And with that loss, it's a double kill to Albert with his Appraiser's Wrath. And Skylar gets so much more room to play, not bullied anymore by the Hanabi.
I think you have to keep in mind, right, the fact that the mid lane is a Kadita, but we didn't see a lot of value pickoffs coming from Moreno. The biggest moments, the biggest highlights in that game was when Moreno was able to follow up with the Breath of the Ocean. But if you only need to crowd control to follow up on your roamers initiate, you don't have to use the Kadita. Other heroes are available. He was not using it to its maximum potential, and that is partially, of course, due to the drafts. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is going to be Clay on that Pharsa. And, you know, understandably, probably the real key to victory here. The only real threat that can burst down Marky that reliably.
The high ground was just way too much for even a setup coming in from Bigetron, right? We mentioned in that early game, right? Even with the Clock of Destiny, without the Lightning Truncheon, he was already doing so much damage onto Marky. And that was insane, right? Imagine the amount of damage he had when he already had that Lightning with the Divine Glaive on top of it as well. So really perfect drafting in that sense. Such a good high ground and perfectly executed as well. I mean, did he get picked off?
Once, I think.
Like,
he did not get picked off. There was a fight in the purple buff, and he went in with the Wings by Wings to secure a kill onto Marky. So even his only death is a trade. He knows that Marky needs to get eliminated for his team to find success, and he just goes for it. And look at this heat map, man. All across the map, just roaming around with this Pharsa, and this is just how dangerous it is. It's burst damage, it's stun coming in, but control from the Pharsa, and that mobility we talked about is something that he weaponizes very, very well.
So active in the first 5 minutes, right? And also notice that he doesn't pass to the gold lane, he actually passed towards that EXP lane.
He's rotated once, and that already gave Skylar so much room to play. With the Blazing Duet, like you mentioned, Skylar just needed to get that power spike, and then they tried. Bigetron Alpha, they really tried to give Marky proper space, but at that moment it's a bit too late, right? There were a few good fights here and there, but they weren't really able to, they didn't have the luxury of feeding the kills over to Marky.
Well, here we see that play being initiated by Key and the follow-up, but as we mentioned, it could be any other hero, but Key is still so dangerous, finding the moment required, but here is that play. Clay just maybe a bit too panicked in the situation, was able to secure Marky, but he gets taken out as an exchange, but he takes that because his RRQ, they're just very good at identifying what needs to happen for the victory. And look at Moreno, he goes for a big engage, but it didn't really pay off in a big way, and this is not the full potential that a Kadita can achieve, and that is for sure something that needs to be changed out. And speaking of the execution, the Edith has several times used the onwards and displaces members from RRQ, but in a way, sometimes pushes them in ways that this team does not need them to be. One time it pushes someone out of the range of the Breath of the Ocean. One time it pushes Lemon towards his slam and gets his teammate killed. So I think it's a double-edged sword whenever you have a hero with displacement, right? Like if you're using a Jawhead, if you're using a Cho, displacement could be very finicky in the right situation.
So like the synergy was kind of off with the Wombo combo, and even if it did land, sometimes there's no follow-up as well. I mean, we saw that time and time again. So coming into the second game, I'm actually quite curious, right? Because from the drafts, technically it was good, no? I mean,
I wouldn't say
Hanabi,
good, but I would say it's the right amount of cheese, right?
It's interesting.
It's an interesting draft. Obviously, if we look at it on paper, it's a pretty bad draft, right? Those heroes, especially the Hanabi, it's kind of iffy pick, but it's the cheese that we've all come to know from Aldo. This is the man who gave CW the Mia, and CW was able to get a Savage.
There you go.
Right? Then we saw the Moskov as well. The first Leslie in Season 10 as well was from ONIC Esports up against, hey, RRQ.
Exactly.
There's so much action when these two teams are in the field. And if you guys don't want to miss it, make sure you get your tickets at blibli.com, guys. The atmosphere is crazy. I mean, if you don't come over here, if you have the chance, you're missing out.
Yeah, you have to come. So you can take pictures with Mirko. And if you want to do that, you guys can scan the QR code beneath Arashi as well to secure those tickets. Remember, it's available all throughout the regular season, so you have a lot of time to, save up, come to the venue. Love Arashi.
Love Arashi. Right?
They came out of nowhere.
I mean, right now, RRQ, they're looking pretty good too, right? There were a lot of doubt for especially the XP lane, Lemon.
Right.
And in this game, I feel like Lemon, sure, there were a lot of deaths there going overextending, but it was all just a setup for his team. It's just very Lemonish.
He's so gold.
Yeah.
He's
so gold.
Yeah, he's always just constantly
But he's XP.
in the but his presence and impact is gold.
Golden performance coming
Exactly.
in.
And talking about gold, don't forget to check out UBS Gold because we do have limited edition merchandise available.
Ooh.
Remember, UBS Gold merchandise collection X MPL Season 11. So it's limited only for this season. You guys need to check that out when it comes available. I'm so excited. I wonder what it is.
What?
Is it going to be the cards again?
Oh man.
Or is it
at
going to be
this
the
point,
rings?
I'm just waiting for
The
it, right?
rings?
The
Yeah,
rings? Wait, can we get the rings?
I don't exactly.
The MPL, I don't think they're going to give that out, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that seems a bit too
It's only
exclusive.
for the champions. And Aldo, he has a ring. He has the championship ring. He was
He
able
does.
to capture that ring last season in the grand finals up against RRQ. So I think in the regular season, he knows what he was doing. Experimenting right in the first game of the first match, but still, you got to be careful because the first match, the result of the first match can impact the confidence of the players throughout the regular season. Week 1 might not matter in terms of points, but in terms of morale and mentality, it does.
For sure. And for Veer, right, going up against a legend like Lemon, not exactly having the hottest
pressure.
performance in game number 1, it's definitely a lot to take in, and he needs to recover really, really quick. There's not a lot of time left before we get into game number 2, and it's the opposite for RRQ. This is where they like to be on the driver's seat, right, controlling where the game's going to go. And I really feel like if you have to sum up how RRQ plays, they really understand the big picture. Because you talk about Lemon getting picked off sometimes, but if you notice when he dares to risk his life going forward, it's to zone the Hanabi, it's to expose Key when he's using the conceal. So he just has a good idea of what are the factors at play here and what can he stop.
I mean, the passion is starting to get heated up here at the venue as the drums have started as well. And I do agree with you guys, right? Sure, it is a best of 3. Bigetron Alpha, they do still have the opportunity to come back from this. But remember, when it comes down to mentality, I think over the seasons, Bigetron Alpha have struggled with that, right?
Yeah,
that
especially Max.
Confidence. But remember, last season, Max was the most improved player last season. So hopefully that also plays a part on the formation of his mentality. Like over the season, he's gotten a lot more confident. But in that game, it felt like he was not able to do much against Albert.
Yeah, I mean, on the Martis, you'd expect to do a whole lot up against the Fredrin, but the thing is, there's just so much poke, so much DPS for him to handle. Usually you're a bit too tanky to get bursted down, but with Skylar so ahead in levels, you could just see it, man. He was melting through Max like it was nothing. Just a bit of CC. Even when he was not CC'd, he was melted down every single time. There's not enough gap closers from the side of Bigetron Alpha towards the enemy back line, so Skylar was just free-hitting constantly.
Well, the best crowd control is death. We've said it already, and it worked against the Martis. And on the flip side, Bigetron were unable to do and achieve the same result against Vince Grok. So I think the amount of damage here is important. And if you don't have, I think they've shown here that if you have crowd control, you better have burst damage to work around with. Because if you have neither, then you are bound to just get bullied and pushed into territories that your opponent wants you to be in instead. I think that is a big portion of how Bigetron, usually very aggressive, very a lot faster and proactive in their rotations, are actually the ones falling behind against RRQ in game number 1.
So we'll see how the drafting comes to fruition here in game number 2 between RRQ Hoshi as well as Bigetron. It seems like RRQ still staying on the same side with the Valentina and the Kaja ban once again, and still the same bans from Bigetron.
They still want to avoid having Skylar, who was popping up in the previous game, pop off on maybe a 1-1. The last thing they want is have a Joy used to be in the hands of R7 back then. It was such a menace. And in this game, if it comes to the hands of Lemon, right, he is a man that is more used to this magic damage, this mage/assassin heroes. So I think that is something that Bigetron, Aldo just do not want to deal with. But RRQ, same way with Rebellion, are the ones banning the glue in game number 2.
Yeah, they've swapped things up a bit here, and for now, like you mentioned, it's still the exact same bans. If they go for a Faramis ban, then for Bigetron, they would not have changed anything. They go for the Yeep ban, alright, so the Respect ban comes in and the Faramis is left up for grabs to RRQ. Do they pick it up, or do they pick up a different hero? Maybe a Fredrin, once again. Super flexible, super strong in the jungle, and we saw what Albert was able to do on it.
Yeah, I would prefer the Fredrin here. I like the Faramis in some cases, but for Araki Hoshi, it doesn't seem to fit Vin's playstyle. Yeah. It could be given to Clay, that is a possibility, but that eliminates the high ground and the damage potential that Clay is so notoriously known for.
It's a trade-in, right? If they want to go for more utility, they won't have that burst damage. So in the early game, I think, as you mentioned, the Fredrin is solid. It's still quote-unquote a flex pick, even though we don't see it being used that way too often. It's always in the back of everyone's mind. So RRQ haven't really shown much. Now Bigetron, the question is, are they going to go for something similar? Hyper carry in the back, everyone protecting her? Or are they going to try and match the aggression from RRQ? Because as we've mentioned again and again, Bigetron play a very mean early game if they have the right tools.
Do they want to pick up a Claude early is my question too, because Marky plays a very good Claude in the game, or maybe they want to take the Rebellion approach, right? Marky, he's more known to play these mages in the gold lanes, like the Farsa, even the Lunox and the Herod, right? Rebellion went for the Herod up against the Claude, baited it out. They go for the Farsa and Grok first, so they're already taking a few resources that RRQ utilized to beat Bigetron in game 1.
Using their own weapons against them, right? Having the Grok now in the front line, just being a constant threat and a very annoying situation here, because we said that the counter to crowd control immunity is death, but if you use all your spells, all your damage onto the Grok, then it's everyone else on Bigetron that can just use their saved up resources onto the rest of your team. And without the Farsa here, and without the Yi if possible, Bigetron can go for the same kind of situation here, but now having long-range magic damage as well.
Yeah, and the issue was for Bigetron was the fact that nobody could touch the Farsa. So with Araki Hoshi picking up the Kadita, are they swapping things out? Oh no, okay, they had Claude, but Kadita is going to be taken by Araki Hoshi this time around, and hopefully it can be the solution that Bigetron so desperately needed in game number 1, where the Farsa was just untouched and was able to get that perfect ultimate on and put that magic damage onto the core members. But other than that, I do believe that Araki Hoshi might need someone else to go into the back line. I realize that Bigetron picked up the Edith. I understand the damage output coming in from the Edith, but I don't think it's as powerful as someone like the Yuzong to be able to stop the high ground presence that the Farsa can have.
When the body suffers.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer. Benedetta is going to be the pickup here for Bigetron Alpha. One of the signature picks for Virno Cure back when he won MDL in Season 6 for Bigetron with Bigetron Beta. So there's already a whole lot of dive. Good backline for Bigetron Alpha as well. It's just that this Farsa needs to be very careful up against the Kadita that's most likely going to be on the hands of Clay.
There's a possibility here for the Freddy to go in the EXP lane and for Albert to just surprise everyone with a signature assassin pick. With momentum high, with the morale boost from game number 1, RRQ can very easily do that. And with a Farsa being a very juicy target in the back line, it is possible. Because for the side of Bigetron, there hasn't been any real reliable crowd control just yet. The Benedetta maybe will bring a Petrify, but it's still not guaranteed.
Ooh, are we gonna see a Paquito? Picked up by RRQ maybe to win that lane matchup in the EXP lane? I mean, assuming that the Benedetta is in the EXP, like.
Right, it's also a solid pick.
Right?
Very flexible here. We've seen it in the jungle, actually, from Albert back in M4, and we've seen it in the XP lane. I think normally it will still be going into the XP lane, knowing that the Glue, the Lapu, all the crazy heroes in the XP lane have been nerfed a bit, and Benedetta has been left untouched. It has risen in popularity in that XP lane, but we're still gonna have to see what RQ responds to it with, right? They can always just go back to the Lapu. We know how Lemon's performance was with the Lapu back at M2. His signature performance up against Evo's SG when he went in practically 1v4.
Lapu certainly has a kind of dive, that kind of impact in a big team fight. But the question is, against Bigetron, right? They have been known to maneuver around it. So I think this is where RQ makes a decision, right? Do we want to go for a full-blown dive and have all the utility available? Or do we want to have more options, more flexibility? Because at this point, with both brilliant minds like Arcadia and Aldo at the helm, everything is a trade-off. You pick something, that weakness is going to be definitely exploited by your opponent. So for RRQ, I do think some more burst damage will be in order, because again, they are going up against a Grok and they ban out that carry.
Okay, the carry taken off the board here by RRQ, realizing it's still an option for them to pick up. The carry is going to suck against the Fredrin, and it's going to be able to burst him down in the later stages of the game, but now Bigetron will be able to start the banning phase first. The question is, what is Max going to use in the jungle? Is it going to be Benedetta in the jungle, or are they going to go for something a little bit more safe? Perhaps the Martis is an option. It's banned out.
I think
what can they do?
Now, a Kai can be an option for them,
you're
for
right.
Bigetron Alpha, if they really want to get that disengage going. When you pop in the Blazing Duet, when you even go in with the Odyssey Oddity, you're not going to be able to burst anyone down when there's a Panda just circling around with a heavy...
Wow. Miracle.
Okay, Hanabi, last pick was what we saw just now. Now it's early. It's pretty early. First phase gives RQ a lot of room to counter it. Remember, RQ can just pick up something like a Lapu or, heck, a Yuzong. What are you going to do against the Yuzong when he dives at you on the Hanabi? Aldo is still saying, basically here, it's a statement by him that this is not a cheese pick, Mirko. No, it is what we think is prio. It is what we think is good up against the Claude.
Matilda.
Matilda for RQ?
Yeah. No, for Bigetron.
Oh.
It can work, but remember, right? The two weapons RQ were able to use to shut down the Hanabi, the Grok and the Farsa are both taken away. Of course, now RQ has a chance to use this Kadira efficiently, but that is a big if. And now with an Edith, this is a lot of slow heroes that needs time to catch up to Bigetron. So Bigetron can very easily outmaneuver and just like rotate around the slower composition from RRQ.
I'm thinking about this, right? I'm thinking about how this is all gonna pan out. I mean, right now, the Hanabi is going to be very susceptible to not just the Claude, but also the Kadira, who can dive into the back line. Depending on how they use this Edith, it can also possibly be the answer that they need. But how is it gonna work in that middle lane? There you go.
Matilda. Nice call, man. They needed some utility to really help this gold laner, because we saw that Hanabi is so miserable all alone. She needs a friend, and Matilda seems pretty friendly, right? She's always smiling.
Yeah.
The splash art.
She's always on the way.
She's on the way. How do you do it?
I forgot. Always on the way.
There you go.
Something like that.
I don't know if that was Matilda or Eterna. Maybe Materna.
Materna. Well, for the side of RRQ, I think if they get ahead enough, there'll be so much damage available at their disposal that the Matilda won't matter. They'll be able to burst them down and basically out DPS the Hanabi as well as everyone else, the Farsa as well. But that's a big if, and knowing Bigetron and knowing Coach Aldo just maneuvering them around, it's going to be very confusing for RRQ to try and get ahead right now.
It truly will be, and we're going to see how the execution pans out in the game, because we can only do so much in the draft. We can only analyze what is possible and pure on paper, but let's dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between RRQ Hoshi and Bigetron. Match point if Bigetron Alpha want to come back in this series.
It's going to be a rough road for them, man. I mean, again, Hanabi against Claude. We saw this early on. Clay, though, with definitely more mid-control on this Lilia. Way better clear. Marky is going to win against Skylar early, right? Look at this damage. Look at the poke as well with the shield. But as Skylar continues to level up and as he continues to use the Avarice with his hits on to wow, what? Moreno finds first blood with a very cheeky rotation from Veer No Cure on his signature pick with a Petrify early on. That's first blood over to BTR. So already a difference here in game 2.
They're definitely adapting to the mistakes that they made from game number 1, right? Marky definitely going to respect that level 4 power spike from Skylar. And with the addition of Key to be able to help zone the members away from that gold lane, it is going to help Anabi a paramount mount.
Well, Bigetron Alpha has such a great start already. If they can just maintain this, they're on route to a pretty decisive victory. 2 Purifies on Moreno, and he will allow them to avoid getting the pick-off gameplay to get to them. And Marky, with the Aegis, will be able to survive a lot more of these pick-off attempts. And actually, if she doesn't get taken out directly, the Hanabi, as we can see, can be outputting a lot of damage. So now it seems like the shoe is on the other foot. Bigetron Alpha have a lot of answers to any solution that RRQ Hoshi can use. RRQ only, I mean, not Hoshi. They can use against that Hanabi pick.
We'll see what happens here. Already a lot of rotations from Bigetron Alpha, that mid lane presence, even though that they are losing out in the trades in that mid side in terms of that wave clear, right? But right now,
good eye for an eye, forces Lemon to flicker out of his Earth Shatter. Now, it's going to be Lemon with the Onward and the Earth Shatter. Key able to just sidestep away from that one. Meanwhile, top side, you can already see the rotation from Vin. RRQ with a very similar response to the first Turtle fight, and Bigetron also with a little adjustment already, with Hanabi playing way safer. Veer No Cure with Eye for an Eye, once again able to back off, but will lose a whole lot of HP. The Feather Airstrike popped in. Clay already popping in the black shoes, and that's the Petrify, that's the lockdown. Albert falling to the hands of Moreno, and Max top side though, not changing that much. Lemon trying to go for some more, finds a kill onto Moreno, but it's still going to be traded back. Veer No Cure clears the wave as well.
And on the flip side there, Marky was actually able to buy a lot of time.
Yes.
He was taken down eventually, but come on, it was 2v1. The Claude was diving in, there was a Kadita as well. That's the best he could have done, but that actually split the focus from RRQ Hoshi, and Bigetron Alpha were able to get a bit of an edge in that turtle fight.
In a way, Lemon was still able to trade 1-for-1, so very impressive from him as well. But if you look at the talent prediction, it's a very, very big RRQ sandwich with a lot of Bigetrons in the middle. Only me and Momo-chan, our fellow Indonesian caster, voting for RRQ, and it's not difficult to see why. Draft-wise, it does seem like they don't really have any real answers, but looking at how they're playing so far, putting a lot of emphasis onto Marky in the gold lane, this is shutting down Bigetron's win condition.
Oh, immobilized down there. Marky will be able to put some damage down with the Higan Bana, but will not be able to finish Skylar off. That's the BMI popped in. Key with the Purify. Already forcing that out. Good response from RRQ to Bigetron Alpha's aggression up in the gold lane. They clear out the mid lane. And noticing that Moreno has been missing, they might actually be able to punish on the turret shield mid.
I'm actually surprised with the talent prediction. Sorry, while you were talking, I was thinking about it. It actually does seem like RRQ will have the more solid draft. I mean, the reason why I went for Bigetron Alpha is because I like the risk that they're going for.
Same.
I want to see if it's actually going to work, the Hanabi and the Matilda, but as you can see here, it's actually working quite well. Bigetron Alpha, they do have a little bit more map pressure up until this point. The Hanabi going to be center focus, but even with the Blazing Duet that Skylar can put onto Marky, he doesn't get taken down. So it's going to need a little bit more than that 1v1, a little bit more wave manipulation and the resource allocation that requires Vin to roam to that top side.
Oh, that was the Aegis popped in. Marky this time brought the Aegis. Vin is going to be punished down. Oh, wow. What a pick. Again, the Petrify wasn't used because Vin noticed the Aegis and he had to fall back here in the mid lane. The Onward gets popped in and Max is able to wild charge away on that drop jungle. Top side going to be sieged down by Marky. Skylar tries desperately to defend but will be forced to back away with Turtle now. With more pressure on the side of Bigetron Alpha. Key's going to try to open up the map now as Clay and Skylar run him down. Key opening up the map a whole lot. Lemon going to be able to find the Earth Shadow, but Max finds the Retribution now. Lemon flickering out, dealing a whole lot of damage, even out to Marky. Lemon is out damaging Bigetron Alpha. Lemon still in the midst of it all, dealing so much. Skylar comes back in to save the day, and RRQ RRQ on the back of Lemon have turned the turtle fight around.
Wow, we said Bigetron was doing a lot of damage through Hanabi, but maybe the reason why it was so difficult for RRQ to win these prolonged fights in game number 1 is the Edith, man. That's a lot of damage, and just like that, Albert has secured the orange buff as well. This is the swing and momentum RRQ was looking for, and out of everyone's expectations, it comes from the AXP lane.
Okay, Lemon now chunked a bit, Siege down below, taking the tier 1 down. And we do have an emblem check here in the 6th minute, Arashi.
Nothing too crazy here, but Clay wants to go for the mystery shop. He needs to try and get the items earlier to shut down the pressure coming in from Moreno on the Barca. Of course, with the Magic Worship on him as well as Vin, that's a lot of damage that all the squishy members need to keep in mind. So it seems like RRQ's approach is to try and shut down the trouble lanes, right? The mid and gold lane. They're just trying to make sure that they have enough pressure to not allow them to farm up and scale well into the late game.
Yeah, I think it's not fair that Edith goes for a tank emblem and still is able to sustain through all that damage and plus deals enough damage like an MM would. That's a little broken here. Right now, Vin looking for something.
Ooh, with the rough waves, defensively is able to escape. Marky still is in the mid lane. Lemon doesn't have the flicker, so Marky can still play kind of out of position. They don't really have an engage tool. Oh wait, Fear No Cure getting taken really low. Ooh, in the bottom side, Skylar has been farming like a beast in both games here. Level 9, even while he was quite behind early on, he's still able to find so much of those resources, and they actually go back in. Fear No Cure. Ooh, very close. Pops into Blazing Duet just for safety.
Still a very good back and forth from both these teams, but Bigetron Alpha has been very good at denying RQ what they're good at. Like, Vin has not been able to get any pickoffs, and Max now will be zoned away though.
Okay, Max finding a kill back there with a wild charge. Lemon gonna be brought back to the team right now as he finds the onward. Doesn't pop in the ultimate just yet as Moreno was able to finish him off. Bigetron Alpha taking the gold lead back as Max jumps in onto the purple buff, stealing it away with the Retribution as Albert has already used his for the turtle. That's the wall coming in. Skylar zoned away by Max, but will still be able to make his way into that mid lane, dealing a whole lot, but having the BMI back in place. Marky trying to just poke that turret down even without minions, grabbing it just like you guys can grab the discount code 26,000 IDR with the QR code.
You can see now that Marky is starting to pop off a little bit better than he did in game number 1, right? One of the reasons why is that he opted for the Aegis spell this time around, and this Aegis acts basically as a purify, but in addition to be able to give shielding to your teammates as well. So huge adaptation coming in from Bigetron Alpha here, as now we can take a look at the in-game items in the 9th minute.
Trojan side and a Demon Hunter sword for the Hanabi. A lot of damage and a lot of utility if Bigetron Alpha wants to catch them mid-rotation for a wild charge or a feathered airstrike or even an Electo final blow petrify combo. But for the side of RRQ, having the Ice Queen's wand onto play will mean that they can kite back in a similar fashion, and with the fact that Skylar has already both his main power spike items, also means that RRQ has a good chance of winning out here. I think it depends on if Vin can actually get value play, but Veer will not be able to 1v2.
Good stun there. Getting the crowd to hold their breath, but with that much HP and with a Purify, is able to get out. Skylar dishes out the damage, and Veer's dead.
Gets taken out. It's a 1v2 situation, so easier said than done. But I think Bigetron still are doing so well at just denying RRQ the pickoff that they want, because Vin has been very proactive, trying to threaten away bait out battle spells, but every time he goes in, he gets punished for it extremely. The only real issue here is that if they keep punishing Vin and no one else, later on they're going to be in trouble.
Right now, it seems like there is a huge mobility MM diff, but look at this.
Black Shoes popped in, wild charge as well. Clay super low, but Lemon's gonna be caught with the circling eagle, bringing it back. Vin onto the back line, not able to fight it just yet. Good spacing by Marky as it clears out the mid lane. Top side tier 2 taken down by Skylar earlier, but now it's Bigetron Alpha on the Lord. Albert's still alive, so he still has a way to get in to try to contest with Skylar and Clay coming back into it.
Goes for it, though it might be a bit too dangerous as Clay goes in aggressively, Vin as well. Oh,
Desperate play did not work out for Vin, as now the Feather Airstrike is able to zone Albert and Clay away. The Lord is merely just a bait. Albert with a taunt, immobilized down. The Appraiser's Wrath gets a lot of HP back, but Fear No Cure cuts their rotation, moves back, and it might just be a free Lord over to BTR. Tier 1 in the mid lane, it's never free. RRQ are able to trade constantly.
Yeah, they still have something in return for what Bigetron Alpha gets, right? I mean, at this point, Claude has just been insane, the mobility that he has, especially with the BMI, able to go to the top side and just munch on those turrets. It's been huge for RRQ in particular. And you can see how active he is. Even looking at the player's goal here by UBS Gold, Skylar #1 on the charts. But even though Marky has a bit of a mobility dip, he's not falling too far behind either.
But this is the question, this is the problem here. Skylar has the most gold in the game right now, and we're not seeing any Wind of Natures, we're not seeing a Winter Truncheon being built by Marino either. So later on, we have to see if Skylar can find even any realistic window of opportunity, because if he can, there isn't really any itemization solutions being made by Bigetron Alpha.
Even, like, just look at the items just now. We saw steel leg plates get picked up by Skylar early on, but not a steel leg plates by Marky, right? So Marky not respecting damage, but still getting out. Lemon with a bit of a miscalculation himself. Triple Eagle comes in. Marky with the egg is still trying to kite away right now as he pops in the Higanbana. Marky is down. RRQ have found the marksman that gave them so many trouble. Ben still looking for an opening again with the conceal. Doesn't find it. Good read by Bigetron Alpha. Almost a disaster, but they're able to stop it from happening.
Wow, that was Lemon just going in all the way towards Marky, and he could not deal with it. This is the issue. You can deny crowd control, but you can't really maneuver around when you're a Hanabi, and Lemon is completely abusing that. Just when we thought that Bigetron Alpha has the control and has turned things around. Now with Marky just spawning, RRQ lost that window of numbers advantage, but look at how aggressively Skylar is just basic attacking up front against Bigetron Alpha.
I gotta say, I love this game, right? It's going so back and forth constantly, but the problem is, even when it goes back and forth, it seems like RRQ Hoshi have a better hold in the macro department. They're able to control the waves a little bit better, I feel, because of the Claude. But I'm not really sure what's going to happen here. Right now, it seems like RRQ Hoshi, they're going to put some attention here in the bottom side. They're going to continue to look for more objectives, for more map control. But the damage dealt, like you mentioned, Arashi and Miracle, man, Marky, even though he has that damage, they need to respect the damage output from RRQ as well. He needs to start to build defensive.
They do, right? Marky, if he goes Glass Cannon, the Aegis can only help him for so long. At one point, there has to be some burst. Even the Appraiser's Wrath that can get through to that super easily. We saw that. It was just Albert and Lemon who dove in, and Marky was not able to kite away. Here, Key with the guiding wind, good reaction time. Wow.
That's a Purifier from Key that just nullifies all that burst potential, and now Lemon has an Athena as well, so the better airstrikes won't be that big of an issue. And the question was the late game, right? But the RRQ, they have a Lilia as well. That is AoE and still technically DPS, so push comes to shove. This late game is still very, very even. It all comes down to the setups. And in that department, like Itana mentioned, RRQ seems to be just one step ahead, even though they seem to be in weird positions.
Skylar is down below. That's why they are looking for the fight. Lemon has rotated back into the team fight right now. He's going to be put into that Earth Shatter with the onward. Key still soaking a whole lot of damage with the Guiding Wind. Going to be able to escape for now, but that's going to be the backline targeted down by Vin, baiting a whole lot of time. The Feather Airstrike was even popped in. Vin has done wonders for RRQ here up against Bigetron Alpha, baiting their vision, distracting in the back just to force that fight and to isolate Key. And they have done it. RRQ reclaim what is theirs, the position on the Lord. Max, the Power of Nature, looking for an opening, but will not be able to find it. Wild Charge defensively will mean that they will concede the Enhanced Lord.
Albert gonna be able to get that Lord here away from Bigetron Alpha with a perfect setup, with the way that they were able to bait out the resources coming in from Bigetron Alpha was beautiful. And now RRQ Hoshi, they just need to play it patiently, right? I mean, Clay now already has a Divine Glaive, going to be able to dish out the overtime damage as well as Vin as well. And this is when it starts to get scary, especially for Marky. They're relying so much on the damage by Marky, but he's always the one to be able to get picked off first or either zoned away.
is the main target for RRQ, so it's not any surprise. And Lilia, play on the Lilia without the Divine Glaive was already doing a lot of damage. And here's the issue: when the game revolves around the neutral objectives, the team that can fight in the cramped spaces of the jungle, like RRQ's composition right now, they have an inherent advantage because Bigetron are going to be forced to club together for a huge Breath of the Ocean, for a Blazing Duet, for anything as they go in right here onto Max.
Good guiding win, bringing Max back. Clay, whoa, taken super low there by Marky, as he's still able to dish out the damage. Remember, 1, 2, and 5, but it is a late game Hanabi. They will be able to clear this out unless RRQ find a dive or a pick onto Marky.
Yeah, they have really good high ground, right? With the Feather Airstrike coming in from Moreno and the Ricochet basic attack from Marky, it's going to be a little bit more difficult if they can't find a good initiation. And you can see Max there trying to look for something on the board, trying to even just get his buff. But that's not going to happen with how much damage RRQ Hoshi is already dealing onto Bigetron as well.
Oof. The range here is still the main problem. Look at that one Feathered Airstrike ball onto Skylar, chunking him out. He needs to find some solutions for that. But that is the only advantage. So if RRQ can close distance, and they have all the tools available, by the way, control, vision, everything favors RRQ. If they can use this to ensure that they don't get kited away, they don't get kept at arm's length by Bigetron Alpha, they have a chance to just dive on, surprise Marky yet again. If you take a look at the items, the Wind of Nature has been purchased, but no magical solutions just yet. So Clay is the one that's going to be relied on to try and burst him down.
It's so risky, right? I mean, Hanabi only has the Wind of Nature. But what about the damage coming in from the Kadita? What about the damage coming in from Edith?
Right, true.
If she mispositions.
It's very scary, right? I mean, the magic damage itself, but I guess with the DHS and Wind of Nature, aside from just the physical, just in being immune to the physical damage, oh, Fear No Cure with a good check. Petrify, though, still connecting. That's the damage coming in. Fear! A misstep, just a slight misstep. He did not use the final blow instantly, and he probably regrets it. 10 seconds for the Lord to spawn. It could not have been better timing for RRQ, as they'll be able to clear out the topside wave and take full control of the next Lord that they're waiting for right now. I think they might just be waiting for the evolved version, but no, Fredrin, no, Albert's just going for it.
I mean, Skylar's looking very confident. He did pick up a defensive item finally. The Athena shield was actually secured by him. That was the main deterrent for him to go in with the Blazing Duet. He was fearing the burst damage coming in from, of course, Moreno with the Feather Airstrike, but that can actually now be kind of nullified with the Athena shield that he just bought.
Essentially a free Lord for the RRQ. And with that, I really thought that the ideal, right, the best outcome for RRQ is not just getting the Lord, is baiting Bigetron Alpha out of their base. Bigetron knows that, which is why they don't seem too bad, too bothered, too sad letting go that Lord, because they know that they have a late game carry in the late game. They have the Farsa for the high ground as well, and if RRQ doesn't do anything drastic, they will not be able to crack open the base. But if they do, they're also opening up themselves to mistakes that they can make during the execution of a turret dive. So RRQ have a lot of options to play around with here. They're probably going to try and manage the waves and get it to all push at the same time. And look at Lemon, is taking a lot of damage only from the bouncing shuriken.
Yeah, RRQ playing very sneaky at this point. They were trying to bait the Benedetta in that top side, but right now all three lanes are crashing, and it's gonna start here in the top side.
Oh, Marky's gonna be engaged on the rough waves as well. No magic defense for Marky, and that is what happens. Finn is able to burst the marksman down with no damage dealer, with a Feather Airstrike popped in earlier. Max is gonna fall before that. He gets a wild charge onto 2. Bigetron Alpha still able to defend just for a bit, but with Fear No Cure knocked up, that's a double for Clay. Feather Airstrike once again onto Albert, taking Immortality down, but now with a Blazing Duet, he comes out with a guiding win. It's RRQ with a clean sweep, 2-0.
2-0. I mean, today is a day of history. Today is a day that proves that there's a reason why these statistics matter. Once again, RRQ Hoshi unbeatable against Bigetron Alpha. And unfortunately, what Lemon said still proves true. Bigetron Alpha, they changed their entire staff, coaching staff. They even put in new people into their roster, but unfortunately, even after all those changes, they still and truly are the guinea pigs of RRQ Hoshi.
Unfortunately for them, not a single even game win taken by Bigetron Alpha. And it was, by all means, a very respectable attempt. It was a back and forth endeavor. It looked very, very close. I mean, the talent predictions, everything. There's just so many things that was possible for Bigetron. But RRQ once again assert their dominance. And for now, in the coaching department battle, RRQ also stands on top.
It's a hero that's just too immobile, right? You deal a whole lot of damage. If you're left to free hit, maybe even the most damage, but you're never going to be free hitting. There's always going to be someone diving towards the back line. You can even see Renbo having a blast on the RRQ side, waiting there on the couch and the bench. But RRQ still with such an amazing performance up against Bigetron Alpha, despite having a lot of doubts towards their XP lane, right? No R7, what's gonna happen to RRQ? Well, Lemon performing pretty well.
Yeah, so much doubt, right? Even before this match, we were centering onto Bigetron, but we're gonna cut to the host, Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Match pembukaan RRQ dengan 2-0. Games yang begitu intens sudah dipertontonkan. Tapi Vin, sebagai kapten di game tadi itu begitu intens kan. Back and forth, bolak-balik. Apa yang kalian lakuin di dalam in-game dan menjadikan game ini jadi 2-0, Vin?
Ya, kita kan udah latihan terus juga kan. Ya, kita ngaplikasiin hasil latihan kita lah.
Oh, melakukan yang udah dilatihanin, just do it. Tapi kalau di season 11 ini buat Vin sendiri, kira-kira apa sih tantangan terbesar buat RRQ?
Tantangan terbesar kita ya melebihin hasil konsisten kita lah. Kita pengen buktiin kalau kita bisa jadi versi terbaik dari diri kita masing-masing.
Wow, konsisten. Ini baru match pertama. Tapi mereka benar-benar 2-0. Kita udah melihat pertarungan antara RRQ dan juga Bigetron dari berseason-season. Dan mereka masih bisa mempertahankan kemenangannya. Dan mungkin dari Lemon ya, yang kita tahu Lemon juga menghadapi Bigetron udah dari lama banget. Di season ini, di season 11, Lemon ngerasa ada perbedaan gak sih ngelawan Bigetron? Apalagi dengan adanya perubahan jajaran coach juga nih.
Lebih kuat lah pasti ya kan, ada player-player baru juga.
Lebih bagus. Kalau dari Lemon sendiri, Lemon kan berubah nih role-nya dari mid lane, dulu pernah gold lane, sekarang EXP lane. Nah, 3 lane udah dijajal. Mana yang paling menantang, Mon? EXP ini nantang banget gak sih?
Sebenarnya paling menantang apa ya? Gold kali.
Gold menantang, tapi EXP Lemon udah siap untuk berada di EXP lane.
Lumayan.
Lumayan. Ini juga begitu ramai. Ini setiap lane-nya itu begitu ramai. Apalagi tadi di 2 game, kita ngeliat Skylar berhadapan dengan Hanabi. Match pembukaan udah ngelawan Hanabi. Hero yang mungkin jarang kita lihat, akhirnya dipakai. Kamu berhadapan match up bersama Hanabi di dalam 2 game. Dan dapatnya kamu juga cloud, gimana Skylar?
Apa katanya? Oh, lawan Hanabi susah aja, soalnya dia pukul minion kepantul ke gua gitu. Sakit.
Sakit ya, berat banget ya?
Iya,
jadi, apakah ini Hanabi bakal jadi meta, bakal rame nih season 11?
Bisa jadi.
Bisa jadi ya. Dan tentu aja, Bet, coba nih, ini kan season 11. Apa yang paling kamu nantikan, Bet, buat season 11 ini? Funi datang. Apa yang paling kamu nantiin?
Ya semua match dinantiin sih.
Semua match dinantikan?
Ya.
Ada tim yang benar-benar kamu pengen hadapin nggak?
Enggak sih, semua jago-jago.
Semua jago-jago. Terakhir dong ini Clea Deden from Bogor. Boleh dong disapa tuh RRQ Kingdom yang udah hadir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oke, sekali lagi mari beri tepuk tangan untuk tim RRQ. Langsung aja kita akan nge-breakdown game yang begitu intens kepada analis kita, Profesor KB. Silahkan.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, Mongstar, for the interview with the winning team. RRQ still reign supreme against Bigetron Alpha. And I gotta say, man, like the fans, the energy, it's insane.
It's crazy, man.
It's crazy.
Even to the end, right? They're still staying here for the interview. They're still staying here fully supporting. Even the fans you see behind us, they're Bigetron fans, right? Even after the loss, they didn't just pack their bags, get out. They're good fans. They still support in wins and losses.
They have the thing.
They
What's
have
it
the
called?
thing.
Bando. What's bando in English?
Right, they got their antennas out there, you
You're
know,
not
they are
wearing it?
robots. Maybe they need the antennas to, you know, get a radio service.
You don't want one?
And by the way, guys,
I
Should
want
ask
one.
for one.
Maybe later.
if you notice, we are this close to the audience, so the noise is deafening, like legit. Especially during those big team fights.
The drums, man.
We can hear it. The drums too.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think they would allow drums in such a cramped space, kind of technically, but they did, and like it has the effect, and you know it comes with both pros and cons, right? Sometimes we really can't hear anything.
We can't, especially when Coach Aldo 2 times in a row picked up something like the Hanabi, and I'm getting a little bit of like Coach Age vibes.
Coach
Do you
Age
remember?
vibes?
Yeah.
The mad scientist.
Yeah, the mad scientist stuff.
Well, that's what Aldo is kind of known for too,
but,
right?
But like Coach Age does it, and he doesn't.
He doubles down.
It's not successful, so
Well-
it's giving me Age vibes.
Yeah, looking at it right now, you can kind of say that, right? The cheese that they're going for, or maybe at this point we can't call it cheese anymore because they tried it with 2 different compositions, and they were pretty confident in it. Again, this time it was a bit of a better showing for Marky in the gold lane. He even went for an Athena this time, so more defensive items, Arashi.
I think it's just a bit. It's too little, too late though, and considering his positioning and considering that there are 3 full tanks essentially, right? Because Ver has the Bloodlust X, but for the most part, he just builds full tank. The fact that he got caught out in that final fight was just so devastating for RRQ. And of course, it's all set up by RRQ, and they were able to just identify, again, they understood the assignment and found the answer. But at the same time, if you're a Marky, you should know, right? But that you cannot get picked off. That is the one way you lose.
I mean, again, the Aegis choice was a bit interesting, right? I think the Flicker would have done him a bit more here, especially this game.
Or Purify, or Sprint, I think.
It's
I still think Flicker is just the best movement ability
that's like
here.
the current like thing
Meta?
that is going on for
Debate?
Hanabi.
Uh-huh.
Like that's the thing, right? Like they always say that Hanabi, with the change in how her skill 1 works, that the Aegis is a bit better for her because it acts as a purify, a free purify basically.
Well, maybe you can use it once, right? There's this one skill that is going to be immune, but then everything after?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, so it's just tough when you try and like rely too much on one single aspect to like win you the game. Because again, if you are banking on Marky being able to just perfectly time out the crowd control, there's gonna be a time where RRQ does something differently or baits it out or whatever, and the one moment he gets caught out, it could be the end of it. And of course, on the flip side, for RRQ, Skylar, high gold, high damage, everything you want in a gold laner, and he's showing again that he's just really good, because we had conversations about how Skylar might be a bit too passive, you know, maybe a bit too too careful, too safe, not wanting to go in at all until everything is on the table. But in this game, at least, that was dangerous how the way he was playing, man. All the way in the front and baiting out the Feather Airstrikes with the Battle Mirror image as well. So like, you know, I guess he's improved beyond what people expect from him, which is great.
Skylar reaching new lengths, right? I mean, reaching new potential. He's touching the potential very, very close. And, you know, he is a very young player, so he still has a lot of growth in terms of mechanics, even macro, especially the way he's able to make these decisions on the fly so well. The micro decisions in this game that he made were phenomenal, right? And on a signature pick like the Claude, he's just able to fully understand the limits of what this hero can do. Even in lane, when he was bullied, remember, the Battle Mirror image recall back to the Battle Mirror image, he knows exactly what the limits are on this hero.
And on that note, talking about him, right, he is actually the MVP for that game on the Claude, 20403 KDA and 834 GPM with a 64% KP. But this doesn't reflect the impact that he had in the game. Like you mentioned, he was able to utilize a lot more than just damage. He was able to bait out a lot of valuable resources from Bigetron Alpha that eventually caught them off guard and allowed the rest of his team members to follow up.
Zero deaths. It's pretty ridiculous if you think of how high action this game was. He did not get taken out a single time. And if you look at the items, he has a great mix of magical and physical defense, so still respecting that damage potential. And I think if Veer went full damage, maybe he could have warranted like a win of nature or something from Claude, from Skylar and the Claude. But even then, right, it's just a bit iffy. You have no real synergy there between the Benedetta going in aggressively and everyone just trying to keep the Hanabi alive. So maybe Coach Aldo has to go back to the drawing books, but today, at least, RRQ can celebrate the victory for now.
Yeah.
For now. How many times in a row? 11?
At this point, I think the all-time record was 14-1.
Right now, it's 10 times lose streak against RRQ.
So make it 11.
11.
Season 11. Perfect timing. Season 11, 11 win streak for RRQ, and technically for Bigetron, it's a lose streak, 11 lose streak.
Well, that's
that's another learn for Bigetron
Exactly.
Alpha. Two
We
new
always say that.
learns.
The season's just begun.
The season has just begun. Again, this is going to say a lot in terms of morale and mentality for the rest of the season. Maybe in terms of the rest of the season, because it's still 6 weeks long and because there's so many crazy matches up ahead, points still okay. It's all right. Like losing your first match is all right, but morale and mentality, that's the bad thing that can happen to your team, or even the good thing, right, Arashi? Because for Skylar especially, it's a massive confidence boost.
And if you look at the heat map here, at 5 to 10 minutes, I guess in a way it's the mid-game, so he was just all around the place, just finding gold. Look at how close he is to all the jungle camps. He knows where to get resources for sure, and he's always in the fights, even though he doesn't always just pop that blazing duet as fast as possible. If you take a look at the highlights from that previous game, you can see that initially Bigetron just had more success because obviously more damage, more burst, but Lemon, deceptively dangerous on that Edith, man. I really didn't expect this kind of damage. Look at the items earlier. He also had the Feather of Heaven at the late game,
Here,
so he's able to just move forward, be tanky, right? And still, anyone squishy like the Hanabi, like the Farsa, or even sometimes the Benedetta, they can't withstand the damage off the back of only a single damage item, and this is the potential that Edith can bring to the table. But in that mid-game, you do see that when everyone is forced to play around in the jungle because RRQ has the lane control, has the AoE, it's just so difficult for Bigetron to find something, and this is that insane pickoff, and that was just the beginning of the end. Without the Hanabi, the linchpin of the entire operation, is just not possible for you to defend at 20 minutes, right? Which is such a shame. This is exactly where Marky should be shining on this Hanabi pick, but it shows again how RRQ understood what to do. Now, take a listen to the mag track.
Nice!
Reset.
Udah lihat si Kadita dari kiri.
Ada Kadita.
Mati.
Kadita dulu Lar. Oh Kadita sini.
Masuk.
Lagi nih.
Lemon dapat.
Goton.
Mati.
Hanabi.
Gak bisa lewat ya.
Goton.
Pelan lagi, ada ulti gak Den? Ana pintar, shieldnya habis gue sundul Den, ada ulti gak Den?
Ada.
Lihat ya Den, latihan.
Nice, mundur.
Goton.
Sayang sih.
Gue TP.
En aja guys. Nice. Reset ya guys, nice.
Nice guys. Balik.
Mati juga.
Mati ke atas.
Purify.
Aman, santai. Gue tadi udah gak bisa ketar tuh guys, sorry.
Iya, nggak apa-apa.
Nice. Bennett, awas ada Petri masih.
Goton dia.
Mati. Bang harus gua cut sini.
Mati Ana bisa harusnya.
Nice.
Mati Ana.
Bisa. Pelan. Jangan mati guys.
Kena mati.
Krok.
Percaya mau.
Gua tengah.
Bro, mati.
Gua dulu. Masih ada ulti,
Bisa 2 orang.
Bisa end, bro.
Sen.
Peng, Seng.
Today, RRQ Hoshi have proven that even without R7, even without Coach Achil, they are still as strong as ever. And Vin, very quick to take that shot call position from R7. And it seems like they're on the right foot here in the early parts of the season. But remember, where did Achil go?
Where did Achil go? I think he went on a break. He's not in MPL anymore, but his twin brother, Adi, he's in ONIC.
So,
interesting.
Achil has moved to ONIC Esports, has come to be a part of the ONIC Esports coaching staff. And we're going to see his impact, right, for ONIC. But before we get into that game, the key to success for Araki Hoshi was Clay.
The mid rotation, we talked about the Lilia is clearing everything. So the Farsa wasn't able to roam as efficiently as you would expect because of the wave clear constantly. And I think, honestly, shout out again to Vin. He has credit already, but more credit because those shot calls were just so crisp and clean. And if you ever wrong someone, you better make sure it's not Vin because, like earlier, he just knows, okay, I'm waiting on his ulti, I'm gonna get him. And he did, you know, like he is a man on a mission. It's so scary to see him. And to be on the receiving end, I can't imagine, man. If I'm in the game and I know Vin is coming for me,
I'd be pretty pissed.
I'd run.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Exit.
I'd surrender.
Like even in real life, I'd run.
Oh.
Yep. But remember, for those of you, you guys can't run, okay? You guys can't run because we have a big match as well ahead of us. Remember, the last match of the day, it is going to be GEEK SLATE going against ONIC Esports. Both teams have had major changes. And don't forget to stay tuned. It's still me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. And we'll see you after the break.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wow. Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Basket Bas TV. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Basket Bas TV. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti geek. Beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat takkan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus and if
We're gonna close the day out with the final match of today. GEEK SLATE going against ONIC Esports. We are gonna see one of the teams that didn't make it to playoffs go head-to-head with the defending champions. And we'll see how that pans out. But on the caster desk to accompany you on the last match of today, it's still me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as I was gonna say Goni.
I'm sorry.
I nearly said Goni.
Eterna, can you repeat that?
You're saying
sorry,
Goni right
what?
now.
I'm kind of sleepy. I'm
What?
sorry. Can you repeat that?
You're sleepy?
Yeah, I don't know
Mirko,
why.
I think you should look below your seat.
Oh, whoa. Wait. Where did this get here, man?
I think we'll talk about that later, though,
Oh.
because remember, we do have
could
a
it be?
hot topic for this next matchup. Something that we really need to highlight this time around, right? For so many seasons, Geek Fam has not made it into the playoffs. But last season, they developed so much as a team with Beloiski stepping in, with Hades, or now known as Jana Cutie, stepping in that jungle position, as we can see here. Are they the new People's Champions?
Well, there's an uncanny similarity in the fact that GEEK SLATE has 2 Filipino imports, and they've been doing pretty well. Almost like a revamp, and they've captured the hearts of the Indonesian public that's now supporting them, wanting them to finally make it to the playoffs. But now that they're against the champions, right, who also have a Filipino import, it's going to be a bit of a clash of the imports here. And I think Geek is eager to prove that we don't care. We'll take on the defending champions or the ex-champions, doesn't matter.
I mean, I think we've seen this kind of storyline before, right? Literally, MPL Live, if you remember last year, they met in the grand finals. Geek were able to take it all the way to 5 games up against ONIC Esports. And this was the ONIC Esports that went on to win MPL ID Season 10 in the playoffs pretty easily again, right? GEEK SLATE last season, if we take a look at the standings, just like Eterna said, it's first place up against 8th place. And we can see just from here that the GEEK SLATE's effort to break 0 has not really, you know, it hasn't been pretty successful at all. 0-14 is the stat line. You know, if Bigetron versus RQ was 14-1 or 15-1 now, 0-14.
So that's since Season 4. They have never won against ONIC Esports.
Well, they have rebranded though, so it's now a clean slate, and I think they're gonna try and make a mark on this aforementioned slate there to try and take out ONIC Esports here and try and make a big statement to the public, to all their supporters. And this is what we've been talking about here. Roster insertion for Matt, the additional firepower for Geek, and can Matt bring more of the impact in that EXP lane? So that's interesting, because we used to see Luke there, and he had his moments, but I guess Matt wants to try and get a crack at it.
That's the question, right? Because every time we've seen Matt play lately, it was always in the gold lane. So when I saw this happening, this transfer happening, I was wondering, wait, are they really going to sub out Chidera, who has been the rookie monster the entirety of last season? But it turns out Matt is going to be feeling in that EXP lane. Now the question is he comfortable in that lane?
Well, if you've known him for a long time, you'd probably know that he started his journey in the MPL as a gold laner, but back then it wasn't the marksman meta that we're used to seeing right now. The marksmen were still mostly in the jungle, and the gold lane was actually filled by these fighters. And as you can see from the team head-to-head as well, it's still pretty different there, Arashi, from the data of these two teams. Remembering again that the data was piled up from Season 10, where GEEK SLATE went 8th place, and first place was obviously on the Esports.
Well, despite the discrepancy in the stats, though, it's enough to capture the hearts and minds of the people, right? And they have been showing that maybe with a bit more time, they almost potentially could have made playoffs for the first time in a long, long time.
I think the main reason why Geek Fam didn't really make it in the standings, right, is because in the first leg, they were still struggling, right? It was a brand new team. They were together for only a bit amount of time, whereas they were going against teams who were used to each other. And in that first leg, like we see on screen, they were very Beloy-centric.
Beloy-centric is a great way to put it. Teamfight participation and the death per match ratio really is where he excels. He is a very proactive hero, player, and he likes those proactive heroes as well to try and ensure that his team gets enabled at every single point in time. Unfortunately, that also means that when he falls behind, the team just loses that much more steam.
I think after Season 10, they've really learned to, play on even when Beloy falls behind. And I think that's what is incredible about this roster with the changes that they've made even in the mid lane. We saw Elzura last season. They have changed Elzura with a boy who's been performing pretty darn well. But speaking of performing well, this man literally so consistent for so long now.
Very consistent, but you can see a lot more well-rounded compared to Beloy. So it doesn't mean that he's not better in the death per match ratio or the teamfight participation, but it really means that he's just more balanced overall. And considering that his team favors consistency and flexibility, I think that's a great showing from Keyboy because quite honestly, if you think about Keyboy, you don't think about being tame and calculated. He still makes those crazy plays, and yet his stats still seem very balanced. That's a hallmark of a great player.
And other than that, Keyboy has also one of the widest hero pools in that roaming position. He's able to utilize really an array of heroes. He can go for those pickoffs types like the Natalia, the Selena, but he can also go for that 5-man CC, just hard tank, as we can see here from the most pick and ban heroes. But first, for GEEK SLATE.
For GEEK SLATE, they like picking up those strong XP laners, and on top of that, we used to see Elzura on this Lilia, but that's no longer the case. This Lilia pick is just so good because, again, with a strong roamer, you want to have good wave clear in the mid lane to enable that two-man roam that's been so effective and so dangerous. And of course, with that very aggressive playstyle comes a dislike for crowd control and utility. So Faramis, Valentina, Akai, all these heroes, they can just stop them in their tracks and deny Beloyski the playmaking potential. They just take that out of the equation. Whereas now, for Coach Jeff, for ONIC Esports here, you can see that of course, a lot of respect bans for the Fanny and the 1-1, CW, and Kyrie. But as far as most picks, it seems like the Paquito is still up there because the EXP lane is just so important. And Boots, there's a man who just plays very consistently, but if you give him a playmaking hero, he does not mind taking matters into his own hands.
Definitely not. I mean, again, when we talk about ONIC Esports and GEEK SLATE, they're first and eighth. They should be very different from one another, especially when we take a look at their individual plays. But here, talking about these two teams and comparing these two teams, it feels like both of these teams have improved, but GEEK SLATE have improved so much more that they're able to compete head-to-head against ONIC Esports pretty darn well. We even saw a 2-1 score by the end of Season 10 when they met for the last time before the playoffs started.
Here, the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series. Sabotage Kyrie's early game, anticipate Keyboy's pick-off gameplay, and Matt's early rotation. It's all about the synergy of ONIC and how they can get in the way there. If they can sabotage Kyrie in the jungle, that also means that the early game is going to be quite difficult. You see here, one of the first games where we've seen this happen, when Kyrie starts falling behind, he just struggles again and again. And with ONIC just hedging all the resources and bets onto Kyrie, he's just forced to back away, and ONIC overall, being a very calculative team, will not be able to contest any neutral objectives. They won't be able to go for those very effective ganks in the hands of Kyrie, and it just shuts down all the momentum.
Kyrie is so important in ONIC Esports, and he has the most achievements in the MPL ID League. Because last time around, it was I Am Jago, right? Who had, what was it, the MVP regular season as well as MVP finals. But Kyrie has both of that, plus he got the first team jungler. And talking about ONIC Esports, we're also going to take a look at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy series.
Limit Jana Cutie's assassin heroes. He is an absolute menace given the right tools. And the other side of the field is going to be Chidera, the man we were talking about earlier, the rookie monster that came out of nowhere and just started terrorizing the gold lane in MPL ID. So, with these two in tandem, if they can control the early game with Jana and then control the late game using Kadera, it's a very deadly combination that a lot of teams have faced and have felt firsthand.
We'll have to see what they can do, right? But again, Eternal, I'm really struggling to speak here because
okay?
I don't know. I'm okay, but I just feel kind of sleepy, like I said from the start.
Miracle, I think you gotta look below your seat, right? I think Arashi, and I think I should as well, because
What is this? Wow.
Whoa! Coffee by Point Coffee. Let's enjoy quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans and brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee X MPL Season 11. And it looks like we can get a 40% discount here, Rashi.
I'm sorry, it's almost finished already. Just
Man, that
chug
was
that.
quick.
Energy's back. Energy's back. So we got it, right? I mean, with the promo code Point Coffee MPL, you guys can take it, and it's cheap. It's great. This one's the pandan flavor, which is amazing, actually. So big shout out again to Indomart Point Coffee for helping us get energized again on the desk at night.
Okay, he's just busy. But for those of you at home watching right now, if you want some more information on this, don't forget to visit @PointCoffeeID to get energized with your coffee drink. And I gotta say, man, I wish I had a straw right now, but I don't.
Hey.
So I can't enjoy this. Should I just, open this?
Desperate times.
No,
desperate times call for desperate measures. It looks that good. I might even use
If you like black coffee,
my
maybe that will work.
pen as a straw, but it's not working.
Yeah, I think we will get you a straw later, right? There's
Yeah.
going to be a segment where we can do this again. It's all good. But reminder, because we got a banger of a match here, if you guys are sleepy watching it, you guys aren't really going to have a good time and you won't be able to live in the moment, man. Go get yourself some coffee at Point Coffee. But also, Eterna, while you're already energized, why don't you go to the shop or to the website to pre-order something?
Well, I'm not that energized because I haven't had it, but don't forget to check out Samsung Galaxy A series, the best gaming phone ever. So don't forget to always win and flex on social media when playing games with friends, because the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is an epic smartphone that makes you out a win in every game. It is equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, a memory up to 1 terabyte. The screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120 Hz refresh rate, and I can go on and on and on about the specs because that's how amazing this phone is.
Well, I don't think amazing is the right word. I think
not.
it's awesome. There you go. You guys can pre-order now up until my birthday. I mean, 23rd of February, 2023, and get installments starting at IDR 500,000 per month. Benefits up to IDR 7.5 million, free 2-time double memory, and all the goodness that you can find on the website. So check it out and buy your phone right now.
Get that absolute awesome performance, because that's what you need to perform like our favorite players right here in the MPL. They could not have done it without the device, right? It enables them. And speaking of our favorite players, let's take a look at the lineups right here for both the teams playing in the final match of the day. Looking at GEEK SLATE, Boy, Matt, Kadira, Jenna Cutie, and Beloyski. Honestly speaking, they're relatively new to the scene, but they seem like a very solid team right now.
They're new to MPL ID,
Yes.
but they aren't new as a team. They were able to get a really good stat on DGWIB. But on the flip side here, we do have ONIC Esports official lineup with Sans, Boots, CW, Kyrie, and Keyboy, the main 5 roster. And remember, we were talking about it, right? We were talking about how far that GEEK SLATE were able to win against ONIC Esports. Eventually, ONIC Esports was able to get the dub at MPLI, but remember, that was with a different roster. It was Drian, but this time around, it's the main 5 for ONIC Esports. So, honestly, GEEK SLATE, they really have their homework cut out for them this time around.
You can see it too, right? I mean, ONIC as well with the merch game, new varsity. I see it. Okay, ONIC Esports. They're looking fresh, they're looking clean and confident, but on the other side, GEEK SLATE too, with the new slate that you mentioned, Arashi, and their new jersey. They're looking confident coming into this match with Beloy and obviously Jana leading the pack.
They're looking deadly and fashionable at the same time, so we can expect some styling in the line of Dawn coming in from GEEK SLATE. But as you mentioned, it's just a tough situation here because you don't really know what to expect. And for DKM in particular, I think we can expect a lot of a very aggressive gameplay. But for ONIC, considering the fact that they're putting in Sans in the roster right now, it's going to be a lot of fireworks in the early game.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the defending champions of MPL Indonesia, ONIC Esports.
They have come so far as a team. And they like to say that Kyrie was the missing puzzle piece that they always needed this entire time. But the question is, without Coach Aldo, the architect, are they going to be able to still have the same performance like they did 2-3 seasons in a row in that top 2 position?
Coach Aldo was definitely a big factor here. And now with a new coach in the picture, we have to see if he can fill in those massive shoes because their opponents are now walking onto the stage.
Welcome once again, here to upset the odds against the defending champions, the People's Champions, GEEK SLATE!
Wow, I mean, looking at the team, it is new, right? We haven't seen the same roster last season, but we're gonna see exactly how they are gonna be able to work with one another. This is a new team on the MPL ID stage going against a team that has already been formed for 2 seasons now.
It's also a new look coming in from Baloyski. I'm so used to seeing him with longer hair, you know.
With white hair?
Exactly.
Matt took it.
It's a completely
Matt
different
took his
look.
hair.
Exactly. So maybe it's synergy. Maybe it's symbolic in a way. We'll just have to see as the coaches come in here to try and get a read on each other. The mental warfare begins from this point.
We have Coach Reno from GEEK SLATE and Coach Yeb from ONIC Esports. And that's one of the major changes that GEEK SLATE has as well, right? Last time around, it was Coach Ruben, but this season they have brought Coach Reno.
A new face in the scene for MPL Indonesia. Coach Ruben, again, wasn't really able to find that success in the 8th place, ending it, but we did see very good improvement from the roster, especially from Beloy leading the pack and even taking control of the draft. Now maybe he can take some of those tasks and hand it over to their new coach, who's very happy to take that role.
Distribute the workload quite a bit and free up a bit of that mental fatigue, that mental headspace for those predictions, for those maneuvers around the map in the Land of Dawn once they are in that early stage. And as we mentioned earlier, with Suns in the picture, this means that the mid lane is going to be so contested. And when you talk about contesting, the mid lane is always tied in with the jungle and the roam. And for GEEK SLATE in particular, Jenna Cutie will excel on the assassins, but considering the current meta, there's not a lot of assassins available. It's always very situational. So I think ONIC is going to try and capitalize by denying that away from him.
You know, there's one question here. We saw Coach Reno, we're seeing Coach Yeb. Sure, both really good coaches coming up onto the stage, but where's the main man? Where's Coach Adi at?
Oh, you're right. Where is he? I would have thought that he'd come on stage, but it doesn't seem like he's around. Maybe he's in the back room from ONIC Esports, you know, controlling it from the backside. But that's kind of one of the questions that I have as well. What is his impact on ONIC Esports? And honestly, I don't want to say this, but Coach Adi, or previously known as Coach Achil from RRT Hoshi, he has received a lot of criticism over the seasons, right? A lot of people questioning about his drafting capabilities. So honestly, this current matchup against GEEK SLATE right now is his ultimate way to prove himself. And if ONIC Esports falls short, I don't know, it might not be the best start for his career in MPL ID Season 11.
Yeah, it's going to be a bitter pill to swallow for sure, but I think right now, ONIC Esports are going to hand that task of the drafting, of the hands-on drafting to Coach Yeb, the guy who's been here, another import for ONIC Esports, brought in with Kyrie, and we've seen what Yeb can do when he has center stage, when he has full control of the draft. This guy was able to bring ONIC PH back in 2022, or 2022 technically, 2021, depending on how you see it, because M4 was kind of this year, but he was able to bring ONIC Philippines to the grand finals of the M3 World Championship.
On that note, I mean, we're taking a look at Kyrie's stat here from Season 10, where he was able to get the most amount of turtle slains, and that is a huge title to get, right? Because previously it was Albert. Albert was who we knew was the Retribution King, but that title has been snatched away from him and taken by Kyrie.
Well, you saw earlier, Coach Jeff has a reputation of being an amazing mood maker, and you saw a bit of that
on
the stage.
Great man.
This man knows how to control the atmosphere, and I bet his players are in a great mental state. I mean, we've talked about it since he was in the Philippines. His team, it doesn't even matter if they're down to the last game to match point. They will play it like a fresh start. They are not known to have any mental problems. So they brought that mentality to ONIC, and they've always been a very relaxed, very calm team, even more so with the support of Coach Jeb. And now, since he's drafting, you can see him flex a bit more of those drafting muscles, right? The intelligence that is a bit underrated, a bit overshadowed by his other talents.
Well, you know, talking about Coach Jeb, speaking of him, right? You can kind of say Beloy is a mini version of Coach Jeb. He's been under Coach Jeb's wings for such a long time, back when he was still in ONIC Philippines. And I think Coach Jeb has said it himself that Beloy is basically a mini-me. He knows how I think, but Jeb also knows how Beloy thinks. So maybe that's the reason ONIC Esports opted to go for Coach Jeb to take the helms here in the match for GEEK SLATE. Remember, they can always just swap the roles at any given time. If they want to get Adi up there, they can do it.
That's so cute.
Yeah.
Mini-me?
Mini-me.
Who's your mini-me, Miracle?
My mini-me. Can't think of a name right now, but I know who's a mini Arashi or a big Arashi.
Who's that?
Jays.
Shout out Jay-Z from Singapore.
Arashi SG and Jay's ID.
Well, it's funny that the term mini-me comes out because Coach Jeb and Beloy are both quite hefty men. They assert dominance, right? They have a lot of power within them, so mini-me seems a bit ironic. But of course, they'll show all that right now, soon in the drafting phase. And for ONIC though, I do wonder, without the architect himself in the picture, will they still come out with those crazy picks, right? Is that something that's exclusive to Coach Aldo, or do the other coaches also capitalize on that?
Well, we do have a fun fact here by Grab, where ONIC is the team with the most amount of hero pool, and that has been consistent since Season 8. And if I'm not mistaken, Aldo was already there, so perhaps that was the reason why ONIC Esports were brave enough and courageous enough to explore so many heroes throughout the entirety of the season. And on your point, Arashi, you're right. Is that going to cause an issue for ONIC Esports, who always had that flexibility as one of their advantages when it comes down to the drafting?
I think for me personally, it is going to have an impact, right? Maybe they're not going to be as open to experimenting in the regular season. Maybe no Hanabi, like you mentioned, right? Again, they had to experiment to really understand the limits, because when you try a certain hero in your scrims, it's very different. And maybe for something like a Hanabi or the Mia that we saw from ONIC Esports as well last season, they weren't able to pull it off in scrims. They had to just pull it off in the playoffs. That's why it was such a good secret. It was a very well-kept secret, and it really became a massive curveball to their opponents, right? So whenever these crazy picks come out, even at one point we saw the Akai mid at MPL up against GEEK Fam.
That's the crazy kind of picks you can expect. And in the current meta, there's still a lot of possibilities, because it really seems like, again and again, more and more, it's all about what the hero can bring to the table, not what hero it is. Back then, it's all about having the right hero, but now, sometimes the hero that is overlooked, if they have one particular spell, one ultimate that can actually tie in all the other members together, then it can become a great pick and a great secret weapon. So I think a lot of teams have caught up to the trend, and they have no issue experimenting, trying out quote-unquote off-meta picks, but I think only a select few teams have been able to get amazing success and make a name for themselves with that method. And I think for GEEK SLATE and ONIC, you can say that both have shown a degree of flexibility, but with ONIC in the picture, GEEK just falls quite short, unless right now, with a new coach, they can try and mimic the same kind of drafting phase.
Yeah, drafting phase and play style is going to be a huge factor in how this matchup pans out, because the GEEK SLATE that we were used to with Alzura in the mid lane, but with a boy stepping in, are they going to still have the same playstyle, right? Because usually they're very aggressive and they always play early. That trio mid is so important as they wait for Chidera to finally pop off. Is that going to change this time around?
Maybe it will, right? We're seeing the audience comments here too. Can't wait to see GEEK SLATE's performance this season. There's a lot of confidence for just the GEEK SLATE fans, and I'm still looking, GEEK can stir up some problem for ONIC. I think GEEK SLATE is going to be I don't know if you can call him the dark horse because everyone expects them to be strong this season, right? Maybe last season when it was still a bit iffy, you can say they're the dark horse with Rebellion Zion. But this season, I feel like at this point, they're kind of the favorites.
Oof. Considering how they've been performing, I think it's no secret that they have caught up, kind of. And a lot of people believe that they are a top-tier team right now. And it was only an issue of timing last season that just was unfortunate enough to cause them to not make the playoffs. So now, if you look at the different roles, the different lanes in the Land of Dawn, for both these teams, it just seems very likely it's going to be a close match. The mid lane, for example, you have Sans going up against a boy, a lot of aggression, a lot of wave clear. In the gold lane, we've seen being so significant in both matches today. You can see Kadera going toe-to-toe against CW. So that is the rookie monster going up against one of the best gold laners in Indonesia right now. I think it's going to be a very close lane, and it's going to be a very highlighted matchup down there.
When we're talking about the gold laners, though, Chidera seems to be a little bit more consistent in comparison to CW. I mean, in MPL ID, usually CW does perform and is consistent, but last time we saw them, last time we saw ONIC Esports was at M4, and it seems like CW didn't perform at its best.
I agree, right? I think this is something that has happened to ONIC Esports many times before. But Loy seems to be having fun though, right? But yeah, going back to the point, right? ONIC Esports, on the international stage, they perform very differently, especially just some players in particular. I think the ones that we can highlight at M4 that really underperformed were the two side laners that they had, CW and Boots, right? Not performing to what we expected of them. We expect them to be able to play the way they did in MPL Indonesia. I think this has been happening a few times. I think the only two members that kept their form after Season 10 were just Sans and especially Kyrie, who maybe even touched a few new levels of potential, unlocked a few new levels of potential at M4. He was able to style on the world champions, even though they ultimately ended up losing that match and that series 3-1. That game on Hayabusa is still legendary and will be remembered forever.
Man, it's a great performance, and I think that's why it's so interesting, right? The hidden potential. As good as all these people are, and all these players are, there's still so much potential for growth, especially for these younger players like Kyrie. Because, sometimes he just comes off as so dominant, you forget he's still a very young player with a lot of potential to fulfill, similar to the case of Albert from RRQ. So we'll have to see if we're going to see yet another breakthrough today in the gameplay of ONIC, because if he does, what better team to show it off on than GEEK SLATE?
Look at Kyrie, right? He's smiling, he's laughing. The only thing I can think of is Samsung Link, guys! Are we gonna see it? Are we gonna see it here, right? I mean, it is one of his signature picks. He's on the Samsung S23. We saw what he was able to do on stream when he was playing on the Samsung, so I just can't wait to see if he's gonna be able to pop off here on stage.
Funny enough, when you say, what do you think of when you look at Kyrie, I recall the heated toilet seats that we talked about, because I had a really interesting conversation with Kyrie regarding that topic. So there's that, Mirko. A bit off topic here.
Yeah, I think of the game, Arashi thinks of
toilet seats.
But honestly, yeah, I mean the M4 toilet.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, anyways.
For sure. Anyway, back
into the game. We got sidetracked a bit, right? But it's all good. Right now, we're seeing Oi, Baloy. That's how Lar taunted him back last season. And here, like you said, Eterna, this is a fun fact. Buy grabs the QR code for a promo. Kyrie breaks Ayam Jago's record from Season 2.
As a player who gets a regular season MVP and playoffs MVP at the same time, and see, that's never been broken. So how many seasons have we been since Season 2 that record has not been broken, and suddenly Kyrie comes in all the way from the Philippines, breaks that record with another achievement, which is first team jungler. That's how special this kid is. That's how much promise, how much potential he has in that particular role. And it must be so terrifying to go against him in the lane. Like, what is Jana Cutie feeling right now?
Well, I think Jana is feeling confident or like now. I think for a lot of the Filipino imports, they had to, you need to give them time to adapt, right? I think one season is enough. They adapted really well. In my personal opinion, especially for Baloy and Jana, they're able to learn the language pretty quickly, especially with Coach Jeb. But we're finally going to be able to jump into the draft. Thank you so much for being patient with us. But here it is. This is the result of your patience. ONIC Esports on the blue side, GEEK SLATE on the red.
We're going to see what exactly is going to ensue here. As you can see here, ONIC Esports has already opted with a Hilda and a Kadita ban, whereas GEEK Fam have taken out the Wanwan, taking it away from CW himself.
Oof. Hilda we have not seen for a while here, and with this being the case, with the potential of the Samsung Link making an appearance, it does seem like ONIC might want to hint at that and maybe force GEEK to ban out several things. The Hayabusa, for example, has already been selected for GEEK Fam. As you mentioned, Mirko, a very impactful game, still very vividly in our minds right here. But now with one more ban for both these teams, will ONIC still double down on the same kind of bans, or do they want to try and level it out? Because there's still Kadera as a real threat coming in. Not inside a GEEK Fam, but they opt for that Kaja instead.
Wow, there's so many heroes that are left open here with these respect bans coming through, right? GEEK Fam now have closed out that first phase of the bans with a joy, which means that ONIC Esports are open to pick up something like the Glue, who we have seen so far being very terrorizing in whichever lane he goes to.
All right, let's see it. ONIC Esports here with these bans, right? You would really just think maybe the Yves, the Glue, two heroes that are up for grabs, but ONIC Esports decided to go for the Fredrin, which is pretty interesting considering their bans, right? They already banned towards the Hilda and the Kaja, two heroes really good up against these assassins that they have set up for themselves. We're seeing GEEK SLATE to ban the Haya, but still, having that Ling open, maybe even a Lancelot, these assassins are still up for grabs, but they decide to pick up a Fredrin. Now remember when we said the flex picks today for Fredrin have not been flex picks. It has just been jungle picks consistently on the board. For ONIC Esports, though, they're one of the few teams that still are able to utilize the Fredrin as a flex pick, and they pick up an Atan. So the creativity has not left with Aldo for ONIC Esports.
Yeah, I was waiting for this pick, right? I thought it would have surfaced at MDL, but it's finally making its appearance here in MPL ID Season 11, and this Natan has actually been incredibly buffed, right? His base damage was increased, his lifesteal ratio has been increased, his spell vamp was increased, and his ultimate's cooldown is actually reduced 2 to 4 seconds, and that's all it takes. And the question is, are they going to use this Natan as a spellcaster, or are they going to use the Natan as the DPS source? As we can see here, the final pick for ONIC Esports, it's going to be the Glue.
It's going to be a Glue, but it's answered almost immediately by the Natalia. So both teams going to be going aggressive. And with a Natan on the side of ONIC, having a Natalia will be a big issue. And if you combine it with the Lapu Lapu, that's a lot of dive damage. But you have to keep in mind that with a Fredrin and a Glue, if they stick together too much to try and get to CW, if the Natan goes to the gold lane, that might be not the right call at all, as they ban out this Raphaela as well, trying to predict some kind of support-style roamer for the side of ONIC.
Remember that the Raphaela is commonly picked when the Natalia is on the other side of the team,
it's a
right?
good counter.
It's a huge counter. The reason why is her first skill is able to open up the map, open up to see where the Natalia is, and definitely that actually reduces and takes away that surprise element that the Natalia can have in the game. So a very clear choice here for GEEK, as ONIC Esports will respond with this hero, Hanzo, taken away. I mean, we saw the Hanzo for Bigetron era in MWI.
Yeah, we also saw this Hanzo pick. It's been rising in popularity. So Assassin Dave, shout out. This man has been calling it since M4. Why isn't Hanzo getting picked up? Finally, here it is, right? Hanzo banned. It was picked up in MDL. Now, looking at ONIC Esports composition, a lot of emphasis on front to back. That's what they're trying to build here. If you have something like a Hanzo on the enemy team that can constantly be a threat to you, and you don't really have any counterplay because you're building for a front to back, not a dive comp, Hanzo obliterates your back line. So ONIC Esports, respecting that, will just choose to ban it away. They won't even risk asking the question if Jana can play it or not.
take a look at the stats right here. CW, first position on the kill leaderboard with 747 kills during MPL Season 10. So definitely a big hurdle to try and, for GEEK SLATE to try and go over, especially for Chidera here. And I think we've seen him outperform CW, but this is the question, right? Some CW has had shaky moments, but for the most part, when he is rolling, when he is just doing so well, it's just such a tough situation to deal with. So it's a bit of a random factor for Geek Fam, and for ONIC, it's just all the assassins here, Hanzo as well as a Fanny. They do not want to deal with that at all. The Nathan needs space to try and do damage in the back line.
For me, personally, looking at it, GEEK SLATE can go two ways here. They can go for even more damage, or, you know, a frontliner. But yes, there you go. They go for even more damage. I wanted to say even more magic damage, maybe something like an Amon, but they pick up the Ling first, which is gonna be quite scary up against a utility jungler already. Someone like a Fredgen who clears really fast. They already have a winning lane in the glue as well. So if ONIC Esports just build that mid control with maybe a Lilia, that's also Sans' specialty, it's going to be really scary. But again, looking at ONIC Esports' composition, they already have a lot of magic damage with just the Natan and the glue. If they don't pick up a marksman or just a physical damage threat, they are going to be quite easily picked off when it comes down to the itemization. Cho and Selena, double roam composition coming in from ONIC Esports, something that we mentioned earlier as well, something that has risen in popularity right after the patch.
And two roamers technically against two assassins makes sense, but now with the pickup potential that ONIC presents, GEEK SLATE will answer with the last pick, Faramis. So I thought that ONIC had some kind of plan. They banned out the Hilda, but did not pick up that Ling. So it seems like this is what they think will work out. Cho and Selena might be able to just shut down this Ling, but that's very situational. We have to see in the hands of Jana Cutie, how good can this Ling be as we take a look at the audience prediction.
Audience prediction here shows 68% for ONIC Esports against GEEK SLATE with 32%. And I'm so used to seeing GEEK SLATE having more of a minor number in terms of support, but truly has risen since last season. And now we're going to see exactly how this pans out. But my main question for the composition for Geek Fam is going into the gold lane.
It is. We'll see who actually is going to go to the gold lane, right? It's actually going to be Valentina?
Valentina?
I mean, Chidera was... Yeah, I am pretty sure it's the Valentina here in the gold lane for Chidera.
I guess we'll see exactly how that pans out, as both compositions from both of these teams have been set in stone. Remember, Geek Fam did not choose to bring a gold laner, an MM gold laner, and this is the first time we've seen the Valentina in the gold lane. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 between ONIC Esports and Geek SLATE.
What happened in the first 40 seconds of the game? Beloy is down already, 0-1-0. A bad start to the game, but as a Natalia, you're not really bothered that much. I thought it was a steal from a boy, but it's still Kyrie securing the Lethal Wanderer. Keyboy putting some pressure down on that jungle. Beloy already getting chunked again. Keyboy might just go for another kill here onto Beloy. Good sidestep from the Abyssal Arrow, but Beloy's not having a good time.
I mean, remember that this Selena is one of the power picks for Keyboy all the way since, what, Season 9, Season 8? He's been using this hero for quite a while, so he is able and will be able to utilize that pickoff potential that the Selena can have. And you can see it already starting to pressure Chidera in the gold lane.
That might be exactly why Beloy got taken out. The Abyssal Arrow in the early game is just an oppressive, very, very oppressive spell here. And in the mid side, you can see that Sans has no issue clearing out that mid lane very, very quick. And this just helps with how much they want to roam. And I think towards level 4, where they wave the dragon, and it's where like ONIC can have a lot more chances to try and shut people down. And in top side, it just seems like they're trying to do just that.
Oh, there's a skirmish already here. Gonna taunt up that. Oh, boy, just got melted down. Jana's trying to follow Kyrie up. A boot joins in. Sans as well with the flicker over the way of the dragon. Jana trying to run away with the Finch Boys. Does it. A boy finds a kill. It's a good trade in back, but it's still ONIC Esports holding on to the lead that they have. Jana very nearly getting caught here, is able to recall away.
That was a very aggressive play by Geek, and you can see that Kyrie was just forced to go back, and Janna, we talked about this man on Assassins, but he was able to outplay it perfectly, just dodging from all the spells, using the Tempest of Blades for, just to dodge from the Priest's Wrath. And ONIC Esports, they're put in a more defensive reactive position, and that's not where they want to be with 2 rollers.
Did Lois actually get it?
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. Unfortunate,
Now he's gonna
but
be caught. Sans, Jikundo with the Dragon, Beloy gonna be followed through. Abyssal Arrow, perfectly timed with that Way of the Dragon knockback. That's another kill for ONIC Esports. This pickoff comp is doing amazing for ONIC, not doing too good for GEEK SLATE so far.
It's unfortunate, right? Because the Natalia is also the power pick that Beloyski has in his arsenal, but so far, ONIC Esports has been able to read him like a book. He knows how aggressive he goes, he knows the pathing as well, and therefore the initial aggression that he was supposed to have is definitely not evident here, as once again, GEEK SLATE onto the turtle!
Oh, that's a Sun as well. Bravest Spider. Kyrie gonna be slain. Janna gonna be able to pick this up pretty easily as Sans falls as well. GEEK SLATE with the equalizer. Turtle and 2 kills on the board. Good fight.
All the AoE and all the utility, the Cult Altar just means that ONIC Esports, even though they have all the crowd control and some burst damage, they can't get that guaranteed kill off. And honestly, their composition looks quite interesting on paper. They have a lot of utility, and they're relying on CW on the Natan as a sole source of damage, because Natan has a bit of a mix of both. And this might just work out, but it's definitely a fresh new strategy we haven't seen too often, and Sans again goes for the aggressive play.
Gotta be careful though. A boy with a Stampede brings Sans back. No one to follow it up. Sans is dealing a whole lot of damage early on, even though he actually went for concussive blasts for his emblem. So we'll see Chidera on the Valentina a little bit more. Oh, very good Abyssal Arrow from Keyboy from downtown. Chidera has the Way the Dragon, will be able to use it there to actually disengage, but CW is dealing a whole lot of damage back into a boy. Sans with the Chunpu and the knock up there from Kyrie picks up the kill. Beloy is hunting for CW, but will not be able to find the range just yet as Sans recalls right there. Beloy doesn't want to go for a town prediction here. 3 Geeks, 2 ONICs. 3 ONICs.
3 ONICs.
Interesting. A little split here, 2-1 in both of the Dest, Indo as well as English, but as you can see here, Kyrie's buff was taken away by Janna QT, so that is going to give him a little bit of a benefit, unless, of course, ONIC Esports can take the opposing side of the buff. But what are we at? CW going to get taken down there in the bottom side.
See, this is why. Natalia can go 0-4, but can still one-shot the marksman. Beloy is used to this, right? Every single time on any single roamer, or any roamer, he likes to just die a lot, give some pressure back to the team. Sometimes it doesn't work out if you actually feed, the important members like the marksman, but the kills haven't really been going to the prio targets, so Beloy's been having an okay time now as he jumps in to the mid lane there. Onto Kyrie with a lot of follow-up. Kyrie might be brought back, and that's the damage that might just be enough, but the Abyssal Arrow connects onto the back line. Janna with the Tempest of Blaze finds the kill. Beloy still able to disengage. Keyboy finds a trade back, and it is still GEEK SLATE with the kill onto the jungler. Worth it for Geek.
Oof, it's just constant action right here. ONIC and Geek both trying to make plays happen as they jump onto Chidera, and it seems like Chidera would try and turn it around, but it won't be enough. But look in the mid lane, non-stop action. Matt takes one down, and then top side Boots already fighting again.
Trades and trades are happening all over the board, but that last trade are definitely worth it for ONIC Esports. They were able to take Chidera down. Now, if we slow down and take a look at both of the compositions from both of these teams, ONIC Esports, they can just be content to bring it to the late game, right? Because they do still have CW, who is going to scale into that late game. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE, they've opted with Chidera, the Valentina, doesn't scale as well, it doesn't have the DPS damage that CW can have. So now GEEK SLATE is caught in a tough position.
There's a glaring weakness though for ONIC Esports. They're relying on one person to be the sole carry in that late game. Gets an Natalia against a Ling, and he gets taken out yet again. They are not letting him get to that late game, and they have all the tools required to ensure that they can keep doing this again and again.
Abyssal Arrow connecting with the Dragon to follow it up, but that's another way the Dragon onto Keyboy as Matt's going to be able to actually escape, and Beloy picks up the scraps in the back line. Sans caught underneath the turret. Beloy still sandwiching, zoning him away for GEEK SLATE to pick up their first structure down below, even up top. So it's 2 turrets over to GEEK SLATE.
This is exactly what they need to do, right? GEEK SLATE now with a 3,000 gold lead. it's important for them to be able to utilize the early or mid power spike that they have in comparison to ONIC Esports.
Yep, the GEEK SLATE, they're just trying to, they're just trying to make things happen, and Beloy is just snowballing out of control here. And here we go.
Zaan's gonna be slain by the Executors. Keyboy tries to jump in, but will be melted down by the Bravest Fighter and Chadera. Abyssal Arrow whipping there. Kyrie against the world, against 4, but what you gonna do against the Cult Altar when it runs wild here in the bottom side? Boots is gonna be able to sustain back up, able to zone the members away, but GEEK SLATE are just gonna take what's theirs in the enemy jungle, invading and getting the orange buff. Jana wants to go for more, just jumps in, adding a little bit more pressure onto Boots.
It's a tough situation for ONIC right here because at 8 minutes, this is basically where your mid-game compositions really excel. If you look at GEEK SLATE, the fact that they do not have a marksman that needs so many items in the late game, they're essentially a team full of assassins and fighters, and this is where they are at their strongest peak, with the Bloodlust X completed for Matt, for example, with the Lanking Truncheon finish for Chadera as well. So they have a lot of burst damage, and ONIC Esports does not have the items to even survive it for now. Once ONIC Esports stall the game out longer, there is a chance that they can actually come back from this. But of course, they have to then contend with the fact that everyone can just jump on CW, and if he goes for damage items like this, Thread of Heaven and the Holy Crystal, he's gonna get so squishy.
Beloy is actually able to cancel out the knockback, and Sans gets baited in. That's going to be stun flickered away from by CW, as Kyrie still stuck in the midst, has the dash, but will be followed through by Matt. Now, going to be stunned up by the Abyssal Arrow. Appraiser's Wrath coming down as well. Boots with a slam, trying to lock these targets into place. Abyssal Arrow whipping once again as Beloyski is looking for an opening to jump back in, but it's just ultimately to zone ONIC Esports away from this Lord that is conceded by ONIC, and GEEK SLATE will take it.
No contest whatsoever by ONIC Esports, and I do believe that's the wisest route, right? Like you mentioned, GEEK SLATE, they're in the position where they're able to play as aggressive as they are right now. The items have been built for them to have that aggression. Chadera already with the Holy Crystal. You can feel the dominance that the Lapu Lapu has as well with the Bravest Fighter, and of course the Festival of Blood that he has opted to use. Meanwhile, ONIC Esports, they're not there yet in terms of that power spike, so they need to play a little bit more patiently. And you can even see from the players' gold here by UBS Gold that, you know, CW not in the best place right now in terms of that gold, and he desperately needs it.
He's always in a dangerous spot because GEEK is always looking for him. Look at Beloy, just scouting around, trying to find an opening, an opportunity. And for now, maybe ONIC Esports' best bet is to count on the fact that GEEK SLATE will jump on any opportunity because they can, and maybe set up a trap, like a mind game, to try and get ahead here and trade some kills back, because otherwise 6k gold difference is a bit too high to deal with.
They're committing onto the defense, and look at the dive again. Beloy from 0-3 now godlike as Kyrie whips. The Appraiser's Wrath will be taken down even at the back line. Jana finds a kill. Sans brought back. Jana will fall, but Chadera finds a double. The base turret is wide open. GEEK SLATE want to go for it. 10 minutes in, do they look for an N angle? No, they don't. They move back, they disengage, but they've already accumulated 10,000 gold.
10,000 gold in 10 minutes. That is huge, and we don't see this often going against a team like ONIC Esports, who, like we mentioned time and time again, is the defending champions. That's how strong they are, but Beloyski has just been so on point with his flanking game, going into that backline straight and taking down the important members, which is CW. And that is the problem of having a one-dimensional draft, putting so much pressure, so much focus, so much, what do you call it, when you're leaning on dependency on CW to take and have that damage onto GEEK SLATE. It's just really difficult for ONIC Esports right now to have a game plan with how strong GEEK SLATE is going into the core people.
Well, CW is also building full damage at this point still. He does have the Dreadnought armor to just mitigate some damage coming in from Beloyski, but and Matt as well as Jana, so it's a smart item, but for the most part here, he's still going full damage, and we saw what result that gave in the previous fight. He got taken out almost instantly. He has no magical damage, so Chadera and Aboy in unison can just destroy him in a few seconds. So it's just a tough situation. I'm not sure what to do, but of course for ONIC Esports, they have a bit of security in the fact that they are now in their base. as we keep talking about GEEK SLATE, they don't have a marksman, they don't have a long-range mage. This base defense might be just what ONIC requires to try and come back in this game. But GEEK, on the back of this Lord, will be trying to do more of a macro play and get something guaranteed instead of gambling it out, showing again how much they've matured as a team.
Oh, the
Well
recalls
played.
from Matt.
It's just well played. It's so well played by GEEK SLATE. A 10.5k gold lead, the way they were able to also just take the Lord for free. Again, it comes down to just the fundamentals, right? They got it down to a T. Clear all the waves, slow push it in a way where ONIC Esports won't be able to micromanage it one by one with CW, because guess what? Like you mentioned, they already only have one source when it comes to damage dealing in a team fight. So even when it comes to clear, not all of them can really clear. Keyboy and Sans, they're basically sitting ducks at this point when it comes to the late game. The double roam was meant to use to get the snowball going. And now, with GEEK SLATE, they're running onto the base. Beloy's a bit gonna... Oh, wow. Beloy still actually survives that with a cold altar, but the base turret will be taken down. I thought he was gonna die there.
It's one of the first Lords only, so ONIC Esports have a chance right here. But for the most part, it's all about that defense, right? CW, like we mentioned, has been going all in on the damage with very few defensive items. So he can still clear the Lord, he can still clear the waves, unless he gets caught out, unless GEEK SLATE makes a huge play. So for now, ONIC Esports will have some time right here. And for GEEK, I feel like they should be pushing the tempo a bit more, right? They have the 10k gold lead that they can use to try and dominate and take full control of the jungle of ONIC Esports, unless they have a different plan in mind. But if they just wait around for 90 seconds for the next Lord to spawn, for their next quote-unquote proactive play, I think it's a bit too reactive when they're so ahead. 11k gold lead right now.
I mean, they can't do anything else, right? They're so far behind right now. They just really need to try and protect CW, prevent him from getting picked off. They need to open up the map, figure out where the Natalia is, because Beloyski has been such a huge factor in taking CW down. And if we take a look at his items, he's only secured 3. Okay, he has full build now, Natan. This might be their moment.
Oh man, the cult altar from a boy again. But now with the cult altar down and with the boy super low, they can actually force something. Sans is looking for it. Jikundo has the flicker. Doesn't choose to go for it just yet. Jana also has the Tempest of Blades, trying to counter that Jikundo flicker. GEEK SLATE will just choose to, again, move back. There's no real reason to force a fight at this point. They're still 11,000 gold ahead. They don't need to take a 5v5.
Well, the main carry for ONIC Esports is already full build at this point, and the only defensive items are physical. And if you look at the composition, it does make sense, but that also means Chidera and Aboy have ways to try and shut down CW. So the fact that the main core has caught up as far as items is concerned means that GEEK SLATE are the ones now with their backs against the wall. They are working against the clock, where soon ONIC Esports will be able to have equal items and the gold lead will become less and less meaningful. But now we have a short pause right here, small lull in the action.
Yeah, please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Again, fair play is our #1 priority. You got to give the players enough time to resolve the issue they are having right now. The crowd here are very, very understanding of it, giving a clap for every single one of the players. Again, giving them morale support. The GEEK SLATE fans are probably very, very happy, but I do want to talk a little bit more about why they haven't been able to end, right? On the other side, we're saying, sure, they're avoiding team fights. They already have an 11,000 gold lead. There's no real reason to go for fights, but if you take a look at it again, they don't really have any siege potential too. They have no marksman. Remember, their range is very limited. If not literally, I think their range is just Chidera and Aboy. You can't really call Valentina a ranged hero, very short range when it comes to just the basic attack range. And that's the reason you're not seeing them knock on the base turrets. That's the reason you're seeing them freeze waves and waiting for the next neutral objective, because they need a fight to end.
Right, and they can have the opportunity once the next Lord is up. Until then, it's all about setting up traps in the jungle, setting up maybe Jenna Cutie alone in the side bushes, right? And just one-shotting anyone who just comes up to try and clear the wave. We've seen that strategy work more and more these days because teams are moving, all the teams in the MPL are just learning so quick, and they are reaching a point where they don't make any mistakes. So how they play become very textbook, and once you get to that point, it's all about how can you subvert that expectation. Like if they want to try and go for a split push, how can they prey on the fact that the Lord is up, and we can maybe mind game our opponents by sending more people on the other side of the Lord instead. Something of that nature can be attempted by ONIC. They've done it before, and against a team that's quote-unquote new, like GEEK SLATE, it might just work out.
I was about to say that, right? ONIC Esports, they're used to being on the back foot. They've been in positions where they aren't comfortable in, and we can see Kyrie pull off insane macro work. But the problem is, he's not on a hero that's mobile. He's not on a Fanny. He's not on someone who can just use his steel cables, or someone like the Ling with the Finch poised to go through these opposing sides of the map. He's on someone like the Fredrin, who is going to have a hard time to implement the same kind of impact that he usually can on heroes with high mobility. So in this regard, it looks bleak for ONIC Esports. I don't really see them being able to macro their way out of this. So far, GEEK Fam were the ones to be able to manipulate the waves better than ONIC Esports. We saw that in that Lord push, that the top side was heavily pushed in favor for GEEK. But ladies and gentlemen, the pause has elapsed, and we're going straight in with GEEK Fam already on the Lord take.
Yep, GEEK SLATE now. Looking for an opening again. They're just forcing a fight. Matt jumping with Bravest Fighter onto Kyrie. Boots is there. This might be a mistake. They've used a lot of the resources. Sanj jumping into the backside right there, but the time of the blades will be popped in. Janna still able to find the retribution. Kyrie falling to the hands of a boy. Now Boots caught in the midst. Sanj falling to Janna, who's able to jump in, but with the nature from CW is there, but it's only for physical damage. Chadera says, hey, I deal magic, and takes him down. GEEK SLATE 4-1. Keyboy, a Salida with no wave clear. The only man standing, and even then Beloy sidesteps the abyssal arrow. Keyboy tries to look for a kill. He finds it, but he will fall to the hands of a boy. GEEK SLATE with an upset victory, wiping out ONIC Esports in game number 1.
A dominant showing by the new People's Champions, being able to lead the best of 3 series against the defending champions, ONIC Esports. And this might be an indicator that perhaps GEEK SLATE might be the new Giant Slayers.
They
might be the new Giant.
The new Giant itself, perhaps, man. They're just so solid right here. And we talked about how Janna Cutie can't really always get the assassins he prefers, but in this game, out of nowhere, they pull out the Natalia and the Ling. So GEEK doesn't care about what you think is normal. You just do what they do best and take you out all the way from the early game with violent aggression. And in this game number 1, ON just did not have the right tools, and in that last fight, despite everything being used initially in the fight, towards Boots, towards Kyrie as well, CW just wasn't able to get all that damage out. Even though we saw that the HP bars were falling, it just was not enough. He wasn't alive long enough due to all the bursts coming in from the side of GEEK SLATE.
Season 11, man, what a show it's been already. Number 8 in Season 10, beating number 1 like that. 16 minutes. The game duration doesn't do it justice. That was a stomp.
It's reminiscent to last season, right? I mean, in the beginning of last season, we saw similar things happening, but at the end of the day, it was still the same standings. So we'll see, right? Still the first day of MPL ID Season 11. This is still the first match as well for ONIC. And sometimes these teams, like we saw before, they like to experiment in the first week. Maybe that's exactly what they're doing. The Natan, we don't have much information about him with the current meta, and unfortunately, picking him up did not prove successful for ONIC Esports. He was full build, but because he was so vulnerable, it was so difficult for him to have an impact.
He has the Wind of Nature, he has the Antique Cuirass, but as Mirko mentioned, Chadera goes, I do damage, boom,
magic damage,
like that. I mean, I think that there's potential here, right? It's a fascinating idea. Having one carry in the late game with both magic and physical damage, a good mix of damage. But unfortunately, they picked it against a team with no marksman, essentially, and what? 2 assassins and 3 mages.
A full dive combo,
a full dive combo
yeah.
with all the burst damage. And as we saw from match number 1 and 2, Death is one of the best CCs you have out there, and GEEK had plenty in store for CW in that game. They had his number, man. That gold lane is never left alone.
Yeah, it was. He was so pressured even from that early game, right? The constant pressure. And what do you expect with Beloyski on the Natalia.
What makes it scarier was the fact that Natalia was behind. Beloy was 0-3. Remember, this game didn't go as smooth, well, as they expected, obviously. Early on, Beloy, he was 0-3. Guys, rewind the video. He was literally 0-3. He died before the first minute even elapsed. 0-1. And they weren't really able to pressure CW that much early on, right? I think after the 8th minute, they were really able to find the groove back in the gold lane. But before that, Beloy was struggling. They couldn't just force fights around the gold lane.
And if you look at the items here, it's not like CW, as we mentioned, did not scale, but even his boots are catered towards physical defense, and it's just not enough, man. There's 2 very serious magical damage threats on GEEK SLATE's team composition. And for ONIC Esports, whenever they try and turn it around, there's always the cult altar, so just very few options left for them. And in the last fight, we saw the only way they can try and attempt something. CW, there's auto-attacking, basic attacking, and avoiding most of the spells, using the flicker even to try and get that outplay, but it's not enough. If he wants to do that, he needs to go and start hitting the back line instead, because if he spends time hitting at the front line, there's no way he deletes the front line before the back line deletes him.
What front line? You mean the front line that's coming after me, right? Oh, it's literally like, that's
front line.
That's CW. That's the CW experience in game number 1. He's trying to like, okay, I need to... What's going on here? I'm getting attacked from all angles, right? Everything's just crashing on me. Even a Valentina flickers on me. Terrifies me. I get CC'd. I pop my Wooden Nature. I buy defensive items, but you can only buy so many defensive items as a gold laner.
I mean, maybe that's one of the drawbacks of picking up the Natan really earlier on,
Yes.
right? It's easy to counter, as we saw there in game number 1, as now we're also going to take a look at the post-game stats between ONIC as well as GEEK.
You see that smile that Chidera has? That's a smile of a man who doesn't need to play marksman.
I mean, 64,000 damage dealt on that Valentina. I mean,
I doubted that.
We doubted that. We all doubted that. It's just not something we've seen too often. It doesn't seem too strong, but in the right situations, his smile says it all. Look at the damage to tower as well. 308 and 68 only for the side of ONIC Esports. For a team that's well known for being macro smart and playing objectively and going for trades when they can't win, this is just very uncharacteristic for ONIC Esports. And I dare say that it's not because ONIC isn't playing properly, it's also the fact that GEEK SLATE is forcing them into all these tough situations.
And like, this is a newly formed team, kind of. I say new, not new, quote-unquote new, but new compared to ONIC Esports. They've been together for so long.
Season 7.
But like, this is like, how are they so together in that way? Like, where's this chemistry coming from?
Beloy.
Beloy.
Yeah, as a way, of like really shaping a team when it comes to synergy, the relationships they have, the bonding. It just feels like whenever you talk to Beloy as well, he's such an outgoing dude. He's such a charming dude, right? He's very funny, and I think that energy is really seen like amongst GEEK SLATE. And on that point, Beloy, look at him, MVP. He's sleeping over here. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. 0-3? Nah, I'm asleep.
He's 8-4 and he has an 80% kill participation. As you mentioned, in a way, with how vulnerable CW was, it doesn't even matter if he's behind. If he can take out half his HP bar, that only means that when CW takes any risk that puts him anywhere close to half HP, that means Beloy sees his mission.
The Beloyski experience, the
Beloy
Beloyski
vision.
play style,
Beloysian.
right? That's the way that's the way he's been playing since he was still in ONIC PH, right? He goes in, he doesn't matter if he gets taken down as long as he has an impact in the game. And this is the heat map for the first 5 minutes on his rotation.
You can see from the heat map here, there's no real one area where he just stays there for a good long time. He knows how to switch it up and keep ONIC on their toes, guessing again and again, is he on the bottom side, is he on the top side? And I think that mastery in understanding what your opponents are thinking and how they feel, what they see, is what allows Beloyski to be so good on these aggressive heroes like the Natalia, like the Franco, showing up when you least expect it. And in the beginning, with the crowd control that ONIC has, you do see that it's a bit difficult because there's the base damage isn't high enough. But at 6 minutes here, 5 minutes actually, that's where CW just isn't allowed to play at all. And once Beloy understands that TW is now in a vulnerable spot. He just keeps coming back again and again. And even for ONIC, if they try and strike back, GEEK SLATE has a very good amount of counter engage as well. If they're not careful, Matt will be the one going in and just destroying the backline. And even if they make a mistake, again and again we see the called altar being used as a get out of jail free card. And technically this is what we said is an underrated aspect of the called altar. You can use it to ensure that you can go as aggressive as you want without any repercussions. And this is that final fight where you can see CW doing a lot of damage, but against 2 HP bars. Against that kind of burst damage, he tries to go for the flicker, he tries to outplay with the Wind of Nature, but it's not enough at all. He was left alone only with boots, and a 2v5 cannot be attempted like that.
0-3 to Legendary, right? No, I'm joking, right? I mean, Beloy, what a performance. I expected him right after, you know, maybe dying the third time to have a pretty bad game, but it's like, dude, you probably didn't watch my other matches. You know how many times I die a game? This is normal, dude.
I mean, I don't know. You need to grab some victories there, Miracle. Like you guys can grab food as well as grab some transportation to the venue here at Menara Kuningan. Because don't forget, as Season 11 begins, you guys are going to be able to grab a lot of promos as well. For you users, you can enjoy a 50% discount at GrabFood when you guys watch this tournament, as well as get a 90% discount when you're on the way here. So if you stay at home, win. If you come, bigger win.
Wow. What if you buy food using Grab and the promo here?
You can.
90 and 50%.
You can. And you guys can just get tickets to come here.
All right. If I want to come here, right? Where do I buy my tickets?
Arashi, tell the man.
I believe it's an amazing platform known as Bleeblee.com.
I bought some socks from Bleeblee, the MPL ID socks.
Are you wearing it now?
No, not right now.
I was going to ask you to show it to the viewers.
I use it so many times, I need to wash it. You know how smelly socks get?
Ew, right?
It's fine though, because you guys can go check out Bleeblee. Get your tickets over here.
Yep, scan the QR code right below Arashi to get your hands on the tickets. Remember, we're available up until the last and final day, 6 weeks. Oh, I did 7. 6 weeks.
Eterna can't
6
count, but it's all good because he said 6, right?
I meant 6, guys.
Is that 6? Are you sure? You want to count first?
6. No.
Okay. How many deaths did Beloy have?
6. 0. 3, 4.
3-4?
3-4. 34.
Deaths for Beloy, and
pretty
yet
normal.
He was still the MVP. Insane, guys.
We've been talking so much about Beloyski that we haven't had the chance to even highlight Matt. Not only has he adapted so well to the team, he's also adapted really well back into the EXP lane.
This guy is honestly quite magical, right? Because if we are looking at his previous performance, he was a gold laner, right? And in the gold lane in Bigetron Beta, he was able to capture gold as well, first place. What if they want to capture gold the same way Matt did?
You guys can, because don't forget that UBS Gold, they're going to hand out limited edition merchandises collection in collaboration with MPL Season 11. I'm so excited. I still think it either might be maybe a necklace, a ring maybe?
Accessories, right?
It's
what makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, it's
so I can wear it and you guys can see it.
If they just go with a gold-colored shirt, that'll be pretty funny, actually.
Look at our ties.
Oh,
is that by UBS Gold?
Unfortunately, no. I would imagine if this was literal gold, I would bring this home and I will never leave. Right? Look at how big this thing is. If it's full gold, hey man, I'm gonna have a good life right after this. But basically, that's the life Matt's having with his success so far, right? I mean, Bigetron Beta joined first place. Now GEEK SLATE joining, and they're already getting a dub, but they can't get too confident just yet. It's one game up against ONIC Esports, a team that is very known to take best of threes with experimenting and reading out their enemy teams in the first game.
And remember, Geek Fam has not won ever against ONIC Esports since Season 4.
14 and 0.
So we'll see, right? I mean, it is a best of 3. ONIC Esports, if anything, they are a very adaptive team. They react quickly, they think on their feet, and once they lose a game like that, they're usually able to come back and even look for a reverse sweep. But the question is, once again, ONIC Esports without Coach Aldo, it doesn't seem like it's a good start.
You know, they are still creative, right? And they have a diverse hero pool still. Just like you guys can find a diverse set of goods at Indomaret, right, Eterna?
Right, definitely. And with Indomart, you guys can get a lot of snacks as well.
And
so good.
You know, with the snacks that you buy, you guys can now download Indomart Point Cool, which is the loyalty/membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomart. By becoming Indomart Point Cool member, you can also get points for every purchase, exclusive, great deals, and many more to come for all of you dudes
You
out
have
there.
a member yet?
Of course I do. I like snacking, Eterna. I watch MPL. I can finish like 4 or 5 bag of snacks, so I gotta get that
Yeah.
membership, man. I gotta get that value.
I need to get one as well.
Just one?
Maybe after this
Get 2
match.
memberships. Get 2 memberships. Maybe
Get
3,
2?
4, 5. How
Why
many
stop at
phones do you
Get
have?
5?
How many phones do you have?
I have like 5 Samsung
5
from different
Samsung?
series.
Ooh.
The A series, the
The B
S23
series, the
as
C
well.
series. That's
Just all the series is from Samsung.
it's kind of crazy, man.
It is kind of crazy, but you know
Pretty
what's
envious.
crazy? Right now, Geek Slate, rather.
They're not. They're no longer fam. They're slate. They're aggressive.
I thought that thing was stronger than family. What happened to that?
Well,
I
Don.
guess a clean slate is stronger.
Sorry, Don. Times have
Dom.
changed. Dom. All right, Don. Don Cheadle. All right, yeah. But Geek Slate 1-0. Back again. I got a little sidetracked, but 35 seconds left into the drafting phase. Now let's talk a little bit about the drafts again.
Okay.
ONIC Esports.
Yes.
We were really impressed with the Natan pick. We were like, sure, they're still creative, but maybe they were a bit too creative this time. Not only did they bring a Natan into the table, but they also brought a double roam strategy that we haven't seen in quite a while.
It usually works, but it also depends on the clear speed and the mobility of that double roam strat, right? Right now, it didn't seem like Selena had good wave clears, so they weren't able to be as dominant in the mid lane as we expect a double roam strategy to go.
And I think it's just very unfortunate that they go for a very interesting strategy, but usually when we see ONIC try out something new, they have countermeasures in place for any kind of counter attempt made by their opponent. For this game, you saw that after they picked Natan, GEEK went for all these assassins, all these aggressive heroes, and yet ONIC doesn't really have any kind of solution, any kind of deterrent, any kind of security. So I think they have to be a bit more rounded in that department, and maybe that's the exact thing that's missing without the presence of Coach Aldo. We just have to wait and see, because the thing about ONIC readjusting, right, and coming up with plans to win the next game, it's usually because they've read through their opponent's strategy. But in a way, in game number 1, ONIC kind of outdrafted themselves.
And on that note, talking about the drafts, right, we're going straight into the draft here for game number 2 between ONIC Esports as well as GEEK. And so far, the bans are a little bit different. ONIC Esports, they have opted to remain in the same position, but this time around, they've actually opted to ban the Natalia.
And on
It's
top of that, they
pretty
banned
self-explanatory, right? I mean, MVP.
MVP, but they banned the Valentina as well, so just direct respect coming in from ONIC Esports.
Okay. Fairness pickup for themselves now this time around. Geek Slate can obviously just go for the same route. Valentina, and you know what? Instead of going for, well, not Valentina, it's banned out. Lapu, I wanted to say. And because it wasn't first picked, the Fredrin in the jungle. Just a solid jungle for Geek Slate.
I wonder what kind of option will Kyrie kind of try and use to try and mount a comeback here, because we already said that this guy is insane on the assassins, but he's been forced onto all these fighters, and I think that's just not the best way to utilize this player. But on the back of that, they have the Kaja, the great pick-off potential, and then with that, they have the carry as well, a super solid goal laner. They can be a bit more flexible in the build path, because a lot of the damage comes in through the passive. So it has been nerfed quite a bit, but if she can get the initial core items and then itemize defensively, this might be what they need to try and survive against the aggression coming in from Geek Slate.
I'm wondering where the Kaja is going to be. Is it for keyboard?
Should be Rome.
Who do they flex it for? Kyrie?
Oh,
But Geek Fam, they picked up a power pick for Beloyski himself, the anchor of Geek Slate since last season. And nobody will be able to forget the Franco that he is able to pull off. And that is an advantage that GEEK SLATE now has in their arsenal. They are going to start the bans from the second phase here with the Ling, taking it away from Kyrie, as ONIC Esports now have the response to be able to ban from GEEK SLATE.
Remember what Echo did to ONIC Esports back in M4, 5 assassin bans. So GEEK SLATE taking a page out of Echo's book in that department already with the Haya. And now the Ling, they might as well just go for another jungle ban. But honestly, yeah, they need to start respecting the XP lane as well, because even though Boots on the glue last game wasn't really able to achieve much, it was still a pretty annoying pick in lane. Matt really struggled level 1 to 3, and that's something that they cannot have looking at game number 2, this time with ONIC already securing a few comfort heroes.
ONIC is banning away the pickup potential as well, understanding that when GEEK figures that, okay, the way to win is to take out your gold laner, it's very simple. So any kind of hero that supplements that will be banned out. The Kadira and the Eve will be banned out to just reduce the amount of zoning that GEEK SLATE can do towards CW. But already with that Franco, there's just so much aggression available for GEEK fam. And if they want to go for an assassin, there are targets here, but you have to keep in mind that the Cult Altar is a big factor in whether or not GEEK fam can run through ONIC Esports like they did in game number 1.
Ooh, but you can see here GEEK fam have already taken the Lilia, so they're using it for the ability to clear. Obviously, they don't want to lose that mid lane pressure that ONIC Esports are now putting onto them, right? The Faramis and the Kaja, really fast wave clear, really high mobility as well, and they are going to try and prevent that to become as big of an impact as it could be with the Lilia coming through. And it also actually denies that pick away from ONIC Esports if the Kaja is a flex pick.
You know what's crazy? The Lilia can be flexed into the gold lane. Very good matchup against the carry. Or they could pick up a Harith last second, but Harith is a bit easy to catch up against a Kaja. So maybe it's just the Lilia here.
Well, the Lilia is also a good solution for the Cult Altar. If everyone groups up to try and get that extra HP bar, they can just burst it down with that Lilia and the Angry Blooms. But with a Paquito right now and a Martis, this is shaping up to be a very scary three-man mid composition coming in from ONIC Esports. But the solution for GEEK is going to be that Brody.
So, no flex for the Lilia. It is just a standard draft this time around for GEEK SLATE. But for ONIC Esports, that's another comfort pick onto the hands of Boots. The Heavenly Fist, he was previously known as back in Season 10 with a very, very solid performance on that Paquito. I think it was 75% he ended the season on.
But how exactly is that lane going to pan out, right? A lot of questions here. We can talk about it more. But both of the teams have finalized their composition. ONIC Esports, they have opted once again to utilize carry this time around as their main source of damage. But remember, this is the last chance for ONIC Esports to equalize unless they want to give the first matchup to GEEK fam.
Oof. This is going to be a very, very hard game for ONIC Esports. Their gold lane has been countered, and also the mid control is onto the hands of GEEK SLATE. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The Land of Dawn is here. The portal has brought us to see ONIC Esports versus GEEK SLATE game number 2.
The Rome matchup here is going to be what's so important. Can the Iron Hook actually outland the Divine Judgment coming in from Keyboy? And the very annoying part here for ONIC Esports is that there's not one hero that they can just target and win the game off the back of. So even if they have the Kaja, it's not exactly a win-all kind of solution. And in fact, if Valoisky can capitalize on the positioning of the Kaja, looking for one of those backline carries like Kadira on the Brody or a boy on the Lilia, I think GEEK SLATE can actually abuse that to great results.
Yeah, this is fun. I really want to see what is going to happen with that matchup, right? But there is a fun fact here by Grab that this is the first time that Valentina, in the previous game, it was the first time that Valentina was played in the gold lane for the entirety of MPL Indonesia history. So we thought that ONIC Esports had that level of surprise factor, but it turns out GEEK SLATE, they're able to utilize the same kind of advantage. But it seems like we do have a little bit of a pause here in game number 2. And like Mirko likes to mention, fair play is our utmost priority.
Yes, that's what I like to mention.
Yeah, you always do that.
You know, I mean, you got to give some clarification, right, to all the viewers back at home. But don't worry, sit back, chillax. Welcome to another session of the MPL Indonesia English Desk podcast. While you guys hold on and wait for the pause to be resumed. So, we got a lot of dynamics here, honestly, looking at the draft. So, it's interesting. There are pretty solid lanes for both teams, right? So, for GEEK SLATE, Lilia stands out here in the mid lane. Getting control over that mid lane is going to be pretty easy. Meanwhile, the Brody as well, a pretty good lane with better killing pressure up against the carry. So these are the two lanes that they can utilize to find a win. Meanwhile, for ONIC Esports, they can actually utilize their XP lane with Paquito having more pressure than Lapu, level 1 to 3. Before Lapu hits that ultimate, that is the sweet spot for ONIC Esports to really get the snowball rolling. Back again to the point that we made all the way in match number 1, where the Paquito wasn't able to snowball. Paquito right now, snowballing is the #1 priority because you fall off pretty hard. And if you fall behind in lane against the Lapu, you might as well say goodbye.
But can they do that? Can they replicate that?
Should be. With the Martis, the Kaja.
Right.
It depends on how they can set up and if they can catch the merge of GEEK SLATE just being over aggressive right here, because even with a Lilia, for example, if they have the right timing, they can just go with a Divine Judgment and deny the Black Shoes completely. So it's not like ONIC does not have any cards to play in this matchup, but I do feel like, in a way, a lot of their lanes are just very situational and they have win conditions that need to be met and they can't just ride out the game. If they ride out this game right here, I think GEEK SLATE is the ones benefiting just overall from the composition. And speaking of the EXP lane there, I think a way that Boots can maybe use as Paquito is maybe clear and then go for that roam. It's a bit of a fluffy-esque playstyle, but if Matt is solid the way we saw in game number 1, just waiting for the right chance, the right opportunity to try and turn things around and not giving up too many deaths and too much map control, I think that is something that Boots can try and do to confuse and bewilder their opponents.
But you know, looking at the draft from GEEK Fam, sure, Lilia has really good wave clear, but it doesn't synergize too well with the Franco because you'd want someone in the mid lane to be able to do fast burst and follow up to a potential pick that Beloyski can have. But ladies and gentlemen, the pause has elapsed and we're going straight back into the game. 2 minutes has elapsed and nothing much has changed. Everyone's still at 0-0 in all accounts.
Yeah, again, early on, we saw the Kaja rotate instantly to top side, so Chidera still not seeing, not having vision on the Kaja will play it safe. Once Kaja gets spotted on the map, like right about right now, that's where Chidera will start to make a move and to start bullying CW, which he does. Boom.
Well, but in the lane, that Brody is just so much stronger, so CW, she can kind of like, the carry can try and contest, but it's not as simple. And look at Magic going in aggressively.
Yeah, with Brave Spider there, Jana still wins it out against Kyrie, who's not going to be able to find it just yet, but the first blood does go over to the hands. A boost, Appraiser's Wrath onto Kyrie again. The Decimate doesn't deal enough damage, but Jana will fall. The Heavenly Fist has picked up 2. He's looking for more as a boy is very, very low. Boots just needs 1 more, and with the flicker, they pick it up. It's 3-1 on Esports, but the turtle goes to GEEK SLATE.
A lot of damage, and unfortunately for Kyrie, gets taken out. I was about to say that in the jungle, both of these quote-unquote assassin carry players are on fighters, but usually the Marcus is the one that can be a bit more proactive. In that fight though, however, GEEK SLATE, I think Matt was a bit too trigger happy on that engage, and this allows ONIC Esports to go for the very aggressive counter engage because they know that the Bravest Fighter is limited now. Wow. But look at it, Iron Wolf threading the needle.
Threading the needle, finding CW, and that's the burst we were mentioning from Brody. Coming in with a torn apart memory, not even like full stacks, and it's able to deal that much damage. Oh, good read on by Beloy on Keyboy there, just barely out of range.
It was already bad that CW is weaker in that lane against Chidera with the Brody. It's even worse now that Chidera has a little bit of a advantage, but in the mid side.
Oh. Yeah, Black Shoes right into the Divine Judgment and right into the Decimate from Kyrie. That's a boy taken down in the mid lane. Chidera though, using the Brody really well, putting some pressure down on the turret shield, getting 2 hits, but Brody, this is one of the strong feats, right? For Brody Arashi, that siege potential.
the stage potential, and also the fact that you can just play it safe and he can still be such an oppressive laner due to the range on the skills. And, you know, if you just mistime it, if you just take too much damage, it'll be dangerous. But speaking of dangerous, Cold Altar will buy some time here, but Kyrie gets jumped on.
Creating the Cold Altar itself is worth it. Look at the timing. The turtle is up, no Cold Altar, as well as Kyrie is super low. GEEK SLATE are going to be able to utilize this positioning and this pressure to go for more. Beloy even lands another Iron Hook onto Kyrie, who's still going to be able to jump back in. Boots rotating over with a knockout strike, bringing Beloy down, and Sounds picks up the kill. Jana, oh no, that's a mistake! Keyboy finds it with a whip right onto the turtle. Matt with the Bravest Fire going to be stunned up as the Divine Judgment is able to suppress him down as Kyrie finds the Decimate. Once again, ONIC Esports are able to outplay that situation.
Oh no, they were able to get kills and plus objectives on the board. ONIC Esports now leading with 2,000. But that's going against the talent prediction. A unanimous vote here for GEEK SLATE in game number 2. But so far, ONIC Esports, they're the ones actually in control for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, that fight, man, it could have gone either way, but ONIC Esports find the objective and they find the fight afterwards as well. The fact that they can save up the Divine Judgment without using it too early and then use it later on reactively to the spells, to the outplay attempts coming in from GEEK SLATE, that just allows them to come out on top in that fight. And now they have a bit of a gold lead. Now we can see maybe the ONIC we all remember. But look at that.
Knocked up, hooked, bitten, and even splashed down by Chidera. They're looking for the mid turret. A good trade here as Boots has rotated back into the mid lane, but the stun comes in and a torn apart memory from Chidera finds the kill back. Zan's able to find a trade, but it's only onto the roamer. GEEK SLATE have found a proper trade, but they're not able to capitalize on an objective.
Right now, it does seem like they are trying to look and focus their attention of the bottom side. So they did find some sort of compensation. They were able to get something on the board. But in terms of those items, Arashi, does anything stand out?
Well, both the mid laners are trying to go for as much cooldown reduction as possible, because at this point, it's just damage output and utility, both so critical. So Enchanted Talisman is also bought to ensure that they have the mana pool to just spam out these spells before the real fight even breaks out. On the other hand, see that both of the XP laners have a Bloodlust Axe, so it's really a very tough skill matchup if they ever go toe-to-toe 1v1. But considering how both these teams are playing, the Call of the Roamer are is never going to be 1v1.
The sandwich maneuver and the bloody hunt right there. Going to be able to lock CW down with the Call Altar. Is going to be able to find it right there, but a torn apart memory comes in with Matt with the Bravest Fighter, and they keep on diving. Boots has rotated back in, flickering forward onto a boy. No black shoes will mean that a boy will be taken down. Boots still full HP. Jana needs to soak the damage for Chidera. Boots looking for the flags, going to be stunned up, but Matt finds it somehow. Boots not able to connect on a few abilities. The torn apart memory comes in with a Matt as well with the Bravest Fighter. The stun canceled away. Kyrie jumping in once again as Jana is able to find the taunt, but it is denied by Kyrie.
Wow. Amongst all that chaos, GEEK SLATE still able to secure that objective. Matt, of all people, was the one to be able to secure it. And now, GEEK SLATE, they're actually starting to turn the tides. What initially was a 2,000 gold lead for ONIC Esports, now instantly being traded back for GEEK SLATE. And this is the instant replay of what happened in that previous team fight.
Well, there's also a fight breaking down in the bottom right here. But you can see that GEEK has the control, but Boots wins it if he can get the burst damage onto the right target. But speaking of burst damage, that's 2 kills for GEEK SLATE in the top side, and they have taken the gold advantage back onto their side. What is going on? GEEK SLATE leaves no room for analytics.
I saw it right before the transition, and I literally just I jumped off my seat. Beloy somehow was able to connect onto a hook to Boots mid dash. Then Sans joined with a Cold Altar to try to save him, but in the end loses his life. And that moment right there is gold. Just like UBS Gold, that's coming soon. Limited edition merchandise collection X Season 11. Beloy?
Oh no. Alright. Seems like once again both teams. Oh, but Keyboy!
Keyboy's taking it personally, flickers forward. Decimate gonna be able to find that kill right now, but a torn apart memory will follow Kyrie down. He is very tanky, so it's just 1 kill over.
Oh no, Boots.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, Chidera was walking past Boots, and I thought that that was a perfect opportunity for ONIC Esports to take the main carry down, but luckily they were able to beat it out, and Chidera gets out alive. But up until this point, GEEK SLATE, they're playing it really well, and now they're going to start contesting for the objective. But they have to be careful here, because Boots is so active that he's going to be able to utilize this moment to have an upper hand in that top side.
Keep in mind, Chidera has been positioning and sidestepping a lot of these spells very, very efficiently, but even Boots can't find him. GEEK SLATE will go for it.
Oh!
Fight breaks out, and the steal happens for Kyrie.
Great steal by Oh, Boots just moving back. Good disengage. I thought Boots was going for that, but I understand. On Esports, they were able to secure the Lord with a brilliant retribution by Kyrie. Why fight? Just move back, use the advantage that they have.
They lose a turret in the top side as well, GEEK SLATE. They were just a bit too anxious, a bit too aggressive right there. And on the Esports, they're applying the age-old technique. If you keep getting engaged on, how about you engage on the guy engaging onto you? There's engageception here for ONIC Esports, and it seems to be working for now. If GEEK SLATE can adjust and find something different, that's a whole different story though. And thus far, CW is just so behind on kills. He's not really that relevant just yet, so ONIC Esports need to try and just wait around it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to mention. I mean, even though CW was losing in that lane, somehow, somewhere, he's still able to get the #1 amount of players gold here by UBS Gold, still standing even higher than Chidera.
He's a great weak side player. That's what it is, right? We mentioned that the winning side for GEEK SLATE is that gold lane, so it automatically makes CW at a disadvantage because GEEK SLATE are going to be constantly rotating towards top side, and even then, he's able to farm up like, like this. CW just barely going to get hooked there. We do have another pause here. So, welcome to part 3 of the English Desk podcast.
Welcome. Don't forget, can't see our faces, but it's still Eterna, Mirko, and Arashi.
Send help.
We're not in the library. I think it's all good for us.
Now we're doing some ASMR for the viewers at home.
Hey, maybe that works.
I was doing ASMR in the middle of a crowded arena that's going wild for the last match of today. There's something pretty funny about that. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, stay patient. We need to make sure that fair play is maintained, especially when the stakes are this high. At this point, both teams really have great potential in the late game. It seems like it all comes down to how the initial engage plays out. If it's off the back of an iron hook, I think GEEK SLATE almost always comes out on top. So that makes things very difficult for ONIC Esports.
Does ONIC Esports not scale better than GEEK SLATE though?
They do.
In the gold lane, they do.
In the gold lane, they do. Exactly. The Lilia is the late game threat that a lot of people discount and count out, right? Because Lilia does a whole lot of damage. If you tunnel vision on the Brody, who's already very hard to kill, the Lilia with crazy mobility because he brought the sprint, he has black shoes, and just the damage in general. He can just wreak havoc in towards that late stage without having damage items. You can go full utility or full penetration, and it still is so much damage to handle.
Keep in mind, that is the solution that GEEK SLATE came up with for the Cult Altar. When everyone is clumped up like that, that is where those glooms just hit everyone at the same time. And so far, you do see that damage, but considering how back and forth it's been, there are moments where the Lilia does get caught out, especially with the Divine Judgment right before the Black Shoes. So these are the small things that ONIC can try and counter, and maybe GEEK SLATE can use to bait in Keyboy that will try and get that very valuable pickoff on their main late game threat.
Huh. That can work, right? I think at this point, CW needs to get hooked. If ONIC Esports, needs to get hooked.
Yeah.
GEEK SLATE want to win.
Agreed.
Oh, if GEEK Fam wants to win. I was thinking you're talking about ONIC. If they want to win, they have to let CW get hooked. I'm like, why?
If GEEK SLATE wants to take it, because carry, the longer this game goes, it's going to be in the back line, and it's going to be easier and easier to keep her in the back line because the Kajas is going to be able to use the Divine Judgment defensively on the only member from GEEK SLATE who can dive, Lapu.
You have a point there for sure. I mean, ONIC Esports, the composition ain't that bad to try and fight defensively. Because Paquito, we talked about how dangerous, how aggressive, kill potential, yada yada yada. But in the right situation, the double knockout strike can be used as a very effective knockback tool, right, to protect your backline carries. So I think if Geek Fam gets a hook onto CW or perhaps onto Sans on the Paramis, just denying, just ulting him directly and denying the cult altar completely, that's also a solution that they can come up with. But that's why this game is so entertaining, so close, so intense, because it really comes down to how it plays out.
I mean, simply put,
Look at the bling bling.
ONIC Esports still having a good time in that back room, right?
Flashing
It's
that ring,
Adrian, Coach Adi, previously known as Achil. We have Mars there, still laughing in the back room. They're still having a good time. Maybe they're confident that even though they are losing in the series with GEEK SLATE winning 1-0 leading, they still have a chance to come back reverse sweep. But ladies and gentlemen, the pause has elapsed and we're going straight back into the game and we're going to see what we have missed. So, okay, apparently ONIC Esports already with a Lord there in the bottom side.
Oh.
Not going to get anything too much from that Lord push, but the mid side here, already an engage by Keyboy.
Oh, good read by our boy. My goodness gracious. Now the re-engage coming from GEEK SLATE as the bravest fighter has been bombed. The hook out to CW. Matt is slain, but it's the gold lane down. Literally what we mentioned during the downtime.
Chef's kiss. That hook was perfect. That it could have came at any better moment, and that reduces the gold lead for ONIC Esports. And now without a marksman, this is a window where GEEK SLATE can force a fight and come out on top. That carry is the main carry, pun fully intended, for ONIC Esports. So Beloy is just, how is he getting it? Is these a miracle hooks he's making happen?
They need to be careful though, right? One, they're relying too much on the hooks that Beloyski can utilize. And second of all, they aren't manipulating the side lanes as well as ONIC Esports. They need to be careful with that, you know, that split push meta that ONIC Esports can definitely do under their nose.
Can we also appreciate the fact that the Lilia predicted or reacted to the Flicker Divine Judgment?
Yep.
Holy moly.
That ruined all their plans right here. And CW picks up a Wind of Nature, so it's going to protect him against Matt and Kidera, but a boy is still very much the main threat for him, and we've known that magic damage, right, does not get cancelled by the Wind of Nature.
Okay, Kyrie opening up the map once again. On the Martis, Matt dashing out. Janna spotted in the Lord pit. Starting the Lord already with the Lord dance here. They had a man's advantage that they no longer have. They pulled the Lord a bit too far, and now it has been fully reset. And I think that might be a mistake again due to a technical issue.
That's not good. That's the last thing we want, having technical issues affect the outcome of the game. But be patient again with us on the English Desk podcast, ladies and gentlemen. But quick note here, before GEEK SLATE went for that Lord, you saw how they were setting up the top wave for a slow push. They could have cleared it completely and have someone from ONIC react, but this is that macro play coming in from GEEK SLATE. They allow some minions to survive, and now slowly but surely, that top lane is gonna be a big problem that will take turrets on its own, and that is something that Geek can wait on and use as, I don't know, the signal to begin a big team fight. Because if they have a numbers advantage at this late stage of the game, it's going to be very difficult for ONIC to come out on top.
Hopefully that's the adjustment that GEEK SLATE needs, right? Because for the entirety of this particular game, we saw the same thing being happened methodically by Boots. He's always so active on the side lanes. He's freezing the lanes. He's slow pushing. He's doing whatever he can, staying active and putting GEEK SLATE in an awkward position. And I guess up until this point, we can see GEEK SLATE starting to adapt to that play, and now they're trying to use that same method against ONIC Esports.
And by the way, if you look at both EXP laners, I do believe that they are building a lot more aggressively, because both Matt and Boots, you guys seen that they can make crazy plays, do a lot of damage, but if you look at them taking 1 or 2 spells from their opponents, they just lose a lot of HP. So I think they both understand the importance of getting that pick off first, so they're prioritizing the utility, the threat first, and then being a front line afterwards. Because this game with a Franco, with a Kaja, it's all about how fast they can just get rid of one of the members on their opposing team. If they take too long, it's going to be a counter engage, a called alter, it's going to be a black shoes. So I think speed and timing is what this matchup is all about from these two teams.
I think so, right? I think maybe even whoever engages first has a bit of an edge, right? When you get like the burst down, especially with both teams, even their frontliners going for more aggressive build, whoever jumps in first and deals damage first is most probably going to win. It really depends on how both teams react to that engage first as well, though, because initially, let's say, the Bravest Fighter is popped in by Lapu, but ONIC Esports are able to just utilize that to bait it out, right? Then they move back entirely. With that resource down, they can then re-engage, right? That's the dynamic I'm trying to talk about. The disengage, re-engage kind of strategy
like
that can happen, but wait, looks like the players are already into the game.
Oh.
As you can see, they're communicating already. Not too sure if that is true or not, but maybe not.
Oh.
Aura, though. Speaking
Hi.
of XP laners and being aggressive, GEEK Fam is the team I want to see become the Season 11 champions, and I hope they get as far as the playoffs. Thank you, M1 MVP.
I mean, honestly, I feel the same way, right? It's been so long since GEEK Fam was able even to make it into the playoffs, and what a storyline that would be for them. And it's not saying that we're saying this out of thin air, right? I mean, the fact is, GEEK Fam, with the new roster that they've brought to the table, they've adapted and they've developed so much over the last 2 seasons.
Look at the performance they're having right now up against the defending champions, right?
Wow.
So I think it speaks for itself, the level of growth that they have shown throughout Season 10 and now 11.
Even their game understanding, like you mentioned, Metro, they both seem to understand that whoever starts the engagements have the element of surprise, have the initiative, we like to call it in tactical terms, and right now, if you are the one aggressing, there's a chance that you can use your battle spells aggressively. And in a way, it's always better to use your battle spells aggressively compared to defensively. But look at this.
What happened? The Lord.
Wait, what?
Who took the Lord? Wow, Chidera now in a 2v1. Going to be able to pop the turn from memory. Will not be able to find the kill. Kyrie just running Chidera down, who's still able to kite away for a bit, but Kyrie picks it up and it's a wipe out. All of a sudden for ONIC Esports, 3 seconds on the timers for a boy to respawn back up in Jana. And Matt, 3 members back up, ready here. 5.4k gold lead. Enhanced Lord still marching the top side as a boy is trying his best to clear out the mid lane, but will be chunked to a bit. Black Shoes popped in for a bit more sustainability as they try to rotate up top with the Enhanced Lord. Now marching down, that's an Iron Hook, only onto the cannon minion. Enhanced Lord still at full HP, a boy. Not enough time to put some more glooms down as E-Boy is able to flicker forward, finding Divine Judgment, and that's Jana. Melted down, taken out, the base wide open. GEEK SLATE are trying their best to defend, but now it's gonna be Kyrie who's gonna be stunned up. The turn apart memory as well, so Bloody Hunt's gonna be able to find it just yet. Chidera and a boy with a shutdown in the defense. GEEK SLATE somehow, some way are able to defend, and we need to see what happened there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but wait a minute. That was a beautiful defense by GEEK SLATE, and it was so well timed that Chidera was able to come online, and Beloyski with a Bloody Hunt onto CW. Kyrie, that was beautiful. But now we're gonna take a look at the items here. Arashi, what's happened?
Credit to a boy as well. He has the 111 combo right here, so he does a lot of damage and a lot of utility at the same time, and that is what allowed him to clear the bulk of those waves and still do damage at the same time. We said that a boy was going to be the main carry, and he delivers yet again. Right there with Chidera coming in, the 2 main carries for the side of GEEK SLATE were just a bit too much, and ONIC Esports were forced to back away, but they have definitely secured an advantage here. 3 base turrets taken out. Look at the items. We're approaching the 6 item spot in the game, and once that happens, the gold advantage just becomes yet another number that just isn't that relevant anymore.
What's a boy building towards? He's building another magic item. Is he going for more damage? Is that wise, Arashi?
Should be winner Truncheon, I believe.
Okay. Because I was worried. I thought I was going for something like the...
It can be more damage,
Still
but
can be.
I
Divine
think at this
Glaive?
point, it should be winner Truncheon.
Holy Crystal?
Yeah, it could
that
be.
would be
Exactly.
so greedy, though.
A bit too greedy. I think on the Lilia, you deal pretty big damage already.
Yeah, depends. It depends on what the team wants to do, right? If they really want to try and play the protect a boy game plan, then going for more Holy Crystal would make a lot of sense. But if they want to try and maybe play around Kadera a bit more and let a boy still be a bit more independent, well, then we'll see. But it's apparently a divine wave. So now, if you thought he was doing damage already, this is going to be more damage, but also a lot of vulnerability. Beloyski needs to make a play happen, man. It's on his shoulders right now.
Oh my god, look at Boots though.
Oh god. Boots here, conceal play up top. They know where the Brody is. Keyboy opens up the map, Boots jumps in with a knockout strike, and Chidera will try to flicker out. Keyboy has a flicker, brings him back. No! Gold later for GEEK SLATE. And look at the other ONIC Esports members as they are able to take the Lord very low. Matt going to be taken low. Bravest fighter on the backside, but Boots jumps in with the knockout strike. Matt still able to run away with a bloody hunt now onto Boots. A boy going to be able to actually back up with the help of Jana QT, knocking Boots up. But with that, that's another enhanced Lord to the hands of ONIC Esports. And with 3 pushing super minion waves and the Lord buff, will they be able to defend?
That's the question, right? That was a huge blunder by GEEK SLATE. Why was Chidera pushing like that?
I think he just wants to try and push and pressure the wave, and he tried to hide, you know, but unfortunately Boots is already one step ahead behind him, and they just pinched him. And unfortunately, in this late stage of the game, every single member counts. And like you mentioned, Mirko, 3 waves, all empowered. That seems like too much to deal with. But GEEK SLATE has pulled off the impossible before. They might just do it again.
Let's see if they can. Iron Hook connecting onto Kyrie, but the anti-CC is ready. Now with a full defense, it's going to be Divine Judgment onto Matt. That's the frontliner as he's going to be taken down by Kyrie with the Decimate, but that's going to be the Gloom, dealing a whole lot of damage to the call. Alternate Torn memory as well. Everybody, man, all the members very, very low. CW forced to defend. Move back, and GEEK SLATE, my goodness gracious, once again have been able to defend. But there's another minion wave coming in, and the regen is coming in for Sans and CW. They're able to sustain back up to a quarter or full HP. GEEK SLATE pushing all the minion waves again. My god, what a defense by GEEK SLATE.
That was nearly a disaster for GEEK SLATE. The one thing that I wanted to mention was, if that was the first time that Chidera was out of position, forgivable. But the last time that ONIC Esports was able to have that amount of pressure and push that way with the Lord was also because Chidera was taken down with Keyboard.
Oh, it's only on the Jana QT. That's the frontliner. Torment ton and the bloody hunt as well. That's the AoE. That's Matt stepping back in with the Bravest Fighter and a torn apart memory finding its mark. Boots on the back line, looking for some damage, but will be kited back onto. Immortality's gonna be falling right here, right now, as Sans gonna be taken low. That's Boots shut down in the mid lane. CW was able to escape, but with a double kill now picked up, CW will need to try to look for a split push in the bottom side. The mid waves are ready, but look at the recall. A good read for the side of Jana QT, but wait, CW hasn't moved an inch. He's finally spotted on the map, and you can see the recall start to channel in. GEEK SLATE unable to just come back. They tried ONIC Esports to stop the recalls from happening with Sans. He's gonna have to pop in and punch into the mid lane, but will be taken down. Immortality popping in. GEEK SLATE looking for the end, but with no minion waves, they will be forced to back away. 19 minutes, and this is the most intense game so far in Season 11.
If you thought it was close, it's even closer. Keyboy goes for the fleeting time to try and get more cooldown for that engage, because he knows he, like Beloy, needs to make the plays happen. I think that at this point, ONIC Esports must know that a boy is a target. If a boy doesn't get taken out, you saw what happened there. Even with the Cult Altar, even with the Lord and the 3 Heart minions, that Lilia damage is just way too much for them to deal with. So the same way, Beloyski needs to get CW. If Keyboy can land a Divine Judgment onto the Lilia, onto a boy, that is the golden ticket for ONIC Esports.
This is just becoming such a good game. And honestly, I wouldn't have guessed it would be between ONIC and GEEK SLATE. But right now, ONIC Esports, they are the ones now struggling to look for an opening. As GEEK SLATE, they're going to be the ones to open up the Lord first. They're going to try and bait ONIC Esports out of position here, realizing that GEEK SLATE, they're already pushing in that bottom side.
Good Lord dance so far. Bottom side, we can give that over to Matt, though. Very good wave manipulation as he is able to build a slow push. Thing is, though, once it crashes under the base turret of ONIC Esports, ONIC knows that it will continually push back. So they're not even sending a man down to push it. Meanwhile, GEEK SLATE, look at this. They're utilizing the Lord position that they have to try to look for a split push, but they need to understand that they do not have enough damage to go for this right now, as that's a boy caught. The Immortality bot, a boy trying to run away, but it's going to be Sans who secures it. Down on the bottom side, you do see a split push attempt once again. It's a killing spree by CW as he's able to flicker out, but he's going to be stunned up as Matt jumps in with the Bravest Fighter, but that's going to win the nature. CW with the outplay right now as he's able to actually sustain back up with the help of Sans. Immortalities popping across the board. Matt able to find the shutdown right now as that's the Bloody Hunter locks Sans down as well. Now with Kyrie pinching them, Matt and Beloyski, how do they escape? Kyrie has the Decimate, can look for the execute, but Matt is too far gone. They might actually be looking for some more right now as the retribution comes down from Kyrie. Down below, the Brody is walking back to base with the Evolved Lord marching down. No Aboy, no high ground left to play with, but they do have a mini wave spawning right here. Keyboy trying his best to look for an opening. Has the Divine Judgment, doesn't have the flicker. Matt with the Bravest Fighter, once again, trying to zone on Esports away. 3v4 with the call Ultra placed in again. Keyboy going to be able to find the Divine Judgment, and that's Chadera slain. Beloy and Matt in the midst of it all, not going to be able to defend for long. A boy is up in one, but it doesn't take that much for ONIC to take the base. 1-1 in this best of 3.
ONIC Esports have officially equalized, pushing this to a full best of 3 series. The attempt from GEEK Fam to go for the split push was well played, but unfortunately, ONIC Esports, they know exactly that game, and they were able to read it out.
A gutsy maneuver by GEEK SLATE to bluff the Lord take and send both Beloy and Chadera to the bottom side of the map, the opposite side of the Lord. But unfortunately for them, ONIC just called their bluff and got the Lord, got the team fight, and that just went horribly for GEEK SLATE. They made the call, they made the gamble, it just did not pay out. If it did, we would be praising them right now for having a 200 IQ moment. But this is why high-level Mobile Legends get so good.
That game gave me anxiety, bro.
That really did.
Bro.
It really did. Those fights were so long too. My God. These two teams really know the limits, how to push and pull. They go for the backdoor constantly, but they are able to read each other out. And it's just such a fun game to watch.
You have everything you want, like back and forth comebacks, insane outplays, right? Close moments where GEEK SLATE, they almost lost the base like twice, and they were able to defend with the numbers at advantage, with all the odds stacked against them, the Lord, the Empowered Waves. It does not get any better than this, and like we keep saying last season, it's still day one.
Still day one, and we're all getting gut-wrenching games. That was so close. Oh my God, beautiful. But of course, remember, it is still a best of 3. One more game to decide whether or not GEEK SLATE are going to break their lose streak against ONIC Esports, or finally, ONIC Esports are going to fall to the beautiful new white slate that GEEK Fam actually has this time around.
I think even though they lost that game, they showed such a great performance, right? It was so close up until the very end, and even when they lost 3 base turrets, they were able to defend like a few more enhanced lords with the help of a boy. Somehow, it was just the boy really who had high ground pressure, right? The Brody kind of falls off late game, and we kind of saw that. Maybe that's the reason they didn't really want to full commit 5v5 onto the Evolved Lord, and that's the reason they sent Franco and Brody down below. It could have gone either way in the team fight, but they tried to go for something creative. ONIC were there though, they read it out.
Good effort.
Either they read it out, or like, I think it was just so ambitious for them to keep the Lord so low when they were making that play happen. Maybe at half HP, they can easily reset it, but it was just so low that ONIC saw the chance and just jumped on it. And that decisiveness is also part of why ONIC Esports are who they are. We take a look at this very, I say it's a very long game. It's 22 minutes. We've seen longer before. We've seen longer in the previous season, but considering the current meta and how fast the games have been going today, this is absolutely a long game. It's just really unfortunate that we missed parts of it when we're coming back into it, especially that one moment where GEEK SLATE almost just completely taken out, right? They lost 4 members and they lost all their beast turrets as a result. So we have to see again what caused that. But look at the itemization here. Even a boy was adjusting, switching from the Genius one to the Divine Glaive, going for the Brute Force just because he needs the extra movement speed, a bit of tankiness against Boots. Everyone is just squeezing out every single bit of Mobile Legends intelligence and knowledge for the victory of this game. It's gotta be such a terrible feeling for GEEK SLATE though, because they had it, you know? Beloyski on his signature hero, making the plays happen. A boy seemingly untouchable, just doing so much damage, defending against all odds, and yet ONIC comes out on top in true ONIC fashion.
It was really close. It was really close, and I think one of the main things that I saw was different from game 1 and game number 2 was Jana Cutie's performance, honestly. There were a lot of times where he missed the retributions. The other members from the team were able to capitalize over that as well. And you could see even from the post-game stats that they weren't able to secure a single Lord as well. So very difficult for GEEK SLATE in that late game. But of course, the game highlight from that particular game is that the punch from Boots was the reason for the success for ONIC Esports. Do you agree with this, Arashi?
The punch from Boots, I mean, he was one of the reasons why GEEK SLATE can't really move freely, right? Because everyone else, they can keep at bay and they can control. But if Boots gets on your blind spot, it only takes 1 second for him to just delete your core member. It could be a boy, it could be Kadira. And now we take a look at the post-game stats, and it's a very competitive game. We do see that it's not too far different, but look at the damage coming in from Sans. Wow, that's a Faramis.
120.
There's a Lilia. There's a Lilia in this game, and he is still.
There's a carry in this game. Late game, dude. Yeah, it's absolutely bonkers. But Jana, this time around, right, you can kind of say that he's not really playing with his comfort pick. It's the Fredrin, when we all know that he really likes to use those assassins, right? So in terms of the Retri battle, I think he's won most of it in the turtle side. There was just one mistake when Kairi was actually unable to contest. Kaja got it out of nowhere, so maybe he let his guard down for a bit because there was no jungler to face off, and because of that, Keyboy was able to capitalize.
And we'll see exactly who the MVP for that game is.
Yep.
And it's going to be the Kaja, right? Keyboy on the Kaja with a 2-1-22 KDA. 96% KP. That's how active Keyboy is in the game. And he's just been such a consistent roamer for ONIC Esports.
One death in 22 minutes against a Franco, against a Brody. One death. And if you talk about target selection, catching, finding the right target, Keyboy is infamous. I mean, we have a few players in MPL ID who really stand out, and Keyboy is definitely one of them. Ever since season 7 and 8, when he's on the jawhead, he can just find the right target in the midst of everything. He shows it again right here. I believe that last fight, he found the Divine Judgment onto a boy. Like we mentioned, when you succeed against ONIC once or twice, they will definitely come back stronger.
And on that note, I'm actually quite curious to see his rotations, right? From the early game, the mid game, the late game. Not really sure which part of the game we're going to see, but okay, the first 5 minutes, this is the pathing that Keyboy has opted to go for.
So it's everywhere but the gold lane because he knows that it's a weak side thing. If he comes and tries to make plays in the gold lane, he's going to potentially go up against a Brody and a Franco. So that's a dangerous prospect, and ONIC, in true ONIC fashion, avoid that possibility completely. And let's take a look at some of the highlights, man. That was an intense game. I'm pretty sure we won't be able to see all of it, but you see that ONIC were able to counter the Black Shoes by running him down, engage on Beloyski to avoid getting engaged on, go for this very decisive play, but look at Matt and a boy all doing what they need to be doing. And this is unfortunately that last fight where Chadera got caught out of position. And credit to him, he's not on a marksman that needs to just play safe in the background. He can be more aggressive, more dynamic. Here is the fight where GEEK SLATE just had so much momentum. And after all, such a bloody fight right here, they get 1 kill or 2 kills. That's how close this game was. And right here, it just wasn't enough. They went for the split push possibility, avoiding a proper 5v5 because they're afraid of the possibility of CW just absolutely popping off. And unfortunately, it does not pay off. And now it's back to match point for both these teams. The next team that wins takes everything.
Winner takes all
Back to a
in
best
the
of
next
one.
game. Back to a best of one. And not to mention the impact that Sans also had in the game, right? He had a 92% KP. So looking at those stats, it seems like the Keyboy Sans dynamic duo in that mid lane.
The Cons duo.
Huh?
Keyboy Sans.
Oh.
Or the Sans boy.
I like Sans boy.
Sans boy sounds
is
pretty
kind of
cool.
catchy too. Sans boy. I mean, either way, those are the two main anchors for the team for ONIC Esports in that particular game. They were able to be so active throughout the entirety of the game, and eventually they were able to secure that match.
They secured the match just like Keyboy is securing his targets so easily. It feels like the Divine Judgment just came at well always to Shadera or a boy, right? The one time they did it, he got the wrong target on Jana. They lost the team fight, so he was like, okay, I learned. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, dudes.
I mean, but on that note, remember, winner takes all. We are going to go on a short break. So for those of you wanting to see the result of this epic battle between ONIC as well as GEEK SLATE, stay tuned. It's still me, Eterna, and Mirko as well as Arashi. We're going to be back. See you after the break.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back from that short break. We are moments away from seeing exactly the result of this epic battle between ONIC Esports as well as a GEEK SLATE. For those of you who missed it, we are still standing 1-1 here, best of 3 full game series. And to accompany you today, it's still Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi.
1-1, best of 1, back at it again. GEEK SLATE and ONIC Esports, right? Game number 1, we saw a close, well no, actually game number 1, we saw a stomp, one-sided pretty much for GEEK SLATE with their very unique composition. Then ONIC Esports were able to climb back in a very sluggy match 2 or game 2. And now they're here. It's
Now
the
they're
ONIC
here.
Esports we've all come to know.
But
They
before-
never get too old.
That's true. But
heck?
before that,
Huh? Yeah?
we gotta thank our sponsors.
Oh.
MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the official tournament phone, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official gold partner is by UBS Gold. And of course, our partner in esports, we have Grab, Secret Lab, Blee, Indomart, as well as Point Coffee. And not to mention, this league, MPL Indonesia Season 11, is supported by PBSI.
Did you notice what I was doing?
What were you doing?
Yeah, I was just copying your movements.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So if I make an inappropriate
I am
movement, would you
Valentina.
redo it?
I am you. I steal your
I am you.
abilities.
You am I.
Just purple hair as well, so it makes sense.
And you are Rashi.
I don't have purple hair. Oh, look at that. Samsung,
playing?
guys. Coach Yeb.
Ikudong says Coach Yeb. He
Ikudong.
wants to get in with it. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be the case. That'll be cool though. Imagine a coach actually stepping in,
Boots
showing
wants the
the young
coach, it
ones how it's
seems.
done.
Or maybe Keyboy wants the coach. There you go. We're seeing a swap in positions. Coach Yeb in. No, it's just a joke, ladies and gentlemen. We're
Don't
just
make them
having a blast
nervous.
here.
They might get nervous. But on the other side here, we are going to take a look at GEEK SLATE on stage right now. Still looking confident, still looking focused into the game. And remember, that last game was so close. And I'm actually, kind of vying for GEEK SLATE to win this out, change history a little bit, shake things up, make things interesting.
Right, just not, don't convert back to the same old mold, right? Do something new, break the zero, right? In Indonesia, we say crack the egg because the zero looks like an egg. So I think a lot of GEEK SLATE fans want that to happen as well. But we are only 5 seconds away, and I can't wait, man. There's definitely going to be a lot of aggression because I feel like after such a close game, the final game is usually very fast-paced because both teams, they are hungry to prove that they are the ones who deserve to get that win. So I expect, if you think the game was intense, it's going to get even more intense in game number 3.
Even more heated. That's what we like to see, right? It's the final match of the day. Give us the best match. 40 minutes of pure team fights, macro decisions. You know what? 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
That's an hour.
22 minutes, not enough for Mirko. He wanted to go all the way to 60
I think the viewers
minutes.
would love it.
I mean, in that case, then maybe they should draft just all for the late game.
I think we're going to get too
Sicilian,
boring of an early
Moskov.
game then.
Have like 20 minutes of farming.
Yeah.
The owl is just in the jungle. Everyone's like, yeah, go on, buddy, let's go.
It's a bro game. They're just all bros. They let each other farm, and then we'll fight at the 50th minute.
I'll see you at 50 minutes, man.
Yeah.
I do see it.
And they start one-shotting each other, right, with the full stacks and everything, but I don't think that's going to happen here in MPL ID Season 11. Both teams wanting the full points to step up and to be number 1 currently in the standings. I don't think they can be number 1 because already it's 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah. There was a team today that was able to get a 2-0 victory.
Ooh, who's that?
RRQ.
And against
with
who?
no Hoshi.
Uh-huh.
They were up against
Which team was that against?
Hanabi.
Against Hanabi.
It was against Bigetron, Mirko.
Yes.
But talking about number 1, I'm still so baffled by the fact that CW was still able to farm up that way, right? I mean, do you remember in that game?
0-3.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It all matters on how you end out the game. How the game begins has no bearing. And maybe that's a life lesson, guys. It doesn't matter where you start. It only matters where you end up.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, Mirko?
Gracious. You know, GEEK SLATE, they how have they improved this much?
That's the question.
Right? We've been talking about the coach, Coach Reno, coming here with a lot of impact. I think there was an unnamed analyst as well that has helped them a lot. No names, but he is he is the shadow figure of Geek Slate that's helping them draft.
Is that the reason why they've improved so much?
Yeah.
Wow, I mean...
I wonder who it is. Arashi, do you know?
That's so anime. I wouldn't know, man.
That's so anime. Did you just say that's so anime?
Yes.
Of course, Arashi says that's so anime. Speaking of anime, there's going to be a collaboration with MLBB very soon.
Dude.
By soon, I mean tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
It is tomorrow.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
I've been counting the days
really?
for this event. Yes.
I'm kind of sad that I didn't use it as an option for the KOL because apparently Xavier also has a really good skin.
Yeah, I'm stockpiling my diamonds right now. You know me, man. Name's Arashi, so tells you all you need to know about me and anime. But before we get sidetracked, it's an interesting situation right now because there's not really much left to analyze. We've broken down so many things. There have been so much time where we had windows to actually look into what they were doing, how they adjusted. There's not much left but to let them go at it and see who actually comes out on top and how that will happen. So I think right here is where the magic is happening, right? The coaches and the players coordinating and deciding what kind of game plan, what kind of adjustments they can do if things don't go according to said game plan. And if they do a good enough job, it all shows in the Land of Dawn.
And talking about adjustments, right? I'm curious to hear about your opinion on Paquito. I wonder if Paquito is going to be taken here back into the draft as we're entering the final drafting phase for the last match of today, once again between ONIC Esports as well as GEEK SLATE. And as you can see here, ONIC Esports still opting to stay on the same side, so no changes in that regard, and still the same bans. The difference is, instead of the Valentina ban, it is going to be the Faramis ban.
Time to drop the
Okay.
beat of the flag.
Seems like for both of these teams, they're going for the exact same bans. Aya, Wanwan, Joy, and from ONIC, they let the Faramis, they banned out the Faramis and let the Valentina go, so they pick up the Valentina first now, knowing that GEEK SLATE have the option of flexing it to the gold lane. Now GEEK SLATE with the pick, they went for Fred and Lapu last time. They can go for Lapu, and is it Fredrin? So far in this series, Fredrin 0% win rate, but they pick it up.
0% win rate, but again, it doesn't really, the stats don't really reflect the impact in the game. Just because other teams have not been able to make it work does not mean that your team in particular, against a particular team, can't really get that extra bit of value from that hero. So for GEEK SLATE, with how aggressive they've been, I think it's still a very, very okay pick. But for ONIC Esports right here, I think they're forced to expose a bit of their late game mastermind kind of situation, and they'll take a carry again. So the late game is once again in favor of ONIC, which means that GEEK needs to turn up the heat.
I wonder if they're going to go for the Kaja here. No, they've actually taken the blue instead. It was left open in the second game, but now Geek Fam, they are going to respond with a Moskov. And honestly, I understand, right? Moskov is a little bit weak in that early game, but what the Moskov has in advantage to the carry is the fact that he does have some form of CC.
This is the first time that also the Kaja has been left open, by the way. Moskov versus carry in lane, especially after the nerfs towards carry, Moskov's been able to bully carry a bit more in that lane. And like you said, that CC really helps with, or really helps the Moskov win in these laning phases and in these trades, even the short trades. Moskov can just blink in front, get a few hits in, and boom, knock back. We're done. The trade's done. He can say when it's done.
And the Moskov can even like set up traps near walls and use that crowd control that's done. Try and set up a solo kill against Marksman, because he does have the kind of burst potential. As we take a look here at the signature heroes of both the junglers, Janna has that Julian as a signature pick, but we have not seen that hero in a very, very long time. I don't think we'll be seeing it anytime soon. But for GEEK SLATE, they have this Farsa now, so we've seen this kind of matchup play out. Long-range artillery against a hyper carry in the late game.
I don't know about that. I mean, Julian was buffed quite a lot. So
True, but
I do think we are gonna see it sometime, but for GEEK Fam, maybe not right now, right? Because they already have the Lapu Lapu, they have the Fredrin as well. To pick up the Julian would be way too greedy, and the problem with the Julian is that the range is an issue, right? With how meta the mid lane is. Oh, what?
The caster curse!
The caster curse!
The
Julian
caster
not going to
curse.
be picked up by GEEK Fam, but it actually is going to be ONIC Esports to pick it
Wow.
up for themselves. And they are going to have this with the Grok as well. So,
That's a lot of crowd control from the side of ONIC. Thanks, Coach Jeb. It's much appreciated, man, proving me wrong as I said it. As always, but if this gets into a close range, mid-range situation, that is a lot of DPS, a lot of burst damage, a lot of crowd control. So ONIC has a lot of potential if they can get that mid-range battle up close to the Farsa. If the Farsa can maintain distance, then a boy can just delete all these squishy carries from so far away.
I love the response, right? The reason the Kaja was left completely open was because ONIC Esports first picked Valentina. With that first pick, they basically are saying, we want to contest the Kaja. If you want to pick up the Kaja, we can always steal your ultimate, and we always have a Terrify. We are more dynamic when it comes to utilizing the Divine Judgment. So it's your call. GEEK say, no thank you. We're just going to go for no big ultimates and real out lane.
I mean, they do have the Farsa and the Ruby. Those are two options that can be utilized by ONIC Esports with the IMU. And it can work the same way that it could work onto the composition of ONIC Esports. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into the portal for the final game of today to settle the score between ONIC Esports and GEEK SLATE. Who will come out on top? The answer will be shown in this upcoming game. And as you can see here, already so much pressure from GEEK SLATE in particular, but it seems like ONIC Esports, they're quick to read the movements by Beloyski.
Ooh, Kyrie was really waiting for that, man. What a way to start the game here. Let's take a look at it one more time.
Uh-oh, a boy?
A boy in the mid lane, gonna be stunned. Keyboy not just gonna go for it yet.
For now.
Top side, Chidera also winning out on this lane as expected, shoving it and dealing a bit more damage, getting a trade and forcing the regen from actually both of the parties.
I think the mid lane here is going to be so important because we see a clear divide. The Glue is going to win the early game in his matchup, whereas the Moskov will be the aggressive one. So if the mid lane gets ahead, that also means that it's going to go in a certain direction. So both teams know what is on the line if they try and go for a skirmish right now.
Okay, back at it again. Here, as we take a look at it, it's still Boots, so oppressive. That's the enhanced chains. Okay, Matt gonna be immobilized. Still able to sustain, flickering out Boots with the slam stops. Oh, actually doesn't stop the regeneration. That's the terrifying from Sans. And GEEK SLATE are still pretty behind here early on.
Interesting. I was wondering how Kyrie, but the Julian would work in the hands of Kyrie, right? I think as a mid lane, Julian has its limits because of the default in range. We see a lot of mages in the mid lane have high ground, like the Eve, the Farsa, and the fact of the matter is, Julian has a little bit of a hard time unless he goes in for these flanks, and that's surprising type of gameplay. And we can see here, maybe in the jungle position, it might work, because remember, Julian was buffed in the last patch. More magic power to that basic attack, but once again, both teams trying to buy themselves onto the next. But look at this, Johnny Cutie, he's gonna go down.
A little bit of sustainability here, but the airstrike is responded to again. Both junglers gonna be taken down as Keyboy is taken very low by Matt with the Raven's Fighter. Boots, split. Beloy flickering under the turret, pushing Boots under this turret, getting a lot of damage done back onto him. Sans and a boy, both dashing away. Both teams disengage, and it is equal on the board. Meanwhile, on the gold lane, you see a fight here. Chidera has used his spear and will not be able to use it to finish CW off here.
Wow. Again, as we called it, it's just so much action from the early game, and a boy is just not getting any chance to use the mobility, the wings by wings on this Farsa to try and get anything for his team. And on the option of Kyrie on the Julian, he has the mystery shop, so this is looking like a damage build Julian, and in the late game it could be deadly. There's a lot of damage potential in the Empowered Scythe if it lands in the right direction, so it all comes down to how the fights play out yet again. Can GEEK SLATE actually maintain distance? Because right now, look at that. ONIC Esports have a lot of frontliners, and especially Keyboy with the crowd control immunity.
You're right, you're right. We'll see though. It seems like Keyboy here trying to look for engage onto Chidera. So far, Chidera has yet to be punished, and that might be the reason why there is a lot of emphasis onto him. We've seen how Chidera is able to snowball from that early game and actually have a huge impact in the late game. Still, ooh, we didn't see that. He's looking for Natalia, I think.
Yeah, looking for his own Natalia, maybe. GEEK SLATE still here in the early game, playing it very passively, knowing that if they scale up, they can still be a big problem for ONIC Esports. That's the Feather Airstrike up top, stolen away with the INU. Son is still looking for Beloy, opening up the map and might just be caught in this engage or gank. But with a boy rotating up top, ONIC Esports say, we do not want to fight.
I must say that Aloyski has been very trigger happy on this Ruby, trying to get this early game pickoffs with the I'm Offended, but it hasn't been landing. I think we've seen him miss too, so both teams are definitely putting the pressure and the urgency on establishing their lead and dominance. Now in the mid side, you can see Jana and a boy. Bit of a dynamic duo play. And this Farsa later on, I think, is going to be a lot more dynamic than the Valentina. But the bot side, that's Matt.
Yeah, the weak side, Matt, able to dash away. Perfect timing to get away from the slam, pass combo. Bringing him back. GEEK SLATE, on the other hand, wow. Keyboy actually steals the gold buff away from Jana QT. But yeah, both teams just utilizing their winning lane properly. But I think ONIC Esports have had more success playing around that XP lane, getting Matt to use a lot of his resources. And now, that's a resource advantage with Jana QT on it. That's a retreat battle, and who's gonna win it? It's Kyrie who takes it for himself. First turtle of the game going, or second turtle of the game, going to the hands of ONIC Esports as Keyboy looks for more up top, off the power of nature, but will not be able to look for any more commitment.
Unfortunately though, all the while that was happening, but Sans!
And Movement Flicker, stunned up as well. Beloy very, very low. Keyboy is gonna flicker forward the wall as well, but he's not enough to find the kill now. It's gonna be the punish from Matt as he jumps into the Bravest Fighter. CW can no longer get out, but Sans is the one who falls. Kyrie's still in the bush, but GEEK SLATE decide to back off. One kill for the turtle.
Oof, both teams just trying their best to try and get that lead, get that pick off. And if you take a look at the talent predictions right here, a bit of an ONIC sandwich in the Indonesian desk, but we all are rooting for GEEK SLATE as Keyboy goes aggressive in the back line, but it might be punished.
Okay, Boots again. Oh my goodness gracious, the Feathered Airstrike was right on him. Luckily for him, he has a little magic defense. CW, again, when he trades, when he tries to deal damage, Shadera just says, nope, the trade is over.
This Moskov is just so dominant in the lane due to just that early potential for you to just go all in, and the fact that he has a more dynamic short cooldown movement ability just allows him to go for the aggressive battle spell with the Inspire. And now on the EXP lane, there's about to be an equalizer. With the Blood Lust Axe, Matt is going to be able to sustain much better against Boots, so that strong side that ONIC has been relying on might not be as strong enough.
Stun comboed in, chained together, Keyboy taking a whole lot of damage, soaking it in, but it's all good here. Meanwhile, Kyrie with the enhanced sight is able to find it, but the taunt comes in, the stun as well, the chain CC, not just in the gold lane, but also in the mid lane towards Kyrie. 0, 2, and 1 on the Julian.
ONIC Esports with the initial gold lead, it's actually now been trickled down as GEEK SLATE gonna be able to bring it back onto ONIC Esports. Ping pong in that gold department, but as you can see here, Geek Fam already with the initiative. They are going to be able to start this turtle first, but they got to be careful. Here comes ONIC Esports.
Wild charge on towards Beloy. Only the roamer right now is that's going to be Jana who secures the retribution on the turtle. Turtle number 3, taken away by GEEK SLATE. That's the gold lead, inching back to GEEK SLATE's favor.
Razor thin margins for both these teams right here, but GEEK SLATE just has a bit more potential in the mid game in particular, right? A lot of their heroes actually have that huge power spike in the mid game with 1 or 2 items, and it's only until later on, where in the ultra late game, where let's say CW, for example, can out damage the Moskov given the right situations and circumstances. So for now, I think GEEK SLATE, with the multitude of crowd control available to them, will be able to try and find those very aggressive pickoffs, and they already rotate towards the other side of the map, trying to take advantage of their pressure right here.
Okay, that's a lot of poke. That might just be burst. Keyboy is going to be engaged on as Matt jumps in. Keyboy forced to flicker defensively. That resource is massive. Now burnt up. Jana even steals. Grabs the orange buff, just like you guys can grab food with a 26,000 discount. Beloy is looking for the discount code too. He's looking to grab someone, but he doesn't have the I'm offended just yet. I am you. Weather airstrike. That's a steal on the ultimate, but GEEK SLATE with an amazing capitalization.
1,600 gold, 1,700 gold lead now for GEEK SLATE here in the 9th minute. And it hasn't been really on the back foot of Beloyski. A lot of the time he's actually missed his I'm offended. And this is a different type of adaptation that GEEK SLATE just keeps on giving onto ONIC Esports.
Usually we see that Beloy is a lot more conservative, and when he uses his skills, he makes sure that it does land. Chidera has a lot of damage right here, but Boots is just way too sustainable. And as we mentioned, now Beloy just seems to be a lot more aggressive with how he uses his spells, and that means that it's an extra bit of concern for ONIC Esports, because at any time, he doesn't seem to mind just popping it for dominance.
Wild charge, the bravest fighter has been popped in already. Matt gonna be able to find it now with the flicker as well. Good weak side play as that's the Lord engaged on by GEEK SLATE. There's a lot of resources burnt out. Look at ultimates all down for ONIC Esports. They have conceded the Lord, and it's GEEK SLATE who just takes it.
Okay, it seems like Kyrie gonna be able to get that blue buff away from GEEK SLATE though. So right now, GEEK SLATE, they're actually the ones being proactive all over the map, right? They timed it perfectly. They were able to get a tower in that top side instantly translated because the Lord was on the same side, whereas we can see ONIC Esports trying to do the same, but eventually they couldn't get as much value as Matt was still able to, like that, juke it out.
He's just so mobile with the bravest fighter, so this allows him to be a lot more aggressive. And if you look at the items here, a lot of the members from GEEK SLATE have built Athena shields just in case that magic damage is being used to try and get a pick-off, because they do know that CW will require a bit more time. But look at his solo play! Oh!
The flicker by Boots here is Kyrie with the enhanced sight and the chain actually is going to be able to dash. Oh my god, Chadera's damage is absolutely unreal. That's a frontliner. You're not supposed to be able to melt him down like that on a Moskov, but he has scaled up to a monster at this point in the 10th minute. Base turret passives, even base turrets just falling with the first Lord. That's crazy.
It's all gonna rely on Boots as well as Keyboy to find that moment to take him down. Otherwise, GEEK SLATE, they're gonna have that just a little bit of an advantage in terms of the fact that Moskov has a little bit more, I'd say, range, as well as the fact that he has that CC to play in his arsenal. But look at this, already an engage once again from Geek Fam.
Floating around, waiting for the right opportunity. Better airstrike is being used right here. Look at the play out the Keyboy.
Keyboy with wild charge, trying to disengage, but that's going to be him melted down. And look at Jana with a Razor's Wrath, gets the HP back. Chidera melts them down. Beloy with a 3-man stun, flickers forward. Matt with the flicker as well, but will not be able to find it just yet. Oh my goodness, one more shot is all he needs to maybe possibly get that double. Sans denies him of that opportunity as they look for more. Look at the penetration under the turret there, the Spear of Destruction and the Feather Airstrike onto Sans. Oh! It's over, Sans is down. GEEK SLATE have taken another.
Oh, Chidera is popping off, and the fact that his, what's it called?
His passive, right?
Yeah, it pierces through, was able to get a kill from that alone, and this is what I mean about the additional range that he has over someone like the carry. And to this point, it's a lot difficult. ONIC Esports, Boots as well, once again, as Keyboy, a lot on their plate to take this player down.
5.5 gold lead for GEEK SLATE right now. You guys can check out the UBS Gold merchandise as well, because GEEK SLATE right now, they are styling. And honestly, like you mentioned, Eterna, that extra bit of range from the passive, you just really don't notice it until it's a bit too late, and it's so dangerous. And considering the fact that Chidera has claws right now, he can be as aggressive as he wants. If he pops an Inspire and he does not get crowd control, he will like physical lifesteal all that damage back up. So ONIC Esports, they can't really get a solution unless they just use all their skills onto Chidera, which is not realistic because Aboy and Matt are still in the picture.
I'm offended onto Boots. That's the meltdown. Oh my god, he is not a frontliner. Oh, it's gonna be a wild charge as well. Now CW feeling so much. Boots was able to bait everything out. Beloy's forced to back off. Matt, there's no way you outplay this unless it happens here. Jana now against the world. Still able to sustain for a bit, but the stun comes down by Matt. Not gonna be able to find more here as GEEK SLATE are forced to recall, but he has Shane. Finds a boy in the back. The Wings by Wings is able to save him from his demise. Beloy is able to flicker out. Sans very low. Matt waiting for the bravest fighter to get back up. Now it's back up. He jumps back in. Matt, the new player on GEEK SLATE, doing a whole lot for his team. Sans forced to maneuver back. Oh my goodness, Matt still jumping in. He's trying to buy some time. He recalls in the face of Sans.
I mean, Sans still has flicker though. He still could get away. But you can see that it is going to miss there. The spear coming in from Moscow, but that was so close. And even now, remember, Kyrie is down. They are a retribution short. And GEEK SLATE, they're going to push for this Lord.
Matt on the fighters, man. A different beast entirely. GEEK SLATE looking for the steel keyboy. We've seen it before. No, it will not happen here for the Grok. Lord Slain presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 5G. Enhanced Lord.
Keep in mind though, the gold difference has shrunk from 5k to 3.2. There was a bit of back and forth there, and despite what we said about GEEK SLATE, ONIC Esports were still able to get the very reliable engage, but it just costs so much. Flickers, positioning, and sometimes one of the members giving up their life to ensure that Chidera gets taken out. It's a tough situation, and if you look at the items, already a Malefic Roar. So ONIC Esports, the only way they can deal with Chidera is if they lock him down with crowd control or take him out. Anything else won't be enough at all. But of course, Kyrie on this Julian has a lot of damage, and in the right circumstances, we saw that the damage is very much present.
But you know, Moscow, Chidera still needs to be careful, right? I mean, the carry built one, so in a 1v1, they need to calculate it properly. I think perhaps the carry can win in that 1v1 situation, and we saw that happening in that previous team fight. But once again, a GEEK SLATE gonna go in for the engage, but be careful of Keyboy there in the back side.
Feather airstrike once again to zone Sans away. Sans is waiting for an opportunity to pop his own feather airstrike, and there it is, only onto Beloy and a mid lane wave. It is enhanced. Matt jumps in, dashes back out. Beloy's gonna be bursted down here. Is able to flicker out. Has the immortality still intact. On Esports might want to look for a re-engage here with Keyboy still having the wild charge, but they both disengage, knowing that a mini waves keeps on coming in. That's a Spear of Destruction once again to just add a little bit more poke.
Curiously enough, the gold lead has shrunk yet again, now below 2k for GEEK SLATE. So ONIC Esports is definitely still doing something right. And now we're back to a similar situation. GEEK SLATE winning, but ONIC Esports having the better late game.
Uh-oh, boy. That was the stun. Jana's gonna fall around with the airstrike onto the backline, but CW's gonna be melted down by Chidera, who's also gonna be melted down by CW, finds a double kill somehow after dying. Mad against the world with the help of Beloy. The stun does not connect onto anybody, but Split Split is on to Matt right now. Matt's still able to escape for a bit before Beloy gets taken down after his immortality was popped. Now Matt all alone. ONIC Esports knocking on the base. Matt's still waiting for the Bravest Fire to come back up, but he has Shane will find his mark, and Matt will be taken out of the game. It's a wipe out for ONIC Esports. They somehow were able to climb back into the game, but now with the mini wave spawning back in, they're able to actually clear it out with no hassle. 1 minion and 1 team fight is all they need to seal the deal and to take GEEK SLATE down.
2-1 for ONIC Esports. A huge and valiant effort for GEEK. But today, the trend will remain the same. History will repeat itself once again. But my, oh my, was it really close for GEEK SLATE.
Oh, reverse sweep.
It took so much out of them, but they got it done, man. We can picture Goni just celebrating, jumping up and down, because they deserve it. He deserves it. ONIC played out of their minds right there, and despite all we said about the carry struggling as the Moskov, they go for the trade. They know that if both marksmen get taken out, ONIC Esports have an advantage, and they definitely capitalized on it. And even though Matt tried his best, man, 1v4 at that point, just going in, surviving for so long, it was not enough. The experience and the patience of ONIC Esports once again leads them to victory.
It's an unfortunate game for the GEEK SLATE fans, but for ONIC Esports, what a win for them. First match as the defending champions in Season 11. And you can see with the reverse sweep, they are really happy with that performance. It looked super grim for some time. GEEK SLATE were 6,000 gold ahead.
6,000 gold, and yet ONIC find the trades, find the fights, and this is what we're talking about. It's never just a huge moment, right? Sometimes it's the small things that just start snowballing, start cascading out of control. And ONIC, they are just way too calculated. They've been in the game for way too long for those kind of opportunities to fly to pass them without them to capitalize on it.
Congratulations once again for ONIC Esports. The reverse sweep definitely real for them, as they are going to be able to take down a GEEK fam once again since Season 4. But we are going to go ahead and enter the interview with our host, Bigetron Alpha. Take the stage.
ONIC Esports, mana suaranya? Go ONIC! Dan mereka benar-benar berhasil untuk mendapatkan game yang ketiga. Di samping Bude tentu saja udah ada langsung tim ONIC Esports dan Kapten Boots. Perdana ONIC Esports Season 11. Gimana experience-nya?
Seru aja sih, kan venue-nya baru, terus HP baru.
Semuanya baru, bikin lebih excited atau menjadi tantangan tersendiri?
Jadi tantangan sih buat kita.
Jadi tantangan. Tapi kayaknya ini kalian udah, apakah ini udah 100% atau berapa persen sih dari ONIC Esports dari match perdana kalian potensinya?
Yang pasti buat match ini kita udah ngasih yang terbaik, cuman ya kita masih bisa kasih yang lebih baik lagi lah buat bentarnya.
Masih bisa, jadi ini belum limit dari tim ONIC. Sans sendiri, seneng gak sih Sans? Kita berada di Season 11 dan apa yang paling kamu nantikan nih di Season 11?
Apa ya? Playoff sih. Paling cepet-cepet.
Oh,
playoff.
Cepet kita regular season cuma 6 minggu, jadi happy banget dong?
Ya.
Oke, kenapa kamu paling nunggu playoff nih? Regular season aja baru mulai.
Gak apa-apa, pengen cepet-cepet playoff aja.
Pengen cepet-cepet playoff, oke. Sabar Sans. Dan Boy, kamu masih di sini Boy. Apa yang membuat kamu memutuskan untuk terus bermain? Kan kemarin sih story-nya beda ya.
Enggak lah, itu cuman kayak bercanda doang.
Bercanda doang ya, Bude keprek loh, pada keprek gak sih? Oke, dan cewek ini adalah Season 11 juga kita ngelihat bahwa game pertama, game kedua cewek dulu. Kita ngelihat kalau kamu tuh terus menjadi sasaran, bahkan diincer terus menjadi seorang yang kayaknya tuh menarik perhatian banget dari tim GEEK Fam. Cewek, gimana kamu menghadapi tim-tim lawan yang akan terus melihatmu?
Ya nggak apa-apa, biar Kairi bersinar aja.
Wow, jadi udah siap ya cewek dan gak masalah ya?
Yeah.
Gak masalah. Kairi, welcome back MPL Indonesia Season 11 and you got lots of fans here. Is there any message you want to show or you want to give to your fans in Indonesia and Philippines probably?
Thank you for the support.
Thank you for the support. That's all? You can go with Philippines.
Salamat sa mga sumusuport ng Pinoy. Tsaka panoorin nyo lang kami mga Pinoy import dito sa Indonesia. At abangan nyo ulit kami sa MSC.
Sans bakal translate katanya Sans. Sans mau translate. Loh, tahu. Apa coba translatein dong. Ini berlima makin lucu nih ya di Season 11.
Katanya makasih yang udah support, yang udah datang, yang mau nonton juga makasih banyak. Support kita terus sampai selesai MPL Season 11.
Wah, luar biasa. Yuk sekali lagi kita ke ONIC bareng-bareng. Congratulations once again, ONIC Esports. Dan kita akan langsung ke breakdown game yang sangat intens. Silakan Profesor KB.
Thank you so much for the interview, Bude Clara Mongstar. And you can feel like, you know, the ambience coming in from ONIC Esports. It's always so nice to see them being interviewed. What did he say in the final question?
Sans can speak Tagalog, basically. Kyrie was told to speak in Tagalog to his Filipino fans. And then Clara Monster asked Sans to translate. He translated it in full. So not only has Kyrie learned Indonesian, but he has learned Tagalog. I myself have learned a few words from Wolf.
Yeah. Maybe not
Mahal
now.
kita.
Oh, okay. Mahal kita is good. Lang Malakas.
Yes.
Ganda mo. Rashid, do you have any words?
Galing. That's what Kyrie said.
Magandang umaga po is all I know. I remember it from high school. Way back.
Yes.
Can somebody translate that for me in the live chat?
Same.
No idea what Rashid just said. But yes, that was a match, the last match in favor for ONIC Esports. And we're going to have to break it down in just a few minutes. We're going to take a look at the item builds as well. And I think one of the things that stood out for me was the fact that Chidera was a little bit greedy in his itemization. I like the fact that he went for that additional lifesteal, of course, with the House Claws, but I don't think it was enough with the burst damage coming in from ONIC Esports.
I think there's no reason to not respect the damage potential because, of course, for the most part, you'll be able to like maneuver around it, right? But if you can ensure that even if they do reach you and hit you with their spells, you can still turn it back around, that's just extra bit of security that's just so invaluable against a team that can be as dynamic as ONIC Esports. If you take a look at the items, as you mentioned, Eterna, not a single defensive item for Chidera. It's definitely a bit greedy. And Matt, you can see again why he's able to survive for so long. Athena's and Dominance Isis just wreaking havoc in the front line. And the boy has everything he needs to shut down the squishy marksman, which is CW on that carry, but it just wasn't enough. He was just getting pressured way too hard. And CW, despite having a very tough time, is still able to actually get on ahead. And as you mentioned, with the Wind of Nature, that also allows him some potential to outplay Chidera in a 1v1 situation. And I think that last fight, Kyrie on the Julian also played a lot of, has a lot of credit in actually getting the initiations, getting the crowd control, and outputting that damage because it's honestly a bit subtle. The damage from Julian isn't flashy at all.
And I love the fact that Grok went double Windtalker.
Yeah.
So
In the
genius.
end, to end.
Double brain.
Yeah, I think he
Double
sold
brain.
some of his items to actually get those two Windtalkers to end the game. He sold all of his items to try to end the game because there was only one minion left, so had to get as much as possible. But CW as carry once again prevails. No kills, not necessary. I got my farm, bruh.
Farm is where the real resource, the real value is at. If you're playing Mobile Legends and you go for kills only, you're losing out, man. Farm is where it's at. And unfortunately, a boy, you can see that he has the highest damage dealt here, even higher than Chidera, who was just going insane in that game. But it just wasn't enough because ONIC has no... They just know what to do right there. Oh, he wants to maintain distance. Let's close it. You know, use some flickers, burn some spells right here. You know, move back and forth, and when you least expect it, you just jump on them. So
Yeah. On that note, like Valentine was so annoying.
Pretty annoying.
Picked up the Feather Airstrike over and over, just chunking down Chidera.
Sans
Huge
being
Valiant,
Sans on
yeah.
Valentina. That it feels like the hero was made for
Annoying.
Sans because he's just so annoying.
He
He's
is
so annoying
You're
on
saying
Valentina.
Sans is annoying?
Yeah,
Yep.
he's so annoying in game, right? You try, and that's
There you
why.
go.
My goodness, get him out of here. Look at him, all right? He himself isn't annoying, but the way he plays, if you're his opponents, it's annoying. If you're his teammate, you're like, got a pretty good mid laner on our team, man.
MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And we've talked about this before, Miracle. Sans, a very instinctual player. Sometimes on paper, you don't really get what he's doing, but he just knows in his heart somewhere that, oh, if I do this, this is gonna annoy you so bad. This is gonna be so annoying for you to deal with. He just does it, man, and you can't do anything.
I really do believe that he's transferred that killer instincts he had in that jungle position into the mid lane, which makes him such a force to be reckoned with coming into just almost every season, right? I mean, last season he was also really good at it. And he just keeps evolving in terms of that gameplay. And he's getting really good and getting really scary. Like, Sans, brother, you know, calm down.
Stick to your name, man. Chill out, man.
Yeah.
Sans, bro. Because you're getting too good, too fast. I can't believe that's coming out because I feel like for ONIC Esports, that's something that they want Sans to have, right? Constantly growing and constantly reaching new heights. And here, we're going to see, once again, that heat map from early game.
From the early game to 5 minutes, you can just see the rotations coming in because early on, as we mentioned, the mid lane became so important. The trio jungle roam mid combo was so important, and Sans was constantly shoving waves, trying to duke it out in the 2v2s, 3v3s, and if he does get any kind of value, he does get ahead, he will go to a lane and just disrupt your equilibrium. I think early on he was favoring the strong side for sure, the EXP lane, but afterwards it's all around the map. Take a look at some of the highlights here. We started 11 minutes, by the way. This is how crazy the game has been. And you can see that GEEK, they were just the one controlling the tempo, and if ONIC are the ones reacting, waiting for the members of GEEK SLATE to jump on them, the Lapu Lapu, the Kadera, Valoisky just jumping in with the Ruby. They don't really win out so well, but P-Boy, right again, looking for the right opportunity. And Chadera, usually a bit more calculated with how he positions, but in this particular game, he was just a bit careless in my opinion. He just getting caught by P-Boy again and again with a normal like flicker wild charge, nothing extra on it. And from there on, ONIC were able to actually buy a bit more time, look for a bit more value, and once they lose the initiative, it's just so difficult. And the burst damage in combination, right? Sans and Kyrie, that's just way too much for Jera to deal with without any real defensive item, right? The Has Claws, as Eterna mentioned, does not cut it when it comes out as burst damage. And from there, that's just the beginning of the end. And soon, we'll take a look at the mic check, because this moment right here, it's gonna be hype, I think.
Pakai putih aja.
This. Wait guys, santai guys. Push mid guys. Push. One to kick you, Mark. One to kick you. Damage slow. Nice. Wait, Nathan. Back up me. Don't hit Mateo. It's okay, man. We can go. Legendary go guys. End. Nice guys. Satu lagi guys. Kain terjarak kayak. Bisa guys? Golo. Oke. Enggak bisa. Dapat gua. Nice boy. Bisa peran guys. Tarik. Lihat mat. Target mat. Ayo. Nice. So santai aja berarti. Iya guys. Bos. Ada ini balik. Balik. Cuman Brody. Lihat gua.
Tolong gua nggak bisa lawan Brody sendiri.
Oke. Balik. Mati jana mati. Aman bos, santai bocah, kalem bos. Gak punya. Lihat gua ini MM. Orang. Gak lagi.
Gua tarik.
Nice. Masih ada lor. Bisa tower end. Tower end aja. Nice. Nice boy. Guys, kena masuk guys. Gua langsung all in ya. Masuk guys, menang. Let's go. Mati gua. Present boleh guys, present boleh. Present dulu.
Dapat nih gua.
Sabar. Lihat boot geprek ya. Nice. Let's ready guys. Nice. Kiting. Yo. Depan siya. Mati mundur semua. Gua ada one. Udah, pelan-pelan ya. Mati. Nice, pelan-pelan. Go banget, bro.
Mati.
Sekali lagi gua ya.
Belum ada flicker enggak sini?
Belum ada flicker. Palu aja. Gua palang tuh. Nice guys. Masih bisa gua guys. Ya dulu WT bentar. WT. Masih ada. Item ganti damage semua.
ONIC's comms were so systematic, so methodical. Like, it was very clear, very cut, like what they wanted to do, the way they communicated. Very effective in that second and third game.
Until the end, though.
Yeah, and then it just got chaotic. But when the base is open like that, it's all good, right? They've already calculated everything, and it's a win. They gotta celebrate, right? There's no point of doing all this if they're not having fun. And they are having fun while competing at the highest level possible up against GEEK SLATE. 1-to-1, reverse sweeping. That was such a journey for them. So I'm glad they lived in the moment.
What's unfortunate though about mic checks is we see the mic checks and hear the mic checks of the winning team.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to see what Geek Fam were like when they were losing that second and third game. Like, was the morale still as boosted as what we saw in game number 1, or did things kind of like regress from there?
Well, we'll never know at this point unless maybe the team releases it later on. But that's the fascinating thing. Some teams, they can just thrive in that kind of adversity, right? Oh, we're down 20 kills. Doesn't matter, guys. Let's have fun. And that's a mentality that's very hard to get, honestly. Especially because if you're that invested, it's just difficult.
It really is difficult, but we have to take a look at the keys to success because for them, that was easy, right? Keyboy's initiation in crucial moments gives ONIC an opportunity to have that comeback.
Kaja as well as the Grok, always the right target at the right time. Signature Keyboy gameplay, and of course, with everyone trusting in his ability, they're all prepared to go for the engage. When he says he's going in, they don't have to wait for the engage to happen. They already they use the spells already, trusting that it's gonna work. And sometimes, of course, it doesn't. And now that looks weird, but when it does, right? That's how you can see ONIC just committing so well, being so decisive, and that's definitely one of the ways they're able to get such clean performances and in a time where some fights just get really messy in the late game.
Adaptation was so evident for ONIC Esports, Mirko. But it seems like we've entered the end of our day.
Wow.
We don't get like 9 more games?
No, unfortunately not. We get it tomorrow though. We have 4 games tomorrow, 4 matches, tomorrow. So we still have that.
There's a possibility of 12 games tomorrow.
There is a possibility.
If you guys don't know, the format has kind of changed here in the scheduling, right? So we only have 6 weeks of MPL ID now with 4 matches on Saturday. So if you guys are saying, hey man, we want more Mobile Legends, don't worry, you'll get it tomorrow. You will get it.
And even on the last week, 4 days. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not 1 day, not 2 days, not 3 days, but 4 days ahead of us in that last week. But we are going to take a look at the standings at the end of the day. And it seems like Arkeoushi, with the 2-0 victory they had against a Bigetron Alpha, they are going to be leading in the first day.
Soon after, there's going to be ONIC Esports with a very intense performance, but followed suit by Rebellion for now. So it's only day number 1, so the standings, of course, don't mean everything, definitely, but it's a great start for some of these teams, and for the teams that haven't found that much success, this just motivates them even more, man.
Did I see a team in the red zone?
You did. That's how, yeah.
I mean, it fits, right? Spitting, red.
2 reds.
But thank you so much for everyone that was here today with us. Don't forget, we have tomorrow's schedule. 4 heated, packed, hype matches ahead of us. Alter Ego, RRQ Hoshi, Aura, and Geek Fam.
And then we have Rebellion Zion taking on Evo's Legends. Bigetron Alpha versus ONIC Esports. Defending champions will have to go again. Another tough matchup ahead for both of them.
Wow. Unfortunately, there are 2 shifts tomorrow, so whoever has the first 2 will not be present for the other 2. That's slightly unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Oh, you're right. Oh, you're not going to cast Bigetron ONIC.
You're right, but I will be casting Alter Ego RRQ.
Ooh,
RRQ.
Their debut in this season. So that marks the end of today. Thank you so much for those of you who joined us throughout the entirety of today. We had a blast. Can't wait for tomorrow as well. And on the caster desk, it's still me, Eterna,
Mirko,
Arashi.
Come on, guys.
Come on,
we'll
man.
work on this.
All right.
We'll work on this. But thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Eterna, Mirko, Arashi signing out.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu. Semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa